All young, all exceptionally talented. Shut up.
Su Liang, too lazy to waste words with these lackeys, paused in his toying with the silver needles and flung them away.
Whoosh 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 whoosh. 6 silver needles shot forward with lightning speed.
The needle tips were aimed directly at the foreheads of the 6 masked men.
The speed was simply too fast.
5 of the masked men only saw a flash of silver, and the next moment felt a slight stinging pain between their brows. Thinking they were all right, they picked up their weapons and tried to attack Su Liang. But after taking only a few steps, their consciousness blurred, and they collapsed one after another.
5 peak-level experts of the transformation realm died on the spot.
The masked man at the early stage of the core formation realm reacted far better than the peak transformation realm expert, keenly noticing the silver needle piercing towards him.
But what good was noticing it?
The silver needle was too fast, even someone as powerful as him could only tilt his head slightly. He dodged the needle's fate of piercing his brow, but his ear was pierced. A trickle of blood dripped from his ear. The masked man was horrified, his eyes filled with terror. He could sense that the silver needle wasn't imbued with internal energy. In other words, Su Liang had only used the strength of his fingers to fling the needle at such speed.
The power was terrifying. Just as he suspected, Su Liang hadn't used any of his peak-level internal energy.
Even with internal energy, he couldn't achieve such speed.
This was the physical strength boost brought by the ancient kidney body. What are you trying to prove in front of me?
Why wait until I kill your underlings before showing yourself?
Oh, there's one more. Su Liang's lips curled slightly, a thought forming in his mind. The next moment,
the silver needle piercing the masked man's ear suddenly made a 180-degree turn in midair, heading straight for him again.
Telekinesis.
What a great ability for ambushing people.
They're already trying to kill him, why would they fight him openly? No way.
Noticing the smile on his lips, the masked man had a strong sense of foreboding. But he didn't know where the danger came from.
Insolence.
A cold voice rang out. The masked man was overjoyed, the great emperor had arrived. Suddenly, he felt a slight stinging pain in his lower abdomen. A silver needle had pierced through his back. He had to thank the great emperor of Fengdu for his shout. If his shout hadn't changed the needle's trajectory, it would have pierced his heart. The masked man's expression changed drastically, and he retreated rapidly, still shaken. This guy was too dangerous, he had to stay away. While remaining wary of Su Liang, he respectfully addressed the figure that had appeared.
Great Emperor. Chapter 259. Su Liang, the deepest hidden figure. He controls everything behind the scenes. Massacre.
The Emperor of Fengdu ignored him, instead looking at Su Liang with apprehension. After a long pause, he spoke.
How about we make a deal?
Oh.
Su Liang responded with an oh, his tone somewhat amused.
What kind of deal do you want with me?
This Emperor of Fengdu, who controlled the underworld, was indeed extraordinary.
His aura was completely concealed, showing no signs of being a late-stage Dan Jin expert. He looked like an ordinary old man from the marketplace. Indeed, this Emperor of Fengdu appeared to be an old man.
The astute Su Liang could see that.
He wore a human skin mask, obscuring his true appearance. However, the aura of authority he unconsciously exuded when speaking indicated his extraordinary nature.
As long as you give me the Sanluo sword, you can name your terms.
The Emperor of Fengdu's eyes flickered. After weighing the strength of both sides, he immediately made his decision. If it were anyone else, daring to kill his subordinates in front of him, they would have been torn to pieces long ago. He was careless just now. The investigation showed Su Liang wasn't very strong. He was responsible for guarding against any approaching experts, while Su Liang could delegate that to a few subordinates. Unexpectedly, this young master of the Su family was hiding his strength so deeply.
His strength was in no way inferior to his own.
Su Liang acted too quickly. By the time he reacted, his 5 subordinates at the peak of the transformation realm were already dead. Seeing that Su Liang was about to attack his Dan Jin subordinates, the Emperor of Fengdu used his internal energy to change the trajectory of the silver needles, saving the masked man's life. The Emperor of Fengdu felt extremely aggrieved. He was the dignified lord of the underworld, yet he had been humiliated by a junior, losing all face.
Interesting. Tell me what you can give me. Su Liang remained as nonchalant as ever, completely disregarding him, the lord of the underworld. The Emperor of Fengdu's face was extremely grim. After a pause, he suppressed his anger and spoke. We can solve 3 problems for you. Whoever you want to disappear, I will absolutely not let them see the sunrise again. In his view, such a promise was already quite sincere.
You must know, the underworld is a top-tier power, with members all over the world. They dare to kill anyone, and they can kill anyone.
Ha! Su Liang scoffed, his expression mocking.
Like when you put $1 billion bounty on me.
He had long wanted revenge for daring to put a bounty on him online. Now you want to negotiate with me? How ridiculous.
The Emperor of Fengdu's expression changed.
He hadn't said he was from the underworld. How did Su Liang know about the bounty on the underworld's website?
This young master of the Su family is no simpleton, he knows far too much.
Perhaps even his own identity is. He'd been deceived.
He cursed his subordinates inwardly.
How the hell did they gather all this information about Su Liang? He knew Su Liang was outwardly a gentleman of facade.
But secretly, he was a playboy, always juggling 20 or so women, ruthless and merciless towards his enemies.
He had originally thought this was the true face of Su Liang as he had investigated. But he was wrong.
His gentle and refined demeanor, his refined and approachable manner, was a facade. His playboy persona, his ruthlessness, was also a facade. His true nature was one of immense power, controlling everything from behind the scenes.
Even more unbelievable was, he was only 23 years old. Terrifying, utterly terrifying.
The Emperor of Fengdu, the ruler of the underworld, the executioner who had slaughtered countless people, felt a chill run down his spine. He took a deep breath and said,
"It's all a misunderstanding. This was my oversight. I will immediately withdraw the bounty upon my return.
How about this? I'm willing to exchange 3 requests for the Sunluo sword, and then grant young Master Su 2 more requests as compensation." What does young Master Su think?
Not good.
Su Liang curled his lip, his mind already calculating.
How could he enslave and control this Emperor of Fengdu?
He planned to use mind control to enslave him. Killing a late-stage Dan Jin master would be a waste. Subduing him would allow his sister, Su Chinga, to better control the underworld. Since his sister was already involved and interested in these top-tier forces, he might as well give the underworld to her. Giving away a top-tier force as a toy to his sister, only Su Liang had such audacity. Su Liang had no intention of killing the Fengdu emperor, which was why he had the leisure to listen to his nonsense. Besides, he wasn't the protagonist, villains die from talking too much, and that wouldn't work on him.
Do you intend to be an enemy of my underworld?
Sensing the disdain in Su Liang's tone, clearly indicating he wasn't planning on a peaceful resolution, the Fengdu emperor's tone turned cold. A faint aura of Dan Jin emanated from him. The surrounding trees began to sway even without wind, their branches and leaves dancing wildly in the air, the atmosphere turning tense and deadly.
An enemy. Su Liang's tone was disdainful. You dare call yourself an enemy? Die.
The masked man suddenly appeared beside Su Liang, a military dagger in his hand thrusting towards him.
Fast, accurate, ruthless, aiming for a fatal blow.
It turned out that while the Emperor of Fengdu was speaking with Su Liang, the masked man had launched a stealthy attack. A cold smile curled at the corner of Su Liang's lips as he turned and kicked the masked man in the chest. A series of hidden forces were channeled into the masked man's body through this kick, destroying his internal organs.
The masked man flew backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and collapsed, lifeless. Swish!
But at that moment, a curved blade slashed across his body. It was the Emperor of Fengdu who had made his move. He wouldn't listen to reason, so he'd have to suffer the consequences. The masked man's actions were at his behest. The Emperor of Fengdu calculated that his strength was roughly equal to Su Liang's.
The masked man was merely a tool to distract Su Liang, a near-certain death for him.
Although losing a Dan Jin subordinate was painful, it was all worthwhile as long as he could reclaim the Sunluo sword. Watching the curved blade slice through Su Liang's body, a sinister smile crept into the Emperor of Fengdu's eyes. Su Liang, at such a young age, had achieved so much. He was undoubtedly a prodigy. A surge of intense pleasure welled up within him as he slew such a peerless genius.
However, the next moment he was stunned.
He saw Su Liang's figure slowly fade until it vanished.
An afterimage.
Immediately afterward, a voice that sent chills down his spine rang out behind him.
Ruthless enough, but useless against me.
The Emperor of Fengdu felt his scalp tingle. Almost at the same moment the masked man attacked, he had used his fastest speed to strike Su Liang. He didn't even know how Su Liang had appeared behind him. If Su Liang had attacked now, he would already be dead. Without time to think, the Emperor of Fengdu changed direction in a perfect arc, swiftly slashing at Su Liang.
Good adjustment at the last minute, but a bit too slow. Another afterimage.
Su Liang's voice rang out again beside him. His various god-level skills allowed him perfect control over his body, his speed, and movement completely at his command. His god-level assassination skills made him move silently, undetectable even to the Emperor of Fengdu. Several attacks were merely afterimages of Su Liang, and a growing sense of fear crept into the Emperor of Fengdu's heart. This was the kind of brutal killing Su Liang craved.
Mind control required the destruction of the victim's mind. Su Liang intended to shatter his heart bit by bit. Chapter 260 Utter Crushing Domination. Nipping Danger in the Infancy. Whoosh! Another slash fell, whizzing past Su Liang's afterimage. The curved blade, forged from a metal harder than titanium alloy, easily tore a crack in the asphalt. Each strike was delivered with full force, and after several exchanges, the Emperor of Fengdu was slightly out of breath. His attacks were as fierce as a tiger, yet he hadn't even touched the hem of Su Liang's clothes. His temper grew increasingly agitated. His prized killing skills were being crushed before Su Liang. All you can do is dodge? Dare to fight me head-on.
The mighty lord of the underworld, the king of assassins, uttered such words, clearly showing his fury.
Oh? You want to fight me head-on? Then so be it.
Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Fengdu shifted his body, locking onto Su Liang, and slashed down. This time, Su Liang didn't dodge. With a thought, the demonic blade appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the demonic blade met the oncoming curved sword at a tricky angle. Clang! The demonic blade and the curved sword collided violently, producing a piercing metallic clang. The decibels were so high that a bird flying overhead suddenly plummeted to the ground. The clash between the two blades lasted only a split second. The next moment, the demonic blade cleaved the curved sword in two. Originally, seeing that Su Liang hadn't dodged, the Emperor of Fengdu was quite excited. Young people are young, easily provoked. The result was his treasured curved sword shattered in two. The Emperor of Fengdu was dumbfounded. A divine weapon. Looking at the demonic blade in Su Liang's hand, he was shocked. The scimitar he had forged was already quite good, crafted from multiple alloys, and incredibly sharp. But compared to a divine weapon, it was still far inferior. The materials of a divine weapon were extraordinary. It could cut through iron like mud and sever a hair in an instant. The underworld also possessed a divine weapon, the Sunluo sword, which was also his objective for this trip. He hadn't expected Su Liang to have one as well. A burning light flashed in the eyes of the Fengdu Emperor. If he could obtain it and reclaim the Sunluo sword, the underworld would surely rise again. But then he calmed down. He was already no match for Su Liang. Now that the opponent possessed a divine weapon, how could he possibly fight? As if sensing his helplessness, Su Liang chuckled softly. "TSK, how come it shattered with just a touch? Sorry, I didn't control my strength well. How about this, I won't take advantage of you, lest you say I'm bullying you." With a thought, the demonic blade in his hand vanished into thin air. He intended to completely crush this Emperor of Fengdu, disrupting his mind. If he were the protagonist, Su Liang wouldn't play it this way, just to be safe. He would display his strongest methods, use his greatest advantages, and utterly crush him. After all, he's the protagonist. One slip and the protagonist's halo trigger a comeback.
But the villain is a different story.
Seeing the divine weapon disappear from Su Liang's hand, the Emperor of Fengdu was startled.
Where did that divine weapon go?
But there was no time to think about that. As a top assassin, he wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several darts were flung out by him, followed closely by his own body as he pounced on Su Liang. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, he threw a powerful punch midair, aiming for Su Liang's temple. Su Liang remained unmoved, using his mental power to easily change the trajectory of the darts. At that moment, the Emperor of Fengdu threw a punch, which Su Liang easily dodged by tilting his head. He raised his hand and gently twisted the Emperor's wrist, contorting his hand in the blink of an eye,
dislocating tendons and bones.
He clenched his fist and lightly struck the Emperor of Fengdu several times.
Each strike targeted a vital acupoint. His divine medical skills gave Su Liang an intimate understanding of the body's major acupoints.
If he wanted to kill this lord of the underworld, he would simply strike his vital points. The man would already be dead. These punches merely rendered him powerless, rendering him essentially crippled. The Emperor of Fengdu was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, shattering the asphalt road. This was only after Su Liang had restrained himself. In a truly evenly matched fight, this entire stretch of road would be ruined. The destructive power of a Dan Jin expert 1 against 10,000 was no exaggeration. The Emperor of Fengdu stared blankly at the night sky, questioning his very existence. His assassination skills honed through countless killings, his weapons forged at great expense, his countless days and nights of close combat training.
He was completely outmatched in every aspect.
Tap tap tap.
Su Liang walked over step by step, looking down at him from his superior position.
His eyes shone brightly under the night sky. The Emperor of Fengdu was completely immobilized, utterly drained of the strength to fight. Even if he could move, he wouldn't have the courage to throw a punch at Su Liang.
I admit defeat at your hands. Kill me or do whatever you want.
Although he lost, his pride as the Lord of the Underworld remained. He would never live a life of cowardice. The next moment, the Emperor of Fengdu's mind jolted, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints.
What did he see?
Su Liang slowly extended his hand, his 5 fingers spreading, and a ball of lightning slowly took shape in his palm. Lightning snakes coiled around him, arcs of electricity crackling.
What is this? A legendary superpower.
The Emperor of Fengdu was greatly shocked. The electricity generated in Su Liang's palm overturned his understanding. Just as his mind wavered, Su Liang's eyes shone brightly.
Mind control.
Actually, using enslavement methods now was somewhat inappropriate. The Emperor of Fengdu hadn't completely collapsed.
However, as the Lord of the Underworld, his willpower far surpassed that of ordinary people.
Ruthless and merciless, with no weaknesses, unlike the 4 divine beasts who valued loyalty and righteousness. From the very beginning, Su Liang's goal was to forcibly enslave him. This forced enslavement was even more domineering, forcibly twisting his consciousness, unlike the red-clothed figure who still possessed his own will. Su Liang couldn't have done this before, but recently, through several lottery draws, his mental strength had been greatly enhanced.
Hopefully, it would work. If the enslavement failed, Su Liang wouldn't regret it. He would simply send this Lord of the Underworld on his way.
Under Su Liang's mind control, the great Emperor of Fengdu's expression changed.
Sometimes struggling, sometimes relaxed. Gradually, Su Liang's mental energy rapidly depleted, and he frowned slightly.
He wouldn't waste his mental energy enslaving others. He wouldn't do something so foolish.
Although his mental energy could recover overnight. But what if he encountered danger that night?
Cautious as he was, he wouldn't put himself in any dangerous situation. A wise man doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. Su Liang completely isolated himself from danger, not allowing even the slightest hint of it to emerge. Just as Su Liang's mental energy was 2/3 depleted, and he was about to give up on enslaving others, he succeeded.
The Fengdu Emperor's expression softened, his gaze towards Su Liang filled with extreme fervor.
Su Liang smiled slightly, tapping his fingers several times on the emperor's body, then restoring his dislocated hand to normal. With his power restored, the Fengdu emperor knelt on the ground, respectfully saying,
Greetings, Your Majesty. Chapter 261 Educating my sister. Playing little tricks?
A massage from my sister. After subduing the emperor of Fengdu, Su Liang sent him back with some experts from the heavenly net to reorganize the fragmented underworld. After all, to deliver this force to his sister, it naturally needed to be intact. The woman in red continued driving for Su Liang, her heart filled with even greater submission and reverence.
Su Liang's terrifying strength filled her with immense awe.
The lightning bolt from his palm he had unleashed not only left the emperor of Fengdu speechless with shock, but also shook her to her core.
In her eyes, Su Liang was an omnipotent god.
Meanwhile, the Su Liang she worshipped sat in the back seat, propping his head up with his hand, deep in thought.
He was pondering a question.
After the emperor of Fengdu submitted, he had asked who had issued his bounty.
The answer he received was that even he didn't know.
It had been issued anonymously, he had sent people to investigate, but to no avail. As a top-tier power with a history spanning hundreds of years, though gradually declining, its intelligence capabilities remain formidable. Even the underworld can't find him, he must be deliberately hiding.
Why? Is it fear of the Su family behind him, or perhaps fear of him? Su Liang increasingly felt he was a protagonist reborn.
Knowing some of his strength, he dared not face him personally, thus hiring an assassin.
This is getting more and more interesting.
Su Liang slightly twitched the corner of his mouth.
TCH.
The woman in red stopped the car, they had arrived home. Entering the house, Su Liang saw his younger sister still awake, lying on the sofa staring at the TV. The content was too boring, her eyelids were starting to droop.
Go to sleep if you're sleepy. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold on the sofa? Su Liang felt it necessary to educate his sister. You're strong enough not to catch a cold, but that's not a good habit. Brother, you're back. I've been sitting here waiting for you.
Su Chinga blinked, still maintaining her lazy posture, unmoved.
Oh? What were you waiting for me for? Su Liang looked at her curiously.
I've been under a lot of academic pressure lately, which has caused some back pain and sometimes I feel weak all over. Su Chinga said, twisting her waist and making a pain gesture.
Su Liang just chuckled. He didn't believe her. You're under academic pressure? University-level knowledge is a piece of cake for you.
The funniest thing is, a dignified grandmaster of internal energy actually has back pain.
Ahem. Seeing Su Liang remain silent, Su Chinga coughed twice, reminding him. Oh dear, what should I do about my back pain? If only someone could give me a massage.
This wasn't just a hint, it was a direct statement. Su Liang suddenly realized, no wonder she said she was waiting for him, so this was where she was waiting.
Let me give you a massage?
You're beautiful, don't get your hopes up. Su Liang sat down on the sofa, poured himself a cup of tea, and began to sip it gently. Ignoring his sister's words, he watched TV with great interest. Su Chinga, seeing this, was furious and directly confronted him, saying, Don't forget, someone who really helped you win over that little beauty.
Su Liang smiled noncommittally.
While she did indeed play a part in getting the reward from Yi Lioli. Without her help, he could have won her over himself in no time. She was somewhat helpful, but not significantly so. However, he was very satisfied with his sister's actions. She let him enjoy the pleasure of winning over the female lead without lifting a finger. Therefore, he had to reward his sister. He hoped she would continue her efforts and achieve even greater success, becoming a helpful older brother to him. Thinking of the reward, Su Liang remembered the guardian jade pendant he had recently won in a lottery. It was originally meant for his sister, so now it was a perfect reward. With a thought, a jade pendant appeared in his hand.
The jade pendant shone even brighter under the crystal chandelier. Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by getting her? I just helped Lioli out a little because she was having some difficulties.
It's only natural for her to be grateful, isn't it? I've noticed you've been studying diligently these past few days.
I even prepared a small gift. See if you like it.
Su Liang initially denied sleeping with Yi Liuli. After all, he had to save face in front of his sister. Then, he made an excuse and took out the jade pendant.
Su Qingge was initially angry.
Her brother was determined to go back on his word.
How awful. Bad brother, wicked brother.
But when she saw the shimmering jade pendant, Su Qingge's eyes lit up, and her resentment vanished.
She happily grabbed it. After a careful examination, Su Qingge realized the jade pendant was extraordinary. Su Qingge was no naive newbie. As the second young lady of the Su family, what treasure hadn't she seen?
The jade pendant was made of extraordinary material, and its craftsmanship was at the level of a world-class artisan.
But that was secondary.
She actually felt a warm current flowing from the jade pendant into her internal organs, nourishing her body. It was truly a rare and precious treasure.
Give it back if you don't like it.
Su Liang's voice came from beside her.
Su Qingge quickly clutched the jade pendant tightly in her hand, afraid her brother would snatch it away.
I love it so much, thank you for the gift, brother. Su Qingge beamed, grabbing Su Liang's arm and shaking it happily. While happy, her eyes darted around as she said, "Brother's gift is too precious. I have no way to repay you, so I'll give you a massage as compensation." Su Qingge originally wanted her brother to massage her, but judging from her earlier probing, he wouldn't. Since that was the case, she would do it herself first. I suppose my brother will feel embarrassed and give me a massage instead. Su Liang paused slightly, a look of surprise in his eyes.
You can massage.
Of course, I learned all day at school by watching videos.
Is this what you mean by stressed studies? Don't worry about the details. Didn't you just say your back and waist hurt? Give me a massage. It's all done.
Brother's gift has given me a new lease on life.
Quickly lie down and try my cooking. Su Qingge wasn't embarrassed at all.
After Su Liang lay down on the sofa with some skepticism, she began working on the fruits of her day's learning.
Chapter 262 Kidnapping. Who is the mastermind behind it all?
Liang Bingshue's changed attitude.
Su Qingge ultimately failed to achieve her goal.
She wanted her brother to give her a massage, but Su Liang, after enjoying it, showed no embarrassment whatsoever. "Brother, I've massaged you for so long, my back is sore." Su Qingge looked at Su Liang with expectant eyes, her meaning clear.
Go to sleep if you're tired. It's getting late, I'm sleepy, I'm going to bed first.
Su Liang pretended not to see her, yawned, and got up to walk towards the bedroom,
leaving Su Qingge dumbfounded.
A moment later, she chased after him, baring her teeth and claws.
Ah, you wretched brother, don't even think about running away. The next morning, Su Liang woke up refreshed. Just as he was about to leave, an unexpected person arrived. Liang Bingxue, having obtained Su Liang's address from her best friend Lu Ruolin, came personally to thank him
and invited him to her house for dinner. This was Liang's father's intention. Su Liang had saved his daughter's life, and he had to thank him in person. Previously, Liang Bingxue had maintained a degree of wariness towards Su Liang due to her misogyny and a sense of distance. Now, however, everything had completely changed. Liang Bingshue's misogyny remained, but she made an exception for Su Liang.
Let's have dinner tonight. I have a meeting at noon.
Bingxue, listen to me, he framed me. I don't even know him, how could we possibly team up to put on an act?
They're putting on a show to make me take the blame.
Although he felt he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River, Yichen still wanted to try and explain to Liang Bingxue. After speaking, he grabbed Jiang Hao's neck and said viciously, "You'd better explain yourself clearly, or I'll kill you."
How could Jiang Hao reveal the system's secret? If he were to be dissected, he'd be done for.
Liang Bingxue just looked at Yichen coldly. The evidence was laid bare before her, yet he still dared to deny it.
Did he think he was some kind of spy within a spy game?
She finally saw Yichen's true colors. The first time they met, she was disgusted by his shifty eyes. She knew then he was scum, and it would be unsettling to be near him.
Now the evidence was undeniable.
Thinking about how her father had praised him so highly, saying all sorts of good things about him, he was such a hypocrite. And then there was Jiang Hao. She'd suspected he had some kind of fetish before, and now he was even helping Yi Chen's scheme against her.
Liang Bingxue felt utterly disgusted. Then, a wave of fear washed over her. She imagined Yi Chen coming to her rescue. Unaware of what was going on, she would be incredibly grateful. And then, who knew what kind of deception this scum would bring her to? The thought of that outcome sent chills down Liang Bingxue's spine. Thank goodness, Su Liang saved her, breaking their damsel in distress scenario. Then, her gaze towards Su Liang completely changed. Her gratitude flowed like a surging river, endless and boundless. Young Master Su, that's how it is. This is just a script. I won't hurt Liang Bingxue. I admit I spoke carelessly before, and I apologize. For his father, for his family. Jiang Hao disregarded his pride as a transmigrator, apologizing sincerely, almost kneeling down. Su Liang remained unmoved, his decisions were never wavering. Who told you to be the protagonist? Your ending is to be harvested by me. He shook his head, speaking calmly. It seems the one you should apologize to isn't me. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. Did Su Liang intend to drop the matter? He quickly looked at Liang Bingxue, apologizing profusely again. Bingxue, I'm so sorry, I acted out this whole thing without permission. But I swear, from beginning to end, I never intended to hurt you. Could you please forgive me this time, for the sake of our family's relationship? Don't worry, from now on, I won't bother you again. Also, didn't your company encounter some difficulties? I'll have the Jiang family help you resolve it right now. Hearing him finish speaking, Liang Bingxue pursed her lips, remaining silent. This kidnapping had caused her immense psychological trauma. Could she really just let it go? But then Jiang Hao mentioned the Jiang family, one of the four great families, something she couldn't afford to offend. For a moment, Liang Bingxue was caught in a dilemma. Jiang Hao's guess was correct. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Liang Bingxue would eventually agree. Making a big problem a small one, and a small one a thing of the past. But Su Liang was that unexpected factor. Jiang Hao's newly ignited hope instantly turned to despair, plunging him into an abyss. Chapter 266 Openly Affectionate. The female lead teases the protagonist. The protagonist collapses. Su Liang grasped Liang Bingxue's hand, his voice firm. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let you get hurt again. Whatever decision you make, I'll support you. Liang Bingxue turned her head, biting her lip as she met his gaze. Everything was understood without words. Su Liang smiled slightly, then turned to Jiang Hao, his expression returning to calm. As for you, there's no need to waste your energy. Go explain to the police. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of police sirens grew louder. Jiang Hao's face paled instantly, his heart sinking. This was a blatant declaration of war. Su Liang had never intended to let this matter rest from the beginning. He remembered Su Liang's investigation results. Holding grudges, petty, and with zero tolerance. There was a man named Ji Xian who, simply for confessing his feelings to one of Su Liang's women, was ostracized and died a gruesome death. And then there was Mu Bai, who, for some unknown reason, offended him, and his billions went bankrupt overnight. Lin Hao, needless to say, was another story. The Su family wiped out his entire clan. Su Liang stole his fiancée, and yet he still died. Thinking back to how he kidnapped him, took a fancy to his woman, and even slapped him in the face, Jiang Hao was filled with despair. Regret, an overwhelming sense of remorse, spread through his heart. Ding Jiang Hao's mentality collapsed, villain value plus 1,000. Ding Jiang Hao felt remorse, villain value plus 1,000. At this moment, a group of fully armed police officers rushed in. Leading them was none other than Tang Xian, the second-in-command of the General Bureau. With Su Liang's help, Tang Xian's position skyrocketed. If it weren't for avoiding public attention, she could have gone even further. However, with Su Liang as her backer, she already held absolute power within the bureau.
She received a mission from Su Liang to arrest a few people. It was originally a small matter, something she could have easily ordered her subordinates to do. But because she hadn't seen her sweetheart in a long time and missed him, she led her team herself.
Cuff them all and take them away. Upon entering, Tang Xian glanced at the crowd and gave the order with a wave of her hand.
Swish, swish, swish.
A group of SWAT officers swarmed in, subduing the female bandits, their henchmen, and Jiang Hao and Yi Chen.
Neither of them resisted. Jiang Hao was afraid of the SWAT officers' guns. His current strength was still at the peak of the Ming Jin realm, and he could still be killed by a hail of bullets. Yi Chen, on the other hand, dared not reveal his true strength to the SWAT officers. After all, his identity was shady. If discovered, he'd either be executed or deported.
Ms. Liang, regarding this kidnapping, we need you to go to the station to give a statement. After everyone was taken away, Tang Xian approached Long Bingxue and spoke in an official tone. Her gaze darted back and forth between the two, and she blinked, a thought forming in her mind. Young Master Su, you took too much risk. We should have handled this. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, gave her an approving look, and spoke with fervor. The situation was urgent. I was afraid of alerting the enemy and putting Bingxue in danger. It sounded plausible, but it was really just to prevent others from ruining his plans. Liang Bingxue wasn't stupid, she understood immediately. So, Su Liang, upon learning of her kidnapping, hadn't called the police immediately. Instead, he came personally, worried about her safety, to rescue her. Only after she was safe did he call the police. No wonder they arrived so slowly. At this moment, Long Bingxue didn't know what to say. Su Liang, she was heartbroken. Tears welled up in her bright eyes, the light of her heart fluttering. Su Liang smiled and said to her, "Go on, I have to go to the company, so I won't stay with you." Liang Bingxue took a deep breath, nodded, and followed the police officer outside. Su Liang and Tang Xian walked behind. Because she missed him so much, Su Liang quietly grabbed his hand. Su Liang didn't stand on ceremony and put his arm around her waist. Just as they were about to leave the unfinished building, Tang Xian threw herself into his arms, wrapping her arms around Su Liang's neck and standing on tiptoe. Liang Bingxue, walking ahead, didn't notice, but was brought to the car. Yi Chen and Jiang Hao, turning around, saw everything. Jiang Hao had investigated the relationship between the two and showed no change in expression. He was already heartbroken. Yi Chen had also seen the two go to music together and had some suspicions about their relationship. He just never expected that Su Liang would do something like this behind Liang Bingxue's back. Just now, Su Liang had acted so affectionately, he had thought Su Liang truly loved Liang Bingxue. But then he turned around and started talking to another woman. Yi Chen was immediately furious and pointed at the two of them, shouting, "Bingxue, look! He's definitely lying about love. Look, they're being all lovey-dovey right in front of you." Liang Bingxue, lost in thought, frowned upon hearing Yi Chen's words. With a hint of doubt, she turned around in the direction Yi Chen was pointing. She saw Su Liang and Tang Xian talking, maintaining a safe distance, engaging in normal conversation. How could they be being lovey-dovey? Liang Bingxue glanced at Yi Chen with disgust. This guy is hopeless. His attempt to sow discord between her and Su Liang failed, and now he's trying to drive a wedge between her and Su Liang. Not only is he a scumbag, but he also seems rather dim-witted. His attempt to sow discord was too clumsy. No, they really were together just now, but they separated when you turned around. Yi Chen glared at Jiang Hao, his eyes bloodshot, gritting his teeth, and spoke fiercely. This guy saw it too. Tell me, weren't they kissing just now? Jiang Hao remained expressionless and silent. Liang Bingxue was too lazy to pay him any attention. Even a glance at someone like him was an eyesore. Asking Jiang Hao for proof? You two were just putting on an act. Who would believe his testimony? Bang, bang. Several police batons struck him. Behave yourself. If you slander Director Tang again, don't blame me for being impolite. A SWAT officer warned menacingly. Yi Chen also thought about his relationship with Jiang Hao. No, there's no relationship at all, right? He's still completely baffled as to why Jiang Hao wanted him to rescue Liang Bingshui. Yi Chen felt indignant and resentful.
This feeling of being wronged and unable to explain himself was incredibly frustrating. Ding Yi Chen has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 1000. Ding Yi Chen has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 1000.
Ding. Chapter 267. The sky collapses. A major earthquake hits Shanghai.
The invitation from the Liang family father and daughter.
What happened? Tang Xian walked over, feigning confusion as she saw the commotion.
A SWAT officer repeated Yi Chen's words.
Tang Xian's face darkened. Still not being honest?
You can slander me, but to actually frame young Master Su.
Give him a good beating.
I don't want to see him standing there when I get to the station.
Immediately, enhanced stun batons were used on Yi Chen.
After they left, Su Liang got into the red-clad car and typed a message.
Make your move. An operation targeting the Jiang family thus began.
Chairman, something terrible has happened. A group of investigators from the Industry and Commerce Bureau and the Tax Bureau have suddenly arrived at our group.
Chairman Jiang, look at the news. Our group's forced demolition of residential buildings is trending.
Master, many companies that were with our group have cancelled their cooperation and are now trying to suppress us.
Chairman Jiang.
John's father was having lunch at home when a series of calls came in, leaving him completely bewildered.
What was going on?
He was at the company that morning, everything was fine, and they had even closed a deal worth hundreds of billions. How could things change so drastically in the short time he was home for lunch?
To bring down a multi-billion-dollar group, ordinary investigations and commercial suppression wouldn't suffice. However, the Jiang family's main business is real estate.
Real estate is a highly profitable industry, and naturally, it involves a lot of shady dealings.
How could someone who builds a large and powerful real estate empire not have some blood on their hands? Otherwise, why would those holdouts agree to the demolition?
They paid a hefty sum to silence them, and with so many years having passed, it's impossible to trace anything.
But this doesn't include Su Liang's Skynet network. Its all-encompassing reach is no joke. Since he chose to target the Jiang family, he naturally made thorough preparations.
With this evidence of murder, coupled with investigations into tax evasion and substandard quality control, public opinion alone is enough to bring down this multi-billion-dollar conglomerate.
The Jiang family wants to use connections to smooth things over?
Sorry, who dares offend the Su family to help them? Therefore the Jiang family is finished.
Bankruptcy is only a matter of time. Jiang Hao's assessment of Su Liang was correct. Since they're enemies, they must be eliminated to silence them and prevent future trouble.
No choice, he's the protagonist, after all.
Protagonists are always surrounded by loyal followers. What if they come seeking revenge someday? Su Liang didn't want that to happen. Luckily, this was a modern city, not a fantasy world, otherwise Su Liang would have gone even further. He'd scatter the ashes, split the earthworms in the house upright, and shake the eggs until the yolks were broken. The phone kept ringing, and Zhang's father was completely bewildered, not understanding what was going on. Just then, another phone rang. Zhang's father nervously pressed the answer button. Dad, it's Jiang Hao. Howard, where are you? Come back right now.
To launch such a heavy blow against the Jiang family in such a short time, they must have been well prepared.
Although he didn't know who was behind it.
He knew the Jiang family was finished this time.
Zhang's father's first thought was of Jiang Hao, and he decided to send him abroad. Dad, listen to me first.
Hearing his father's anxious tone, Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat. He immediately and nervously recounted the kidnapping of Liang Bingshui.
As he continued, Zhang's father was stunned, his body trembling uncontrollably.
He had just been wondering who had such power. It turned out that the target of the Jiang family was Su Liang, and it was all because of his son's misdeeds. Just yesterday, Su Liang testified that the two had peacefully dissolved their engagement, and today you've kidnapped her.
No wonder Su Liang was furious.
He had repeatedly warned him not to offend Su Liang, not to oppose him. And this son had retaliated with something even more ruthless.
You unfilial son. He hurriedly hung up the phone.
If Jiang Hao were in front of him, Jiang's father would have strangled him without hesitation.
What a damn good for nothing.
Jiang's father was furious, but fortunately, his years in power had honed his composure, and he slowly calmed down.
He immediately found Su Liang's number and dialed it.
Now, the only one who could save the Jiang family was Su Liang. If he could show mercy, there was still a chance to salvage the situation.
Beep beep beep. Not long after, the call connected.
Young Master Su, I'm sorry, it's my fault for failing to discipline him properly, leading to this terrible mistake.
The chairman of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate was uttering such servile words, showing how terrified he was.
There was no sound from the other end.
Jiang's father composed himself and said, I know it's too late to say anything now.
As long as young Master Su spares the Jiang family, I'm willing to offer 50% of the Jiang family's shares. The Jiang family, one of the 4 major families in Shanghai, possesses assets worth hundreds of billions.
What does 50% of the shares mean?
Anyone else would certainly not refuse such a temptation. But for Su Liang, who controls several countries behind the scenes,
this amount of money is really nothing. Besides, if the Jiang family goes bankrupt, he can simply take over, right? Of course, Su Liang wouldn't reveal this reason. He paused, then said, people always have to pay for their actions. His true thought was, to avoid future trouble, you'd better just die obediently. Su Liang's refusal filled Jiang's father with despair, watching the Jiang family decline, each day feeling like an eternity. Time doesn't stop for anyone. Evening arrived in the blink of an eye. Su Liang drove to the Liang family home, to accept Liang Bingshue's invitation.
The gun was already loaded, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Before the car even arrived, a group of people could be seen standing at the entrance of the Liang family villa. Leading them were Liang Bingshue and her father, who led the group to greet them. In just one afternoon, the Jiang family, one of the 4 major families, was teetering on the brink of collapse. Various reports flooded the media, a veritable earthquake in Shanghai. As the chairman of the Liang Group, Mr. Liang was naturally aware of the incident.
He also knew who was behind it all. The reason was that Su Liang was seeking revenge for his daughter. He couldn't help but feel a deep fear towards the young master of the Su family, who was even younger than his daughter and whom he was about to meet. Mr. Liang learned what had happened from his daughter and was filled with hatred for Jiang Hao for kidnapping her. However, upon learning that Yi Chen was also involved, acting alongside Jiang Hao, he couldn't believe it. That was the king of assassins. How could he do such a thing? Upon learning that Su Liang had saved his daughter, Mr. Liang had a vague suspicion in his heart. However, he would never say it aloud. Should he tell his daughter that Su Liang might have orchestrated everything, and that Su Liang might have turned around and wiped out the Liang family as well? Sigh. He sighed, feeling helpless. It seemed his daughter couldn't escape Su Liang's clutches. He could only hope that Su Liang would treat her better. Chapter 268. A daughter grows up and leaves home. A treat from the female lead. Unfathomable. Su Liang got out of the car in front of the Liang family's house. Liang's father was about to greet him when his daughter, Liang Bingshue, rushed forward first. Bingshue, you're too kind, making such a grand entrance. Liang Bingshue shook her head, saying gratefully, compared to you saving me twice, this is nothing. Seeing his usually aloof daughter so obedient in front of Su Liang, Liang's father was stunned. This was the first time he had seen his daughter so close to a man. You see. Normally, Liang Bingshue always maintained a distant attitude towards men. Even towards her father, she was indifferent, only showing superficial respect. A pang of jealousy rose in Liang's father's heart. He felt like his precious daughter had been stolen. However, to be fair, this young master of the Su family was undeniably handsome. His face was exceptionally handsome, and his refined and approachable demeanor gave him a friendly air. Standing next to his daughter, they did indeed look very well matched.
Shaking his head, clearing his mind of his thoughts, Mr. Liang smiled and stepped forward.
Bing Shui is right, it's all as it should be.
Thank you for saving me twice, young master. After some pleasantries, Mr. Liang and his daughter invited Su Liang into the house.
The Liang family was a prominent clan.
The villa they lived in featured a blend of Chinese and Western architectural styles, magnificent and grand, yet retaining a classic charm. Leading Su Liang to the living room, Mr. Liang took out the prepared De Hong Pao tea and personally brewed it. He had built the Liang Group, worth tens of billions, from scratch, making him a man of great prestige. No one had ever made him brew tea for them before.
Today was an exception.
Whether it was Su Liang's identity or the fact that he had saved his daughter twice, he couldn't help but take him seriously. Young Master Su, you're so young yet already leading the Su Group, truly a remarkable young talent.
Uncle Liang, you flatter me. I'm merely benefiting from the family's legacy.
Uncle Liang, building the Liang Group from scratch, is the true role model for us all.
Father Lung chatted with Su Liang while making tea.
The more they talked, the more astonished he became. Most young talents, even those from top families, controlling a multi-billion-dollar corporation, would inevitably feel a little arrogant.
But Su Liang was different.
He showed no arrogance, his words were gentle and refined. This couldn't possibly be a young man in his early 20s. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have suspected that the person before him was a weathered, ancient figure in his 70s or 80s.
He was utterly unfathomable.
As the saying goes, your perspective is determined by your position.
Su Liang's extraordinary abilities were beyond his comprehension.
With the system's refined and amiable demeanor, and the secret control over the Galaxy Group, one of the world's top 500 companies, along with numerous other forces lurking in the shadows, he had long since reached a state of perfect composure, remaining unmoved even in the face of imminent collapse, which gave Liang's father this impression.
This person can only be a friend, not an enemy. This thought surfaced in Lung's father's mind.
This kind of person is truly terrifying. It's completely impossible to know what he's thinking.
One second they might be laughing and chatting with you, the next they could ruin your family.
Originally, seeing his daughter gradually falling into Su Liang's clutches, he had considered trying to stop her, but now he had completely given up on the idea. Whether or not his daughter could discover the problem was up to her, he'd better not try anything. While the two were talking, Liang Bingshui didn't just sit idly by, she personally peeled some fruit and brought it over.
Young Master Su, please try some fruit.
She picked out a small piece of fruit and offered it to Su Liang.
Thank you. Su Liang accepted it with a smile.
After brewing the tea, Liang's father invited them to drink, just in time to see this scene, and a pang of sadness struck him.
He hadn't been this kind of father to him before.
Now, bringing Su Liang fruit, and he, as a father, was here, yet he hadn't shown any filial piety. Noticing Su Liang looking at a messy table beside him, Liang's father's heart stirred. At his age, some things are beyond his capabilities, so it's natural to cultivate hobbies.
He liked Go.
When he was alone, he enjoyed playing by himself. It was a way to cultivate his mind and prevent his thinking from becoming rigid.
Young Master Su, you know Go too? The father asked curiously. Actually, Su Liang was just bored while chatting with him. He was thinking about how to win over his daughter tonight, which was why he was staring blankly at the Go board on the table. He hadn't expected the father to ask this, and Su Liang smiled slightly. I know a little. The kitchen is still busy, and there's still some time before dinner. How about we play a couple of games?
Seeing his daughter interacting so intimately with Su Liang made him uncomfortable, and he wanted to find something to interrupt.
What if Su Liang's Go skills were actually bad?
He had already planned it out. He would pretend he wasn't very good either.
Anyway, he wouldn't embarrass Su Liang.
All right.
Su Liang didn't refuse.
He wasn't interested in listening to this guy's nonsense, he'd rather play some chess to pass the time.
So the two sat down at the chessboard. After pouring tea for them, Liang's father began setting up the pieces. You place a piece, I place a piece.
At first, both played very quickly, almost without thinking.
But later, Liang's father hesitated to make a move.
In a short time, he lost 2 games. In the new game, he was stumped by a piece Su Liang placed.
A miscalculation.
He hadn't expected Su Liang to be so skilled at chess.
He had even thought of letting Su Liang win, but after playing chess for over a decade, he was completely outmatched by Su Liang, who was only in his 20s. Liang's father's old face flushed with embarrassment. He was still pondering his next move, scratching his head. Su Liang casually glanced at his watch and said. The reason was different from before. He chose to have dinner in the evening to play a little flirtation with Liang Bingxue. He figured Liang Bingxue wouldn't be able to eat lunch today. According to information from his men monitoring Zhanghao, Liang Bingxue was about to be kidnapped. Tonight wasn't just about Liang Bingxue inviting him to dinner, it was about him taking advantage of her. One act of heroism had already changed this icy CEO's attitude. What about 2 acts of heroism? It would be unreasonable not to repay him with his body. Thanks to the 2 main characters for their assists. A good person has 18 children in their lifetime. Alright then. Liang Bingxue didn't seem to mind, instead curiously surveying the pavilions and towers of the Su family compound. She wanted to get closer to Su Liang. Last night, Su Liang risked his life for her previous aloofness was truly rude. In the past, Su Liang would have shown her around, perhaps even taking the opportunity to do something. Now, there was no need. She didn't want to disrupt Zhanghao's plans, she was still counting on his help. Seeing that Su Liang had no intention of showing her around, Liang Bingxue felt a little disappointed and made an excuse to leave. Watching her departing figure, a smile appeared in Su Liang's eyes. We'll meet again soon. Near noon. Liang Bingxue left the company and was turning a corner. 2 trucks happened to drive up to the gate, blocking the security guard's view. Several women, already disguised as passers-by and lying in ambush nearby, made their move. They acted swiftly and decisively, clearly having undergone specialized training. Liang Bingxue was tied up and forced into a car before she could even cry for help. They stepped on the gas and merged into traffic. Just then, the truck drove past the gate, and the security guards assumed their CEO had been picked up. Inside the kidnapper's car, several women held Liang Bingxue captive. The lead kidnapper made a phone call. Boss, mission accomplished. Good, immediately take her to the abandoned building in the eastern suburbs. Liang Bingxue was still conscious. Hearing that familiar voice, her pupils widened instantly. It was Zhanghao. What did he want? Mum. Liang Bingxue's eyes seemed to spit fire as she shook her head, trying to break free of the gag. Behave yourself. If I were to cut such a pretty face, it wouldn't be beautiful. The female kidnapper put down her phone, revealing a butterfly knife. She brandished it a few times on Liang Bingxue's face. Seeing this, Liang Bingxue stopped struggling. Her eyes regained their composure as she coldly stared at the kidnappers. That's more like it. We're just following orders. Being honest is better for everyone. The female bandit leader put down her phone, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Unbeknownst to her, one of her female kidnappers had a barely perceptible glint in her sleeve. It was a security camera. On the other side of the camera, Su Liang sat on the sofa in his office, observing everything that was happening. He had seen the kidnapping of the women. This was an undercover agent he had planted. Hiring his subordinates was a precaution, in case anything went wrong and the rescue wasn't timely. Having a Skynet assassin in there was enough to keep the situation under control. Scene change. The scene shifts to Zhanghao getting into a car and heading towards the abandoned building in the eastern suburbs. The show's about to begin, how could I be left out? Su Liang shrugged, patted his secretary's head, who was giving him a massage, and walked out of the office. Zhanghao sat in the car, his clenched fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly. His heart was pounding with anxiety. Whether he could defy fate depended on this gamble. Kidnapping Liang Bingxue was a major plot point. As long as he played his part, he'd receive a hefty reward. Then he'd have the strength to rival the protagonist, Yi Chen, and that Su Liang. If he won, he'd rise to power. If he lost, nothing should happen, right?
It was a kidnapping, but he wouldn't actually harm Liang Bingxue, he could just compensate her later.
For some reason, a strong sense of unease welled up inside Jiang Hao.
Now, the die was cast, he had no choice but to go.
Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and gave instructions to his trusted bodyguard. Call Yi Chen. Yi Chen is the protagonist of this drama.
His heroic rescue, followed by a beating, will pretty much conclude the story.
The bodyguard, seeing this, didn't hesitate.
He picked up his phone and dialed Yi Chen's number, which he had found through his investigation. When the call connected, he feigned panic.
It's terrible, Brother Chen. President Liang has been kidnapped.
Anyway, Yi Chen hadn't been in the Liang Group's security department for long, he probably didn't even recognize all the security guards there.
Pretending wouldn't get him noticed.
What did you say? Yi Chen was still lying in bed, his face filled with utter despair. His sister didn't trust him, his parents didn't trust him, and even the person he loved didn't believe him. Even with 10 years of tempering his character in the underworld, he was starting to feel the strain.
He was completely abandoned.
Hearing the phone ring, he casually picked it up, his face paling with shock. I was on duty at noon, and I saw the CEO just step out the door when he was kidnapped.
Where are you now? Did you see what the kidnappers look like? Do you know where they took him?
I found a car to follow them, they're heading towards the eastern suburbs.
Brother Chen, you have to come quick. They outnumber us, only you can save the CEO. Okay, you better stay close, I'm coming right away.
Hanging up the phone, without even packing, Yi Chen took off running.
Chapter 263. The iceberg CEO is completely fallen.
The protagonist's mentality explodes.
The kidnappers and Jiang Hao's car arrived at the unfinished building almost simultaneously.
Liang Bingxue, bound by ropes, was let out of the car. Seeing that it was indeed Jiang Hao, her eyes immediately filled with rage. She knew her ex-fiancé was eccentric and lawless, but she never expected him to be this arrogant. He dared to kidnap her in broad daylight.
Jiang Hao felt somewhat guilty. He waved his hand, signaling for someone to take her inside.
He needed to gather his emotions and begin the next part of his plan.
Liang Bingxue was taken to a small room in the unfinished building.
It had been pre-arranged, looking similar to a hotel. Calculating the time, and deciding it was about right, Jiang Hao entered. Seeing Liang Bingxue about to speak, Jiang Hao ordered the female kidnapper beside him to remove the gag from her mouth.
Jiang Hao, this is kidnapping. What do you want?
Now able to speak, Liang Bingxue glared and angrily questioned him.
What do I want to do?
Jiang Hao instantly got into character, speaking with a hint of madness.
You forced me to do this.
I like you so much, and you ignore me all the time, but why did you have to break off the engagement?
It's your honor to like you, yet you've rejected me time and time again. Weren't you so aloof? Try being aloof again now.
You'll regret it if you fall into my hands. His tone shifted between grief and rage and maniacal laughter, perfectly portraying a crazed villain.
Liang Bingxue's face turned pale with anger.
A sudden fear gripped her.
A normal person could negotiate.
But a madman acts without considering the consequences.
Liang Bingxue didn't ask why she was kidnapped. In this critical moment, she thought of Su Liang.
Taking a deep breath, she said coldly.
Don't forget we've already dissolved our engagement. Young Master Su was the witness yesterday, and you kidnapped me today. Completely disregarding young Master Su's feelings? Are you trying to make him your enemy? Hoping that revealing Su Liang's identity would make this madman think twice. Jiang Hao's expression changed upon hearing this.
Su Liang, of course, he couldn't afford to offend him right now.
He hadn't even considered provoking Su Liang. I'm just grabbing you, that's all. Jiang Hao was currently acting, playing the arrogant and domineering madman. If he backed down, all his efforts would be wasted. So, he arrogantly said. So what if I'm his enemy?
We're both direct descendants of the four great families, what gives him the right to be so high and mighty? Just a hypocrite, one day I'll tear off his mask. It wasn't all acting. As Jiang Hao spoke, he revealed his true feelings.
Gradually, he realized something was wrong. It was too quiet.
Looking closely, he saw Liang Bingxue and several female bandits staring intently at him, or rather, at what was behind him. A calm voice sounded from behind him.
Is that so? Jiang Hao jolted.
Immediately afterwards, a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head.
Su Liang.
Jiang Hao slowly turned his head and saw Su Liang looking at him with a playful expression.
Only then did the female bandits react, grabbing their weapons and preparing to subdue Su Liang.
But one person was faster than them.
The woman in red moved with lightning speed, quickly dispatching the bandits. Rewind to 1 minute earlier. After arriving at the abandoned building, Su Liang didn't immediately rush in to play the hero. He was waiting for an opportunity.
Such a good chance to boost his villainous reputation. Of course, he'd wait until Yi Chen arrived as well. When he sensed a powerful opportunity rapidly approaching, Su Liang finally ordered the woman in red to attack.
Dozens of bodyguards surrounded the abandoned building, but they were no match for the woman in red. Su Liang swaggered in. I didn't realize you were so dissatisfied with me. Fine, very well. Su Liang withdrew his gaze, ignoring Jiang Hao. It was all an act. Who was playing whom? The Su family had thus obtained an excuse to attack the Jiang family. Actually, Su Liang didn't need any excuse to destroy the Jiang family.
Why should he, Su Liang, need to explain his actions to others? It's just that the excuse came from Jiang Hao's mouth. If he wiped out the Jiang family, wouldn't his villainous value skyrocket? Su Liang approached Liang Bingxue, untied the ropes binding her, and said with concern,
Are you all right? I'm sorry I'm late.
Liang Bingxue shook her head, tears welling in her eyes, deeply moved. Su Liang had saved her once again. If Su Liang hadn't appeared in time, the consequences of facing the madman Jiang Hao would have been unimaginable. Seeing this, Su Liang instinctively pulled her into his arms, wiping away a few tears from her cheeks.
It's all right now, I'm here.
Because of these words, Liang Bingxue's tears could no longer be held back, streaming down her face. Compared to other women, she was already very strong. She endured assassination attempts and kidnapping.
But Su Liang's concern brought her to tears. Bang! A loud crash echoed at the door.
The door was kicked open. Yi Chen stormed in, panting, then froze, his eyes wide with shock. Then, he erupted in fury.
Stop! Let go of Bingxue. Yi Chen had rushed over after receiving the news, not yet understanding the situation. Seeing the woman he loved throwing herself into the arms of his enemy, how could he tolerate it? He was about to rush at Su Liang to fight him. Su Liang had a mysterious expert by his side, and he was no match for him. He couldn't care less about that now. Get out!
Liang Bingxue stepped out of Su Liang's arms, saw the furious Yi Chen, and coldly uttered a single word.
Yi Chen stopped, speaking anxiously.
I heard you were kidnapped, so I rushed over immediately.
Tell me, did he threaten you? I'll definitely teach him a lesson for you. She spoke while glaring angrily at Su Liang. Liang Bingxue's eyebrows furrowed. Who do you want to teach a lesson to? What threat?
Young Master Su came to rescue me.
Yi Chen's mind went blank.
A flash of insight struck him, and combining it with the images of the unconscious thugs around the unfinished building, he finally understood what was going on. It must be that this young Master Jiang had kidnapped Liang Bingxue, and Su Liang had rushed over to rescue her. But this only made him more frustrated. He had rushed over in a panic, but because he was a step too late, all the credit for the hero's rescue fell on Su Liang.
Look at the way Liang Bingxue looked at Su Liang, she was completely smitten. Chapter 264. The show begins. The acting skills unleash. The protagonist's fear.
Yi Chen grew increasingly angry, abruptly turning to look at Jiang Hao, who stood frozen in place.
It was all that bastard's fault.
Last night, Su Liang put on a show for him, causing Liang Bingxue's attitude to change, and now she was completely smitten.
If you're going to kidnap someone, at least do it properly.
Letting Su Liang know was one thing, but at least hold out a little longer.
It was over before I even got there.
Yi Chen even suspected that Jiang Hao had conspired with Su Liang, putting on an act to deceive Liang Bingshua's feelings. He was increasingly furious, but backing down only made him feel more cheated. Without a word, Yi Chen rushed forward and punched Jiang Hao in the face. Then he proceeded to beat the fallen Jiang Hao mercilessly.
Yi Chen was completely enraged, and his blows lacked restraint. The sounds of breaking bones and snapping tendons could be faintly heard. Ah!
The room echoed with screams of agony, like pigs being slaughtered. Jiang Hao finally snapped out of his daze after Yi Chen's brutal beating, the fear lingering in his heart.
He dared to kidnap Liang Bingshue because he was confident he could handle everything. Firstly, Liang Bingshue was currently focused on her business.
The Liang group was facing difficulties again, and his Jiang family could solve the problem with a few collaborations. Of course, most importantly, he wouldn't harm her. Between offending the Jiang family, one of the four great families, and resolving the company's predicament, without suffering any harm, he believed Liang Bingshue would make the wise choice. But all of this was predicated on Su Liang's ignorance. Su Liang had testified yesterday, and today he had kidnapped Liang Bingshue, a blatant slap in the face. To make matters worse, Su Liang had overheard his inner monologue, which he was so deeply immersed in.
Wanting to kill Su Liang, was that something he could just say out loud?
Based on his investigation of Su Liang's vengeful and ruthless nature, Jiang Hao panicked. Feeling the blows landing on his body, he couldn't help but think of his own script. Kidnapping Liang Bingshue, threatening her, then the protagonist arrives to rescue her, only to beat him, the villain, senseless.
The process was logical, but the protagonist was Yi Chen, not Su Liang.
Another mission failure.
Su Liang ruined everything again.
Ding Jiang Hao has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 1000. Ding Jiang Hao has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 1000.
Ding. The two protagonists were fighting like dogs.
A smile flashed in Su Liang's eyes as he said to Liang Bingshue,
"Let's go." Liang Bingshue looked at the beaten-up Jiang Hao without a trace of sympathy.
Withdrawing her icy gaze, her expression softened as she looked at Su Liang, and she softly replied,
"Okay." Then, Su Liang took Liang Bingshue's hand and walked towards the door.
Just as the two were about to leave, a hoarse, anxious voice rang out.
Wait a minute."
It was Jiang Hao who spoke. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and slowly got up from the ground. He had to explain things to Su Liang.
Otherwise, if the Su family were to attack the Jiang family wouldn't be able to withstand it.
Having transmigrated, he didn't have much affection for Jiang's father, but Jiang's father had always been incredibly good to him.
If he caused the Jiang family's bankruptcy, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life.
The two stopped and turned to look at him.
Liang Bingshue looked resentful, while Su Liang was intrigued.
The script had progressed to this point, and he had achieved his goal, winning Liang Bingshue's heart. However, there was still a bug in the plot. His appearance was far too coincidental. To fix this bug, he needed to use the instigator's words. Only after explaining things clearly would Liang Bingshue be completely devoted to him.
Now, the show was about to begin. Actually, it was just a joke. I didn't mean to hurt Liang Bingshue.
Jiang Hao gritted his teeth. Now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to tell the whole story.
Hoping to beg Su Liang to show leniency. Upon hearing this, Liang Bingshue laughed in fury.
He kidnapped her here, and just moments ago he arrogantly threatened her, now he's telling her it was a joke.
Are you kidding a 3-year-old?
Nobody would believe that.
No, Su Liang believed it.
He witnessed everything from behind the scenes. Jiang Hao truly hadn't intended to harm Liang Bingshue, nor would he dare.
Su Liang believed it, but he wouldn't say it aloud.
He maintained his cold, angry demeanor, as if he were angry for Liang Bingshue. Yi Chen, gradually regaining his composure, his expression shifting rapidly after hearing Jiang Hao's words. Could it be that what he suspected was true?
These two were putting on an act.
Yi Chen was excited, convinced this was the truth, and immediately spoke to Liang Bingshue.
That's right, it was all a show they put on.
First, Jiang Hao kidnapped you, then Su Liang came to your rescue at the crucial moment, trying to win your favor.
Bing Xue, don't be fooled by them.
Ha, if he hadn't been so perceptive and noticed something was amiss, he really would have been fooled by those two.
Now it's backfired. He believed that once he revealed the truth, Liang Bingxue would definitely turn against Su Liang.
All of Su Liang's schemes, including his acting in front of him last night, had gone down the drain. At this moment, Yichen felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction.
Liang Bingxue was slightly startled.
Actually, she also felt that all of this was too coincidental.
Didn't Su Liang say he had an important meeting at noon?
Jiang Hao hadn't kidnapped her for very long, how could he have arrived just in time to rescue her? Everything seemed shrouded in mystery. However, out of gratitude towards Su Liang, she had kept this doubt buried in her heart.
Unexpectedly, Yichen brought it up. Liang Bingxue's expression immediately changed, her tone icy. What nonsense are you talking about? How could young Master Su be that kind of person? I haven't even asked you how you ended up here. Yichen quickly explained. I heard about it from the company security guard.
He happened to see you being kidnapped and then notified me. As you know, I've been working in the security room for over a month, and I have a few good friends there. They thought I was capable, so they told me to come rescue you. Finally, Su Liang spoke up.
Coincidentally, I was also notified by the company's security guards.
Swish, swish. Two pairs of eyes turned to him simultaneously.
Yichen was furious. How could it be such a coincidence? What he said, Su Liang also said. He was increasingly convinced that it was a staged hero saves the damsel in distress act. Yichen immediately sneered. Hey, keep making things up. Do you even know the company's security guards? Su Liang ignored him, instead facing Liang Bingxue with a deeply affectionate expression. He was about to put on his acting show. Chapter 265 Mission Within a Mission.
The treacherous nature of human hearts.
The female lead, Laszlo's eyes. It was an afternoon.
Something urgent came up at the company, and I rushed over to handle it.
Just as I was passing through the trade market, I happened to run into you. The setting sun was casting its glow on you. Just like that, just one glance at you in the crowd, and I could never forget you. After that, I had someone investigate you, to find out everything about you.
At that time, I bribed one of your company's security guards to observe your movements and report back to me.
He saw you being kidnapped today and immediately called me. I rushed over right away. I apologize for not informing you and for bribing people at your company.
A perfectly timed apologetic expression appeared on Su Liang's face as he said this.
He wasn't entirely lying.
He had indeed bribed several security guards at Liang Bingxue's company.
He could just have one of them cover for him later. The fake became real. Liang Bingxue suddenly realized.
This explained why Su Liang had arrived so quickly.
Young Master Su, don't say that.
If that security guard hadn't notified you in time, I might be finished.
I should be thanking you.
She paused, seemingly remembering something, and quickly asked.
Oh, didn't you say you had an important meeting at noon? You now. Su Liang waved his hand dismissively. A meeting is nothing compared to you. Liang Bingxue's face flushed instantly.
She had never heard such sweet words before. Hearing Su Liang say them made her blush and her heart race. Seeing this, Yichen was furious. He underestimated Su Liang's shamelessness, he managed to cover it up completely.
It was truly insidious. Bingxue, don't listen to his nonsense. He's still lying to you.
Make him call that security guard out for a confrontation.
Cough, cough. Jiang Hao's coughs interrupted Yichen. He clutched his chest, vomiting blood. He recounted the kidnapping of Liang Bingxue, its execution, and its current outcome.
When he heard him talk about planning the kidnapping of Liang Bingxue, a cold smile curled at the corner of Yichen's lips. The main culprit has been revealed, let's see how you explain this now. However, his expression gradually changed. He picked at his ear, somewhat incredulous at what he was hearing.
Jiang Hao had indeed deliberately planned the kidnapping.
But he had been notified to come and play the hero, not Su Liang.
Jiang Hao did all this for him. What the hell? Yi Chen's mind went blank.
Sensing Liang Bingshue's hostile gaze, Yi Chen became enraged and grabbed Jiang Hao by the collar.
What nonsense are you spouting?
Why would I play this kind of trick with you?
You're trying to frame me, aren't you? It was Su Liang who was acting with you. I'm telling the truth.
Jiang Hao broke free from his grasp and found his trusted bodyguard. Thankfully, he had only been knocked unconscious by the woman in red. He wasn't dead. After waking him up, Yi Chen made him take out his phone and check his call history. He compared the bodyguard's voice again and confirmed that it was indeed him impersonating a security guard who notified Yi Chen. Yi Chen was struck dumb, completely stunned. He had wanted Su Liang to bring the security guards for a confrontation, but now he'd exposed the charade first.
Outrageous! This is utterly absurd.
Damn it, he thought Jiang Hao was acting with Su Liang, but it turns out he was the one playing the hero.
Following Jiang Hao's script, he would have saved Liang Bingshue and gained her favor. He would be the beneficiary, completely inexplicable. But the crucial point is he really wasn't acting with Jiang Hao. They weren't even close, were they? He had beaten him up several times when they met. Why would he be so kind? The evidence showed he was the beneficiary. But in reality, Su Liang was the real beneficiary, and he had become the scapegoat. Suddenly, Yi Chen understood.
Jiang Hao wanted to use this method to get revenge on him.
It can only be said people are treacherous. The schemes are all interconnected.
A top-tier young master, actually playing so many tricks on an honest man like him.
Does the city have to be this cunning?
At this moment, Yi Chen felt the city's overwhelming malice towards him. Su Liang, unhurried, picked up the teacup beside him and leisurely took a sip.
The teacup had barely been set down when Liang Bingshue brought over the teapot and refilled his cup.
Young Master Su, have a grape. Every now and then, Liang Bingshue would peel a grape and personally feed it to Su Liang.
Like a gentle and virtuous young wife. This scene, however, remained unseen by Liang's father. What does it mean to lift a stone only to drop it on one's own foot? This was it. He had only wanted to avoid seeing his daughter give Su Liang fruit, but now she was feeding him. They say daughters grow up and leave home, and here he was, her father, already showing off their affection. Didn't she notice he was sweating? His daughter didn't even stop him to ease the awkwardness. Finally, Su Liang spoke up. How about we call it a day? Dinner's almost ready. Yes, let's eat first. Father Liang quickly seized the opportunity, flattering him. Young Master Su is too modest. I'm far from matching his chess skills. Chapter 269 The Heroine's Gratitude. Family member +1. Danger foreshadowing. A lavish spread of exquisite dishes quickly filled the table. Mr. Liang warmly invited Su Liang to sit down and had several bottles of wine opened. Feeling sorry for his daughter, he poured wine for himself and Su Liang but not for her. Young Master Su, it's a rare treat for you to come today, let's drink until we drop. A hint of a smile flashed in Su Liang's eyes. He wasn't exactly benevolent, so of course he wouldn't refuse. Liang Bingshue ignored her father's kindness and poured herself a full glass. Her best friend had told her before that Su Liang would drink a little with his meals. What would it mean if she didn't drink? Su Liang had saved her life twice, she had to thank him properly. Mr. Liang opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Young Master Su, thank you for saving my daughter twice, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Having poured the wine, Mr. Liang picked up his glass. Liang Bingshue thanked Su Liang again. Su Liang feigned politeness, then the three of them raised their glasses and drank their wine in one gulp. Young Master Su, please don't be shy. Take whatever you like, make yourself at home. Setting down his glass, Liang's father urged everyone to eat. He picked up his own glass, intending to pour wine for Su Liang. But found his daughter had already poured for him. Liang's father smiled awkwardly and filled his own glass, feeling quite annoyed.
King crab, bluefin tuna, cordyceps, bird's nest, bear paw. These were rare dishes. Even he himself didn't eat them often, and there was also top-quality red wine. This meal cost no less than 10 million, all specially prepared to entertain Su Liang.
Su Liang nodded slightly. The three chatted idly while enjoying their meal, occasionally clinking their glasses together. As they ate, Mr. Liang was stunned. His beloved daughter was actually putting food into Su Liang's bowl. "Young Master Su, please try this."
It turned out that Liang Bingxue noticed this dish was a bit far from Su Liang, and having heard from her best friend that he liked it, she had personally placed it in his bowl.
"Thank you, I can do it myself." Su Liang replied with feigned indifference, feeling more confident about the evening.
Liang Bingxue had initially been a little nervous, afraid of being rejected by Su Liang. Compared to offering fruit, putting food in his bowl was clearly a more intimate gesture.
After all, it was her chopsticks. Seeing that Su Liang didn't refuse, Liang Bingxue relaxed and became even more enthusiastic. Mr. Liang sat alone to the side, silently eating his rice. He had a strange feeling of being an outsider, a third wheel.
After hearing his daughter's account of what happened, the father had sensed something was wrong.
Seeing Su Liang today confirmed his suspicions. In other words, Su Liang was deceiving his daughter's feelings. And yet, he couldn't say anything. This feeling was incredibly frustrating. He'd rather not know that Su Liang was behind it all, at least that would make him feel better. It was all his fault. If he had enough power, he wouldn't have stood by and watched his daughter fall into the abyss. The more he thought about it, the more suffocated he felt. Mr. Liang picked up his wine glass and kept chugging, drinking alone in silence. What he didn't notice was some medicinal powder floated into his glass and he swallowed it.
This was, of course, Su Liang's doing. The powder was nothing more than something to help with deep sleep, preventing him from being woken by any noise. Time slowly passed, and the meal was almost over. Mr. Liang had been drinking in silence, completely disoriented.
Liang Bingxue had also drunk quite a bit and was slightly tipsy. Only Su Liang was completely unaffected. With his constitution, this amount of alcohol wouldn't bother him at all.
But now he was swaying unsteadily, utterly drunk.
"Thank you for the hospitality. It's getting late, I should go back." Su Liang shook his head and stood up.
Mr. Liang was still somewhat conscious. How could he let Su Liang leave in this state?
"He's so drunk, what if something happens?" She quickly urged him to stay. "It's so late, what's the point of going back, young Master Su? There are plenty of rooms at home."
"Bingxue, please take him to a guest room." Liang Bingxue had the same thought.
"Young Master Su, please don't go back. Rest here for the night."
Su Liang glanced at the night outside, hesitated for a moment, and then agreed.
"Then I'll trouble you."
Afterwards, Liang Bingxue helped Su Liang up and led him to the guest room upstairs. Once inside, Liang Bingxue helped Su Liang take off his shoes and change his coat. Just as she finished tidying up and was about to leave, her hand was grabbed.
"Bingxue, don't go. You know? I've liked you for a long time." Hearing Su Liang's drunken confession, Liang Bingxue bit her lip.
She thought of the 2 times Su Liang had saved her. Once, he shielded her from a bullet; another time, despite having an important meeting, he rushed to her rescue, fearing to alert the enemy. Each act deeply touched her heart. Therefore, faced with Su Liang's confession, her emotions finally erupted.
"Ding, do you wish to bring Liang Bingxue into the family? Make her a member?"
Liang Bingxue's favorability had long been sufficient. Reaching this point was a natural progression.
Su Liang didn't hesitate and chose yes. The next moment.
"Ding, congratulations, host, family member +1, you have gained danger foresight."
Danger foresight, foresee danger 3 seconds in advance. Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly. This reward is quite good. It's a decent life-saving skill. Don't underestimate the power of foreseeing danger 3 seconds in advance. Among top experts, a single second can determine life and death.
Su Liang considered himself quite strong now, but who knew how deep the waters of this world ran? Better safe than sorry. Ever since meeting the Emperor of Fengdu, he had a feeling that the protagonists he would encounter from now on would become increasingly powerful.
Having this skill was equivalent to having countless extra lives. The next day, nearing noon. After the nanny prepared lunch, Father Liang asked a servant to wake his daughter for breakfast.
It's strange that his disciplined daughter would sleep in so late. She must have drunk too much the night before.
Wasn't he the same? Last night was his best night's sleep ever. No dreams, no middle-aged urinary incontinence, and he woke up noon.
But when he saw his daughter and Su Liang walking downstairs together, Mr. Liang was dumbfounded. His daughter's eyes were bright and clear, and she seemed to have grown up overnight, exuding a mature charm. Especially now, walking with Su Liang, her face was full of happiness, yet her brows furrowed slightly from time to time. Su Liang hadn't changed, he remained as calm and collected as ever.
Uncle Liang, good afternoon.
Arriving at the table, Su Liang greeted him with a smile. But in Mr. Liang's eyes, that smile was heartbreaking.
He forced a smile. Good. Chapter 270 Secret Talk Between Best Friends. The female lead is confused. I seduced Su Liang?
The meal was a bittersweet experience. Several times, Mr. Liang opened his mouth to speak, but then hesitated. The scene from the previous night replayed in his mind. When Su Liang was about to leave, it was he who had asked him to stay. Thinking of this, Mr. Liang's heart bled. He wanted to slap himself.
He had let a wolf into the house.
He had resolved not to interfere, but he had intervened anyway, inadvertently helping Su Liang.
What difference was there between this and pushing his daughter into a fire pit?
Actually, if Su Liang truly loved his daughter, that would be fine. But he knew Su Liang's character, he would never wholeheartedly love one woman. Mr. Liang sat to one side, heartbroken. Liang Bingxue and Su Liang, on the other hand, were inseparable, treating each other with utmost respect, their attitude even better than the night before.
She kept piling food into Su Liang's bowl.
From childhood, she had always kept her distance from men. But once she fully accepted Su Liang, her emotions exploded uncontrollably. The longer they were suppressed, the more violently they rebounded.
Su Liang couldn't help but sigh, his efforts hadn't been in vain.
There was still a small problem. That was her best friend, Lu Rulan. If she found out that Lu Rulan had schemed against her from the beginning, things would get complicated.
A falling out would be inevitable. But that wasn't Su Liang's concern. No matter how much the two women fought over him, he was the one who benefited. After dinner, Su Liang and Liang Bingxue left together. Liang Bingxue still had many things to handle at her company.
Fortunately, Su Liang had promised to help her resolve the company crisis, so she wouldn't be under as much pressure as before. She and Su Liang had just confirmed their relationship, and of course she wanted to be together forever, but her body couldn't take it. Not long after arriving at the company, Lu Rulan arrived. Yesterday she was dealing with matters at her own company, and upon hearing the news of her best friend's kidnapping this morning, she rushed over.
The major news outlets knew about Liang Bingxue's kidnapping yesterday. However, because the main perpetrator was the eldest son of one of the four major families, the Zhang family, they dared not report it. Today was different.
The Zhang family was teetering on the brink of collapse under pressure from various forces.
Its subsidiaries were embroiled in tax evasion and construction quality issues.
Banks were relentlessly pursuing debts, and employees were staging a strike in protest. Especially since the group's CEO was suspected of murder and was about to face imprisonment.
Now is the time to strike while the iron is hot. Former enemies of the Zhang family have all surfaced.
Some ambitious individuals have also jumped in, wanting a piece of the pie. And after learning that the Su family is the one targeting the Zhang family, everyone knows the Zhang family is finished. So the major newspapers are no longer afraid, and they've exposed all the Zhang family's misdeeds over the years.
The most explosive news is that the eldest son of the Zhang family has kidnapped the president of the Liang Group.
Bingxue, I heard you were kidnapped. Lu Rulan looked at her best friend with concern, curiously examining her and circling around her.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
Liang Bingxue smiled, feeling a warm glow inside from having such a caring best friend.
What happened? That guy's gone mad, daring to kidnap you. Lu Rulin was furious.
She only had one best friend like this, and it was unacceptable for someone to try and harm her. Although she had helped Su Liang deal with her best friend, providing intelligence and support, she didn't feel she had harmed her friend. Su Liang was so perfect, rich, powerful, and influential, being his woman would be such a blissful thing. Seeing her best friend so angry, Liang Bingxue quickly comforted her.
Then she recounted the kidnapping incident from yesterday in detail.
Upon hearing that her kidnapping was a setup by Jiang Hao and Yi Chen, Lu Rulin chimed in with her curses.
I knew those two weren't good people. It's good I advised you to cut ties with them.
Liang Bingxue nodded in deep agreement. Thinking about yesterday still terrified her. She decided to be extremely careful around anyone who came to the company from now on. You said it was young Master Su who saved you. Then, she heard that at the crucial moment, it was Su Liang who appeared and saved her. Lu Rulin's eyes gradually changed. 2 days ago, she was rescued by a hero. Yesterday, Su Liang saved her again.
Lu Rulin could already imagine her best friend falling for him. Wait.
She hadn't noticed before, but now she realized her best friend's cheeks were flushed, and there was a mature woman's allure in her eyes.
Could it be?
The fire of gossip burned fiercely in Lu Rulin's heart. I say, could it be that young Master Su saved you, and then you offered yourself to him? Meeting her best friend's teasing gaze, Liang Bingxue's aloof expression crumbled, and she shyly lowered her head.
Seeing her like this, how could Lu Rulin not understand?
Finally, having completed Su Liang's task, she breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a pang of sadness.
This also meant that with another woman, Su Liang's love would be taken away.
As long as Su Liang still had feelings for her, that was enough. Shaking her head, clearing her mind of these chaotic thoughts, Lu Rulin teased.
When did this happen? You did something so big and didn't even tell me.
Liang Bingxue blushed even more, hesitated for a moment, and then told her about inviting Su Liang to her home for dinner last night.
Tisk, I didn't see that coming.
Our iceberg CEO suddenly had a change of heart and got Mr. Su drunk.
No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense.
Faced with her best friend's teasing, Liang Bingxue shook her head 3 times.
I didn't have those kinds of thoughts. She was wronged. Last night was clearly just a coincidence. How could it sound like she did it on purpose? All right, stop explaining. I know someone as perfect as young Master Su needs to be won over early. You did the right thing. Lu Rulin waved her hand like a doting older sister. Liang Bingxue stared blankly, stamping her foot, almost crying with anxiety. She really didn't mean to seduce Su Liang.
But she quickly froze. She heard Lu Rulin lean closer and whisper.
Tell me how it feels. Call me sister, and I can teach you 18 kinds of dance, guaranteed to win over young Master Su. Liang Bingxue.
Ring.
Su Group. President's Office. Su Liang was listening idly to Manager Rin Shanshan's earnest work report.
Suddenly, his cell phone rang.
Su Liang picked it up and saw it was Yi Liuli calling.
A thought flashed through his mind, and he knew what was going on. He smiled and pressed the answer button.
Brother Liang, something happened at home.
I just received a call from the police station saying that Yi Chen is an assassin.
Chapter 271, a deadly trap set for the protagonist. The nightmare begins. Stunned.
Brother Liang, did I disturb you? Su Liang had just answered the phone when Yi Liuli's clear voice came from the other end, though it sounded hesitant.
How could I? I'm overjoyed that Liuli called me. Su Liang smiled, speaking ambiguously. Why did you think of calling me? Did you miss me?
Yi Liuli was at home at the moment. Hearing this, her initial anxiety instantly turned into shyness. Thinking of the happy times she had spent with Su Liang, she couldn't help but blush. When she saw her parents' worried faces, Yi Liuli calmed down.
Brother Liang, something happened at home. What happened? Don't worry, tell me slowly.
It's like this. Yi Lioli told them about the phone call she had just received. The police had told them that her brother, who had recently returned, was actually working as an assassin overseas.
My parents don't know what to do, so I thought of brother Liang and called to ask. I know.
You stay home, I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Su Liang's expression remained unchanged.
He tapped the table rhythmically, the thump sounding crisp in the quiet office. Yes, this was all his scheme. He was the one who provided Tang Xian with the information about Yi Chen's assassin, along with some evidence, and had her inform Yi Chen's family. This was yet another assassination plot against Yi Chen. The Jiang family's bankruptcy, the arrest and imprisonment of Zhang's father, all these were used to frame Jiang Hao.
Regret would fill his heart, and he believed it wouldn't be long before all his luck was stripped away.
And then there was Yi Chen.
Su Liang had no intention of playing along with him anymore. He planned to send him on his way as soon as possible. He had a lot of luck left. To strip it away quickly, he had to use some drastic measures.
Su Liang's plan was to expose his identity as an assassin, alienating him from everyone.
To avoid being purged, his only option was to escape prison, which would inevitably lead to him being wanted throughout the city.
He would become a pariah, hated by all. A series of nightmares awaited him then.
After Rin Shanshan finished her report, Su Liang finally got up and walked outside.
At Yi Lioli's house.
After receiving the call from the police station, Yi's parents were in a state of panic.
Thankfully, their daughter said Su Liang would be arriving soon, which put their minds at ease. They simply couldn't believe it.
Their son, lost for so many years, was actually an assassin overseas. After spending so many days together, they had no idea that their son was a murderer with blood on his hands. They were just ordinary people. How could they have ever encountered such a thing? Therefore, after Su Liang arrived, they all regarded him as their pillar of support.
Don't worry, will there be any misunderstandings? Well, I have someone in the bureau who will take you there to ask them personally. Su Liang offered a plausible reassurance to the Yi family. In reality, taking them to see Yi Chen was his very purpose. Otherwise, how could he alienate everyone around Yi Chen? Yes, what if there's some misunderstanding? We'll go to the police station to ask about it. Xiao Liang, thank you so much again. We really don't know how to thank you enough. You've helped us so much. The elderly couple immediately expressed their gratitude. Yi Lioli, standing to the side, looked at Su Liang with adoring eyes, her face full of pride. Don't mention it, we're all family. When he said family, Su Liang looked at Yi Lioli and raised an eyebrow. Yi Lioli's pretty face flushed red instantly. Yi's parents were preoccupied and didn't notice the exchange between the two. Led by Su Liang, the group arrived at the police station and successfully met Yi Chen. During the meeting, an officer told them about Yi Chen's involvement in the kidnapping of a famous and beautiful female CEO. Both Yi's parents and Yi Lioli were shocked. Anyone who knew their loved one had committed such a heinous crime would be devastated. At this moment, Yi Chen was still in the interrogation room, having been interrogated for a whole day. I've said it so many times, I didn't act with Jiang Hao, I didn't kidnap Liang Bingxue. Two police officers were taking his statement. One of the tall, thin officers nodded. You say you weren't involved in the kidnapping, then how do you explain Jiang Hao's bodyguard calling you to rescue President Liang? How should I know? I didn't even know him before, I even had a grudge against him. Yi Chen said, extremely frustrated. It must have been a hero saves the damsel in distress act by Jiang Hao and Su Liang. I became their scapegoat, they schemed against me. The short, stout officer next to him shook his head, speaking dismissively. Do you know the Jiang family is on the verge of bankruptcy? If, as you say, young Master Su and Jiang Hao are just putting on an act, why would he target the Jiang family? Yi Chen was stunned. Is that so? Su Liang is going to bankrupt the Jiang family? That's ruthless. He couldn't help but think of Su Liang's character, ruthless, cold-blooded, and cruel. A sudden realization dawned on him. I know, Su Liang is trying to silence us. Put. The short, stout officer and the tall, thin officer exchanged a glance and then chuckled. Sorry, we're specially trained and generally don't laugh unless we can't help it. What era are we living in? Killing people to cover it up? Are you out of your mind? Alright, let's not talk about that for now. Let's talk about your identity, okay? The King of Hell.
Yichen jolted at the words, his lifeless eyes suddenly flashing with a sharp light. If his body hadn't been restrained by the special chair, he would have jumped up in shock.
This is unbelievable. How do these people know his true identity? I don't know what you're talking about. Yichen stammered.
He was joking, he definitely couldn't admit to something like this. The 9 provinces have almost zero tolerance for dark forces from the outside world.
If discovered, they are either executed or expelled. Don't rush to deny it, look at these documents first. The officer projected some documents onto the screen, opening them one by one and showing them to Yichen.
These were all evidence against him for being an assassin.
Yichen was utterly shocked.
The evidence was laid bare before him, leaving him no room to deny it.
But what the hell was going on? Were the police in Kyushu really this powerful?
They found things that even some countries couldn't investigate.
Time slowly passed.
After an unknown amount of time, there was a knock on the interrogation room door, and the 2 people who had received the message left. Soon, the 3 members of the Yi family, along with Su Liang, entered.
Next came the moment of sowing discord. Chapter 272. I'll take good care of your sister.
Su Liang's words were a vicious attack on her spirit.
Mom and Dad, and Lioli, what brings you here?
Seeing the people enter, Yichen, who had initially maintained a defiant expression, suddenly felt a pang of guilt.
No matter what he had done outside, home was his only haven. He didn't want his family to know what he had done. Don't you know why we're here? How many lives do you have to commit a crime?
A major kidnapping case at that.
Have you gotten used to being a hitman outside?
Thinking of his son's actions, whom he had just reunited with, and the impending prison sentence he faced, Ye's father was trembling with anger.
It's all our fault. We didn't watch you closely enough back then, and you were kidnapped by human traffickers.
Ye's mother, her eyes brimming with tears, choked back sobs for a moment before trying to comfort him.
Child, we heard you were arrested yesterday and still won't confess. The evidence is right in front of you, just confess, and you might get leniency. Our whole family will wait for you to come out.
Yi Lioli felt nothing for her brother, who had only recently returned home. On the contrary, she was very displeased because Yichen had interrupted her dates with Liang several times. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere in the interrogation room, Yi Lioli was a little scared and unconsciously moved closer to Su Liang. Seemingly sensing her fear, Su Liang took her hand and smiled reassuringly. Yi Lioli felt a warmth in her heart, enveloped by a strong sense of security, her eyes filled with infatuation. Hearing her parents' reproach, Yichen's heart sank, his expression uncertain. After a moment's thought, he took a deep breath and said,
Mom and Dad, I've been framed. I didn't kidnap anyone, I was rescuing someone. And what you call an assassin? That's utter nonsense. How could I possibly kill someone?
The situation had spiraled out of his control. He never expected that being arrested and taken to the police station would lead to the discovery of his assassin identity. If he had known this would happen, he would have run away. But now, Yichen could only insist that it was all fabricated. Admitting it would mean being dealt with.
Yichen was furious. How could he let his parents know about this? Wouldn't that just cause them unnecessary worry?
At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Su Liang exchanging glances with his sister, Yi Lioli.
Everything became clear. It must be this guy's doing. Yichen was enraged, pointing at Su Liang through gritted teeth. It's him. He's the one who framed me. Don't be fooled by him. Ye's parents shook their heads and sighed. They didn't know what was wrong with their son. Ever since he returned, he'd been holding a grudge against their benefactor, Su Liang. He often spoke ill of Su Liang in front of them. Enough. How long are you going to go on like this? Father Yi, unable to bear it any longer, scolded him with exasperation.
I know you were abducted and lost your family, always all alone and miserable. That's why you're jealous of Xiao Liang's excellence.
But we're just ordinary people. If you work hard, you can still live a good life. What time is it now?
You still can't let go of that jealous heart.
Ye's mother echoed. Xiao Chen, wake up. The evidence is right in front of you.
How could Xiao Liang have framed you? Yi Chen stared blankly at his parents, his eyes glazed over.
What the hell? It was clearly Su Liang's scheme, he pointed it out, yet they said he was just jealous? Yi Chen. Yi Lioli finally couldn't take it anymore.
She hadn't even planned to pay him any attention, but now he was talking badly about brother Liang again.
No wonder you were kidnapped. Your IQ has truly refreshed the lower limit of my understanding. If you're mentally ill, don't embarrass yourself in public. Why would brother Liang frame you? The gap between you and him is as vast as an chasm. What benefit would he gain from targeting you?
Just confess already, so as not to waste our time. Yi Lioli's words were undeniably harsh.
He was truly enraged.
This guy had repeatedly targeted Liang Ge like a mad dog. Yi Chen trembled, his sister's words dealt him a devastating blow.
He hadn't expected his entire family to pressure him into confessing.
But aside from his identity as an assassin, he truly hadn't participated in the kidnapping. Framed with no way to seek justice, and with his family's distrust, Yi Chen was so angry he felt like he was going to vomit blood. Ding! Yi Chen's mentality exploded, villain value plus 999. Ding! Yi Chen was filled with hatred and rage, villain value plus 1000.
Su Liang stood by, silently watching the spectacle, a smile flickering in his eyes.
Glancing at the distraught Yi Chen, he knew it was his turn to step in.
Uncle Yi, Aunt Yi, and Luli, please don't be angry. He's just having a moment of weakness.
Su Liang coughed and stepped forward, first offering them a few words of comfort, then speaking earnestly to Yi Chen.
I don't know where I offended you, but let's put our matter aside for now and talk about the problem you're facing. You kidnapped the president of the Liang group.
I have some connections with her and can get her to not prosecute you.
The key issue is your identity as an assassin abroad. This has already attracted the attention of the higher-ups in the bureau. I've heard that you're likely to face the death penalty. But don't worry, I can use my family connections to intervene, provided you confess.
As long as you clearly explain what you've done over the years, my Su family can guarantee you the most lenient treatment. If you behave well in prison, you'll be out in a few years. Upon hearing that Yi Chen was to be executed, Mr. and Mrs. Yi felt dizzy and staggered. But then they heard that if Yi Chen confessed, he would only serve a few years.
The elderly couple was overjoyed. Compared to the death penalty, what were a few years in prison? Su Liang, we've really troubled you too much. We don't know how to thank you enough.
The Yi family looked at Su Liang with deep gratitude.
What a great benefactor.
They truly owe Su Liang so much.
Then, Ye's parents glared fiercely at Yi Chen. Look, look.
You've been targeting Xiao Liang so much, yet he's so magnanimous.
Hurry up and thank him. You heard what Xiao Liang said, right?
As long as you confess, you'll be out in a few years.
We'll wait for you. At this moment, Yi Chen's body trembled uncontrollably. He was enraged by Su Liang. Shameless, utterly shameless. How could someone be so shameless? How could he not see through Su Liang's intentions?
Don't be fooled by Su Liang's seemingly supportive words, he's merely trying to win over his parents and sister. He's saying he'll reduce his sentence, but every word is a trap.
It wasn't him who kidnapped Lung Bingshui.
Others might not know, but Su Liang certainly does.
He's even trying to get him to confess to being an assassin? He'd rather die sooner.
He knows Su Liang, and the Su family has the power to cover up his assassin status, but Su Liang definitely won't do that.
Release him in a few years? What a joke. He'd probably confess 1 second, and the next he'd be shot. Yi Chen trembled, his eyes fixed on Su Liang. If looks could kill, Su Liang would already be ashes. Puff puff. Yi Chen took deep breaths to calm himself. Getting angry was useless. He was a prisoner now, so whatever Su Liang said was law. Feeling his parents' expectant gazes, Yi Chen finally nodded.
Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'll tell you everything. He spoke these words expressionlessly, almost through gritted teeth.
Ye's parents breathed a sigh of relief.
They were afraid Yi Chen would be stubborn, now it seemed there was still hope.
After some more persuasion, to avoid disturbing the police investigation, they left the interrogation room. Su Liang was the last to come out.
Before leaving, he glanced at Yi Chen, the smile on his lips undisguised.
Just stay inside and relax.
I'll take care of your family. No, I should say, I'll take care of your sister.
When you have a child, I'll come back to see you. With that, he strode away. This was Su Liang's final push on Yi Chen.
He believed Yi Chen wouldn't be able to stand it and would escape sooner. There were still scripts waiting for him then. Yi Chen was bound to the interrogation chair, his face extremely grim, his eyes blazing with fury. Overwhelmed with mixed emotions, he suddenly couldn't catch his breath and spat out a mouthful of blood.
The pregnant Long Bingshui and his sister stood on either side of Su Liang.
The thought sent chills down Yi Chen's spine.
No. He absolutely couldn't give in like this.
Yi Chen's eyes flashed, a crazy idea taking root in his mind.
Ding. Yi Chen feels anger towards you, villain value plus 1000. Ding. Yi Chen feels hatred towards you, villain value plus 1000. Ding. Uncle Yi, Aunt Yi, you should go back first.
I need to go to the station to say hello, so I can't stay with you any longer.
I've already arranged a car, he'll take you back.
Standing at the police station entrance, Su Liang said to the 3 members of the Yi family.
The Yi family understood.
Su Liang had mentioned knowing people at the station before, and now that he'd taken them to see Yi Chen, he would definitely try to smooth things over.
This was all about favors.
Thinking about how Su Liang had gone to great lengths and used up his connections to get them to see Yi Chen. And hearing Su Liang say he was willing to reduce Yi Chen's sentence, the Yi family was incredibly moved.
Okay, you go about your business, don't worry about us.
Xiao Liang, thank you so much for today.
Come over sometime, our auntie will cook for you.
The elderly couple thanked him profusely again.
Yi Liuli was very reluctant to part so soon. But she was sensible and didn't want to interfere with Liang Ji's business.
Her hatred for Yi Chen intensified.
If it weren't for Liang Ge dealing with his affairs, how could she have broken up with him?
Liuli, Xiao Liang is so good to our family, you must repay him, you know.
We know you're dating Xiao Liang, he's a very good person and we like him too. When you're together, please don't be grumpy. On the way back, the elderly couple kept lecturing their daughter.
Yi Liuli lowered her head, extremely shy, and could only nod repeatedly.
How embarrassing. Her parents had found out about her and Liang Ji's relationship. Fortunately, they didn't object. Yi Liuli felt a little secretly pleased. For anyone, finding someone they like and gaining their parents' approval is a happy thing. Meanwhile, Su Liang went straight to Tang Xian's office after entering the police station.
He stayed there for an hour or two.
What happened between the two inside remains unknown. When Tang Xian emerged, she was even more stunning than before.
Her usual tyrannical temper had softened considerably, all traces of her usual coldness gone.
Tang Xian led Su Liang to a cell.
Inside was another kidnapper, Jiang Hao. Unlike Yi Chen, who refused to confess, Jiang Hao agreed to plead guilty, on the condition that he see Su Liang. From the moment he was arrested yesterday, he had been relentlessly demanding to see Su Liang. Because he had learned from his father that Su Liang had already made moves against the Jiang family. Today, he received news that the Jiang family was in dire straits and on the verge of bankruptcy. Jiang Hao was filled with remorse. It was all because he had kidnapped Liang Bingshui. If he had known it would lead to such consequences, he would never have gambled to complete the system's mission. This trash system ruined his youth. How much better off he would be without this system. The heir of $1 billion family, what couldn't he have? Now it's all over, all gone. He even dragged his beloved father down with him, causing the family to go bankrupt. Jiang Hao truly regrets his actions. Ding Jiang Hao's mentality is unstable, villain value plus 1000. Ding Jiang Hao is filled with remorse, villain value plus 1000. Click. That was the sound of the cell door opening.
Tang Xin and Su Liang walked in.
Jiang Hao casually raised his eyelids, and upon seeing the newcomers, he immediately perked up and scrambled to his feet.
Young Master Su, I admit I did everything. One must take responsibility for one's actions.
Please spare my father and the Jiang family. Su Liang scrutinized the protagonist with interest. Only a day had passed, and he already lacked energy and spirit. His luck was also rapidly depleting, almost gone.
He believed that once the Jiang family went bankrupt and his father was arrested, it would be almost completely depleted.
Su Liang had come to see him to confirm this and, incidentally, to expedite the process.
One must take responsibility for one's actions.
What you say makes a lot of sense, but I refuse.
Shaking his head, Su Liang said with a playful expression. Didn't you investigate me?
You should know I like to eliminate problems completely, leaving no room for future trouble. Jiang Hao's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing this.
Su Liang knew about his investigation? That meant he knew everything he had done?
Jiang Hao shuddered. An unparalleled chill rose from his heart, sending shivers down his spine. Don't worry, it won't be long before your father comes to join you.
Remember, all of this is because of you.
Because you opposed me, all of this happened.
Chapter 273 The Iceberg Heroine. Enjoying the spoils of war. An interesting person. After observing Jiang Hao's condition, Su Liang lost interest and planted a seed before leaving. This seed would sprout when the Jiang family went bankrupt and Jiang's father was arrested. It would only be a matter of the next day or two.
Once Jiang Hao's luck was exhausted, it would be time to send him on his way. Perhaps some might think that once his luck was gone, they could simply keep him locked up in prison forever.
But who could blame him when he possessed the system? Su Liang couldn't rest easy until he was dead. Su Liang and Tang Xin left, but Jiang Hao was plunged into deep regret.
Ding Jiang Hao has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 1000.
Ding overwhelmed with regret, villain value plus 1000. The collapse of the Jiang family plunged the entire business world of Shanghai into turmoil. The influence of a family worth hundreds of billions was not to be underestimated.
These forces hostile to the Jiang family maintained a tacit understanding, with the Su family controlling the overall direction. So even suppressing the Jiang family didn't affect the operation of Shanghai's business world. People's lives continued as usual, they went to work as usual, and things went on as normal. The actions taken against the Jiang family were still ongoing. Various departments were mobilized, assets were inventoried, land was seized. After 2 days of undercurrents, the matter was finally resolved, and all parties involved benefited. Of course, the biggest beneficiary was the Su family.
They acquired many of the Jiang family's businesses and made a fortune.
No wonder they say murder and arson bring wealth. Jiang's father did not escape legal punishment. In a state of collapse, he confessed to all his crimes.
That afternoon,
when the police stormed into his house, the once proud and imposing head of the Jiang family was gone.
Instead, a haggard, elderly man appeared, looking decades older. Headquarters prison. Jiang's father, handcuffed, was escorted in by several police officers. His cell was arranged next to Jiang Hao's. This was Su Liang's arrangement.
Every time Jiang Hao saw his father, he was overwhelmed with unparalleled guilt, and his luck would rapidly deplete. This was exactly what Su Liang had predicted. Seeing his father locked up in the next cell, Jiang Hao, though he had expected it, still couldn't help but break down. "Dad, I'm so sorry, so sorry. I've ruined you and the Jiang family." A change finally appeared in Jiang's father's lifeless eyes. Seeing his son filled him with rage. He had repeatedly told Jiang how to keep a low profile and not be so arrogant. But he wouldn't listen, and finally caused trouble. He courted death, and dragged the entire Jiang family down with him. How could I have given birth to such a beast? If I had known this son would cause such a terrible disaster, I would have shot him into the wall 20 years ago.
John's father was now filled with deep regret. However, he quickly calmed down.
What's done is done, there's no use in being angry anymore.
He glanced at Zhang Hao, then turned away, walked into his cell, and sat down without a word.
Zhang Hao, seeing this, couldn't help but clutch his chest and take 2 steps back.
It hurt so much.
If his father had hit him a couple of times or scolded him, he would feel a little better. But this indifferent attitude, as if he were a stranger, was unbearably painful. Ding Jianghao's mentality has collapsed, villain value plus 1001.
On another note, when you've brought down an opponent, what's the first thing you want to do? Of course, it's to enjoy the spoils. Take away his property, seize his. Su Liang arrived at the Liang group immediately.
In the president's office, he had a wonderful encounter with the icy president. Liang Bingxue had never had any contact with men before. Even her intimate interactions with Su Liang had always been in normal places like the bedroom. She was single-mindedly focused on her career, her office was her usual haunt, not to be trifled with.
But how could she resist Su Liang's sweet-talking tactics?
After enjoying the aloof CEO's gratitude, Su Liang took her to inspect the spoils of war at what used to be the Jiang family's former assets. The Jiang family, one of the 4 great families, had gone bankrupt, and all the other factions were now in a state of panic. They feared that one day they too would suffer the same fate as the Jiang family.
This is where Su Liang's brilliance shone.
Su Liang shared a portion of the profits with those who had joined forces against the Jiang family.
This both reassured them and let them know that the Jiang family's bankruptcy stemmed from their own self-destructive path. This was the extent of Su Liang's mastery of manipulating people's hearts.
With the Jiang and Lin families' examples serving as warnings, it was believed that no one would dare to provoke him again, except for the protagonist. Liang Bingxue, as a victim of the kidnapping incident, also received a share of the profits.
And under Su Liang's arrangement, she received more benefits than many other factions.
Liang Bingxue hadn't expected Su Liang to fulfill his promise to help her resolve the company crisis so quickly.
This time, Su Liang was taking Liang Bingxue to inspect the property she was assigned to.
It was a plot of land under construction, slated to become a high-end residential complex.
Su Liang accompanied Liang Bingxue on the inspection.
The two walked together, the afterglow of the setting sun bathing them in its light, like a divine couple.
Liang Bingxue looked around, nodding, clearly very satisfied.
As they walked, Su Liang suddenly stopped. Not far away, 2 people were arguing about something. A middle-aged man in a suit, with a fat head and large ears, pulled 500 yuan from his wallet and threw it at the young man's face. The money hit his face and fluttered to the ground.
"This is your salary for this month. Pick it up and get out of here."
The young man didn't speak, silently squatting down and picking up the money 1 bill at a time. When she looked up, a delicate-looking face was revealed. His face, though not handsome, was pleasing to the eye, but now covered in dust, it somewhat ruined his appearance. He wore tattered work clothes and a dirty hard hat. His build wasn't burly, but he looked quite sturdy. Despite such humiliation, the young man showed no anger, calmly asking,
"Boss, didn't you say 3,000 a month? Why are you only giving me 500 inch? You want 3,000?
You deserve it? You're always trying to cheat me, and I haven't bothered you, but you want money from me," the obese middle-aged man said arrogantly. Seeing the young man staring intently at him, he immediately became enraged.
"What are you looking at? You stinking bricklayer, you got a problem with that. If you're not happy, hit me. Come on, I'm standing right here, dare you hit me?"
As he spoke, the middle-aged man leaned forward, pointing at his face. Before he finished speaking, he kicked the young man in the stomach, knocking him to the ground.
"Dare not? What the hell are you acting all high and mighty for? Coward."
The middle-aged man spat disdainfully, the spittle landing squarely on the young man's face, then grumbled and walked away. Watching the middle-aged man leave, the young man clenched his fists tightly, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. A moment later, he suppressed his anger, wiped the spittle from his face, and slowly stood up.
He dusted himself off, pretending nothing had happened, and left.
As if sensing something, he suddenly turned around, his gaze meeting Su Liang's.
Brother Liang, what's wrong?
Seeing that Su Liang hadn't left with her, Liang Bingxue turned back, asking in confusion. After several intimate encounters, each time he was completely submissive, Liang Bingxue had also started using this affectionate term. He just liked older, mature women, the aloof CEO called him brother.
Su Liang withdrew his gaze, a playful smile on his face. It's nothing, I just found an interesting person. Chapter 274, A New Protagonist. The end of the villainous protagonist's line. Happy New Year. Su Liang gave a wink to the woman in red not far away, signaling her to investigate. The woman in red had been by his side for quite some time and understood her master's every word and action, so she nodded immediately. Su Liang smiled slightly and continued strolling with Liang Bingxue, as if nothing had happened. Why had he called that person interesting earlier? It turned out that the person's power, unleashed the moment he released his killing intent, was unfathomable even to Su Liang. His strength was definitely above the Danjin realm. Golden rays descended from his head, clearly indicating he was a chosen one. He was the strongest person Su Liang had ever seen, subtly posing a threat to him. Of course, Su Liang wasn't afraid of him. His cultivation level might be insufficient, but his physical strength was formidable, not to mention his various trump cards. The interesting thing was, this protagonist was incredibly strong, yet he was bullied by a minor character without retaliating. If you say you have no power to fight back, then forbearance is understandable. Having strength but having leverage over your enemy, forcing you to forbear, is also plausible. But you're powerful enough to control everything, yet you're manipulated by a nobody, it's truly incomprehensible. Watching the two figures depart, Xiao Qinglong frowned slightly. That glance he exchanged with that young master just now gave him an inexplicable bad feeling. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it and quickly walked home. Back home, he still had to cook and clean. His mother-in-law would be home soon, he had to prepare her foot bath water in advance, or he'd get another beating. Xiao Qinglong, the son-in-law of the Yan family. After parting ways with Liang Bingxue, Su Liang took the documents handed to him by the woman in red. They were information about the man from earlier. 2 years ago, Yan Ruyue, the eldest daughter of the Yan family, was forced into an arranged marriage by her family to Ji Buchan, the second son of the Ji family. Yan Ruyue disliked his spoiled and dissolute personality. Driven to desperation, she happened to see Xiao Qinglong, who looked like a beggar, passing by and immediately took him to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register their marriage. Yan Ruyue's actions infuriated her family. Her parents naturally disliked this son-in-law and never gave him a kind look, almost constantly mocking him. They made him do all sorts of housework, serving tea and water, washing clothes and sweeping floors were commonplace. They even made him wash his feet and flush the toilet. If he didn't do it well, they would slap and humiliate him. Xiao Qinglong never fought back. What's outrageous is that they've been married for almost 3 years and still sleep in separate rooms, never sharing a room. This was the information Honi initially found. Based on her understanding of Su Liang, this Xiao Qinglong was definitely not that simple. Continued digging deeper. Not long after, thanks to the relentless investigation of the Heavenly Net, Xiao Qinglong's other identity was indeed uncovered. The current Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Court. The woman in red was utterly shocked upon reading this. Having spent many years in the underworld, she naturally knew the supreme status of the Dragon Court, this transcendent power. Therefore, after Liang Bingxue left, she immediately presented the information she had gathered to Su Liang. TSK, giving up a perfectly good position as Dragon Emperor to become the son-in-law of a small family. She didn't understand, but she was deeply shocked. A slight smile appeared on Su Liang's lips as a series of interesting thoughts flashed through his mind. General Prison. A group of prisoners were eating dinner in the canteen. Several days had passed, and his father hadn't spoken to him, causing Jiang Hao increasing anguish. He could only silently stay by his father's side to alleviate his guilt. Wah! John's father was eating when suddenly his body stiffened, his eyes widening. He clutched his neck in excruciating pain, convulsed a few times, and then fell silent. Dad! Jiang Hao was stunned. He rushed forward to check on him, feeling his breath, and then slumped to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear and terror. Several doctors in white coats quickly arrived and took him away. Not long after, a police officer returned.
Seeing the chattering and anxious crowd, he explained.
Don't worry, everyone. That person just had a food allergy. Please focus on your rehabilitation.
Jiang Hao, upon hearing this, was filled with disbelief.
How could his father have a food allergy?
These are foods they've eaten at home before, someone must have poisoned him.
Who could it be?
A handsome, incomparable figure flashed through his mind.
Su Liang.
Jiang Hao's eyes turned bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding together. After a moment, he dejectedly released his grip. Su Liang's words seemed to echo in his ears. To have fallen to this state, it's all your fault.
Tears of pain and regret rolled down his cheeks.
Ding Jiang Hao has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 1000. Ding Jiang Hao has felt despair, villain value plus 1000. What Jiang Hao couldn't see was that the little luck he had left was rapidly dissipating. Although Su Liang felt Jiang Hao's luck was running out and would quickly dissipate after his father was arrested. But just to be on the safe side, he still had Jiang Hao's father die in front of him before killing him. After all, to kill someone, you must destroy their spirit.
Jiang Hao walked dazedly to his cell, when an inconspicuous figure approached.
As the figure passed by, a sharpened toothbrush stabbed viciously at him. By the time Jiang Hao realized what was happening, the toothbrush was already inches away, and it was too late to dodge.
The toothbrush pierced his neck without hesitation.
Blood gushed out. Jiang Hao opened his mouth, then his head lolled to the side, dying with his eyes wide open.
Ding absorbed unknown energy, system upgrade points plus 999.
Yichen sat in his cell, a chill running down his spine as he thought about the two pieces of news he had just received. Zhang's father died from a food allergy, and Jiang Hao, unable to bear the shock, committed suicide with a toothbrush. The given reason was far too far-fetched. They'd only been in prison a few days, and both father and son had died. What a coincidence. Yichen thought of Su Liang, the seemingly gentle and refined man, whose ruthlessness had reached a new level. Suddenly, he shuddered.
The Jiang family father and son are dead. Next, will it be his turn? Yichen couldn't help but think of his family.
He wasn't afraid of death himself, but he feared that after his death, his family would still be deceived by that hypocrite Su Liang. Especially his foolish younger sister, deceived and obediently bearing his child.
No. He absolutely couldn't let that happen.
Yi Chen's eyes flickered, burning with a crazed fire. I can't just sit here and wait to die, I have to get out.
Chapter 275. Suchinga suddenly becomes foolish. A lotus emerging from the water.
The autumn breeze was gentle, the sun shone brightly, a perfect day.
In the Su family's backyard stood a huge swimming pool, its surface shimmering in the midday sun. Brother, I'm ready. Let's begin. A girl, as ethereal as an elf, skipped and hopped out. Who else could it be but Suchinga?
Her skin was as white as snow, every inch of her body seemingly sculpted by nature, flawless in every way. Her flowing hair was styled in an updo, adding a touch of elegance. If anyone saw her, they would be utterly stunned, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Unfortunately, apart from Su Liang, no one else had the chance to witness this. However, even Su Liang, a man accustomed to beautiful women and having been with countless women, was still momentarily captivated by his sister's appearance. Suchinga had been on vacation for the past 2 days, and for some reason, she insisted that he teach her to swim.
Wasn't this a waste of time? You, a grandmaster of internal energy, can't swim. Fine, even if you can't, you'll learn in a couple of laps at your learning speed. Su Liang ignored her, she just kept following him. She followed him everywhere, like a leech, impossible to shake off. Considering she had personally cooked several delicious meals, Su Liang finally agreed. After lunch, taking advantage of the beautiful sunshine, he planned to swim a few laps with his mischievous sister. Su Liang was initially impressed, but when Suchinga approached and saw her brother's physique, she was stunned.
His 8-pack abs were strong and powerful, his muscles perfectly proportioned, exuding an artistic beauty.
Su Qingge took a breath, her gaze fixed intently on Su Liang.
Su Liang felt a little uncomfortable under her infatuated gaze and couldn't help but reach out and tap her on the head.
"Brother, why did you hit me?"
Su Qingge covered her forehead, her eyes brimming with tears.
"Weren't you supposed to learn to swim? Hurry up and get in the water."
Su Qingge reached the edge of the pool, cautiously extending her hand to test the water temperature.
It was a bit cold. So she pitifully turned to look at Su Liang.
"The water's so cold, let me get used to it first, okay?"
Su Liang kicked her. But as he approached Su Qingge, he released his force, gently tapping her. "Ah!" Su Qingge cried out in surprise, falling into the pool.
Su Liang smiled at the sight.
A grandmaster of internal energy isn't that fragile.
She could withstand water temperatures far exceeding -10 degrees Celsius, let alone perfectly comfortable water. Su Qingge thrashed about in the water as if drowning, splashing water everywhere. Seeing this, Su Liang knew she was faking it, but he still felt a pang of pity. With a light leap, he jumped into the water and helped her up.
Su Qingge clung tightly to Su Liang, as if grasping at a lifeline. After emerging from the water, she took deep breaths. "Are you trying to murder me?" She gasped for air, looking at Su Liang with a resentful expression.
If he hadn't noticed her breathing was steady, Su Liang would almost have believed her.
"I'm trying to unlock your potential, aren't I?"
Some people study for years and still can't swim, while others suddenly get the hang of it when faced with danger, learning without even trying.
"So you're using your sister as an experiment. Ugh, do you still want to learn?"
"If not, let's go sunbathe, it'll be so much more comfortable."
"I'll learn, of course I want to learn."
"Not only will I learn, but you have to teach me completely, otherwise, if you use me as an experiment again, I'll be done for."
Su Qingge's eyes were resolute, gripping him tightly. "All right, you'll learn to breathe first." Su Liang was just joking with her. Regardless of Su Qingge's purpose, she had to learn to swim. What if she encounters the protagonist later and falls into the water, unable to swim?
That would be ridiculous.
"How do I breathe?"
Su Qingge's eyes shone brightly, filled with a thirst for knowledge.
"First, dive underwater and hold your breath.
When you're about to burst, come up and exhale, then dive underwater again and hold your breath, repeating the cycle."
Su Liang demonstrated for her.
Seeing her staring blankly at him, Su Liang waved his hand in front of her.
"What are you daydreaming about? Did you see my demonstration clearly?"
"I saw it clearly, I'll try it."
Su Qingge turned around and then dived into the water with a practiced air.
When she breathed, it was like a little carp blowing bubbles, utterly adorable. After several breaths and holding her breath, she stood up, like a fish leaping out of the water. Her exquisitely beautiful face, slender neck, and the water droplets flowing down her back, she was like a lotus emerging from the water.
"Brother, how did I do?"
Su Liang fell silent.
Why did this girl seem to be seducing him?
"Not bad, practice a few more times."
Su Liang replied, then they all turned and jumped into the water, swimming on their own.
After a few laps, feeling his younger sister had mastered breathing techniques, he began teaching her some movements. Su Qingge learned breathing quickly, but when it came to using hand gestures, she suddenly became clumsy. Either her movements were incorrect, or her body was uncoordinated. Each time, Su Liang had to guide her hand in hand. After wasting more than half an hour, Su Qingge finally managed to barely learn how to use her body movements.
Next, Su Liang led her in swimming practice.
On land, Su Qingge's movements were barely passable, but in the water, she was completely lost. If Su Liang hadn't been holding her, she probably would have fallen into the water again.
"What are you messing around for?
If you don't learn properly, I'm leaving."
After Su Liang's warning, Su Qingge finally started to take it seriously.
Her movements suddenly became coordinated, and with Su Liang's help, she was able to swim slowly forward. After swimming for a while, Su Liang quietly let go, allowing her to swim without his support. Unexpectedly, as soon as he let go, Su Chinga lost her rhythm again, splashing around wildly.
She's hopeless.
If she falls into the water again, she'll just die.
More than an hour passed, and Su Liang gave up.
He wanted to teach his sister to swim, but she wouldn't cooperate.
Wah! Chapter 276 Fashion Show. Angelic face, devilish heart. Interest in the female lead. Su Liang, calculating the time, got out of the pool, changed his clothes, and prepared to go out. There was an international fashion show this afternoon.
In the past, he had no interest in these events.
Coincidentally, Yan Ruyue, whom he had recently investigated and suspected to be the female lead, was also attending.
Su Liang decided to go and see for himself.
To see what kind of charm this female lead possessed, managing to subdue a protagonist at the peak of the Danjin realm.
No, it should be that the protagonist was less than a dog in front of her.
Actually, the female lead treated the protagonist, Xiao Qinglong, fairly well.
Aside from sleeping in separate rooms, her cold attitude, and not letting him touch her in almost 3 years of marriage.
She sent him money every month.
It wasn't like a marriage, it was more like a transaction. The ones who controlled the protagonist were his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Originally, their daughter could have married into a wealthy family, where they could enjoy endless glory, but everything was ruined by Xiao Qinglong's appearance. Therefore, the two of them hated him to the core. The slightest displeasure would result in beatings and verbal abuse, ordering him to serve tea and water, slapping him, and making him kneel on a washboard.
After Su Liang ordered a thorough investigation, the massive intelligence agency, Skynet, sprang into action. Finally, they found some more information. 20 years ago, the Dragon Emperor Xiao Qinglong left Shanghai.
It seems that's when he got involved with the female lead.
What could possibly make a protagonist endure endless insults, beatings, and humiliation without fighting back, yet remain so tolerant? The time was too long ago, even Skynet couldn't find anything.
Su Liang was quite interested in uncovering this mystery.
Brother, where are you going? You're going out again without me.
Just as Su Liang was about to leave, Su Chinga, now dressed in a dress, gracefully blocked his way, frowning as she stared at him.
Didn't you want to learn to swim? I've already taught you the steps, just practice at home. Aren't you afraid I'll accidentally drown if you're not watching me? Su Chinga snorted, flicking her smooth ponytail, really wanting to grab it and play with it. Su Liang thought so, and did so. He grabbed it and tugged at it. Here's a joke: a grandmaster of internal energy drowned in a swimming pool. What are you doing?
Su Chinga grabbed her hair, glaring at her mischievous brother.
Oh, so you want to see your sister-in-law, right? What's there to hide from me?
After breaking free from Su Liang's clutches, Su Chinga seemed to have guessed the truth, and said excitedly,
I'm not the kind of unreasonable sister-in-law.
I'm on holiday today, so I'll help you investigate, see what your sister-in-law looks like, and whether she's worthy of entering our Su family. Seeing Su Liang looking at her like she was an idiot, Su Chinga pouted and shook his arm. She unleashed her ultimate weapon, acting cute, charming, and pitiful. Brother, how can you bear to go out and enjoy yourself while leaving your little sister all alone at home, eating instant noodles for dinner?
Alright, I'll take you with me, okay. Su Liang quickly interrupted her.
If she continued, he'd be branded as a jerk abusing his sister.
Behave yourself. If you cause trouble, I won't take you with me anymore. Great.
Su Chinga cheered, cheerfully linking her arm with Su Liang's, patting his heavy hand.
Relax, I'm so cute and obedient, how could I cause trouble? Ha! Su Liang scoffed. Don't you know your true identity? You've caused trouble more than once or twice, haven't you?
An angel's face, a devil's heart, that perfectly describes you.
The fashion exhibition was held in Times Square, Shanghai.
This international fashion exhibition was exceptionally grand, attracting clothing companies from all over the country, and also gathering world-renowned brands. These clothing companies all wanted to use the fashion exhibition to launch their new designs.
Some of these companies stood out at the fashion exhibition and became well-known brands overnight. Yan Ruyue ran a clothing company called Manhwa Clothing Company, Ltd.
As an ambitious businesswoman, she wanted to expand her company and certainly wouldn't miss this fashion show.
Do you know where you are? You've come here to pick up trash? Are you blind? A sudden, mocking voice rang out.
The noise at the entrance of the fashion show gradually subsided. Swish, swish, swish. A pair of questioning eyes turned towards the speaker. It was a rather handsome young man, his face now grim, a cold smile playing on his lips. For bodyguards in black followed behind him, they were clearly young masters from wealthy families. Standing before him was an ordinary-looking young man, dressed in cheap, faded clothes from street vendors. The crowd's eyes lit up instantly. Looking at clothes was nothing compared to seeing the spectacle. It's Ji Bochang from the Ji family. Judging by his aggressive approach, this is going to be interesting. But it's strange how that young man offended him. You don't know? 3 years ago, the second young master of the Ji family pursued Yen Ruyue from the Yen family, but she didn't reciprocate his feelings and chose to marry a beggar.
Holy crap! Could that beggar be him?
Yen Ruyue is a top-tier beauty, how could she fall for a beggar?
No way. This beggar looks so ordinary.
I'm comparable to Yen Zhu, a Fortune 500 manager. Where did I go wrong? The group, who had initially just wanted to watch the drama unfold, were all unsettled after learning the details. They looked at Xiao Qinglong, comparing themselves to him, wondering where they had fallen short.
Xiao Qinglong remained calm.
This wasn't the first time this guy had made things difficult for him in the past 3 years, he was used to it.
Seeing his unmoved attitude, Ji Bochang was furious. 3 years ago, this guy ruined his reputation, making him the laughingstock of the entire city.
He could no longer compete with his elder brother, Ji Bachu, for the position of family head.
He hated this guy to the core. Oh right, look at my memory, I almost forgot you're a beggar. If you want money, get out of the way. Don't block my way. Xiao Qinglong remained silent. Ji Bo was even angrier.
He grabbed the man's collar and slapped him across the face in a humiliating manner.
I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? Damn it.
Seeing him like an inflatable doll, unresponsive to any humiliation,
Ji Bo was furious.
He kicked the man back several steps and said viciously,
Calling you a beggar is giving you too much credit, you idiot. Yen Ruyue only has this much taste.
Whoosh. Xiao Qinglong's eyes turned cold, and a murderous intent swept out from him. He could be humiliated however he wanted, but he couldn't speak ill of Ruyue.
Just then, Yen Ruyue walked gracefully over, and his murderous intent instantly vanished.
Chapter 277: The entanglement between the protagonist and the female lead. The pinnacle of the ninja world.
My taste is none of your business.
A clear, melodious voice, tinged with a hint of coolness, rang out.
Looking in the direction of the sound.
She was a woman with exquisite features and an ethereal. She wore a snow-white dress with a suit jacket, exuding elegance and intellect, both fashionable and poised. At this moment, her brows were tightly furrowed, giving her a powerful presence. Yen Ruyue was already displeased because her negotiations with the exhibition organizers had failed, preventing her company's designs from being showcased more. Seeing her nominal husband, Xiao Qinglong, cause trouble again, her mood worsened.
Actually, she didn't bring Xiao Qinglong to get their marriage certificate because she was desperate. She had long wanted someone to use as a shield, and the opportunity just happened to arise. As it turned out, Xiao Qinglong was a pretty good tool.
There was just one problem: this man was incredibly spineless. Not only was he incompetent, but you can't expect a beggar to accomplish anything significant. Her initial goal was simply to find a shield.
My family wants me to marry into a wealthy family, right?
I'll marry a beggar, let's see how you dream of becoming in-laws.
And that Ji Bochang, I've married a beggar, let's see how you continue to pressure me. Yen Ruyue's thinking was perfectly reasonable.
Since marrying Xiao Qinglong, her parents stopped mentioning her marrying into a wealthy family.
Ji Bochang no longer bothered her like a fly.
She made it clear to Xiao Qinglong that as long as he cooperated and played along, she would give him a monthly salary.
It was better than being a beggar.
Xiao Qinglong was very cooperative, adhering to the agreement after the marriage, maintaining a certain distance, and never having any improper thoughts.
So what was it that made Yen Ruyue so frustrated?
It wasn't so much that Xiao Qinglong had a good temper, but rather that he had no temper at all. Even when others were taking advantage of him, he acted as if nothing had happened, truly the pinnacle of patience. There was no other way, she had to play along with the script she had written. Seeing Xiao Qinglong being bullied by Ji Buchang, and Xiao Qinglong representing herself in some ways. His being bullied made her and her company lose face. Therefore, Yen Ruyue had no choice but to step forward to stop them.
Holy crap! All three parties involved are together now. This is going to be interesting.
Back then, Ji Buchang pursued Yen Ruyue, but she turned around and married a beggar, slapping him in the face so hard. I'm curious why he hasn't retaliated for years.
It must be due to the Ji family's good family tradition.
Old Master Ji has always been upright and incorruptible, not allowing family members to bully the weak.
That's only one aspect.
Another reason is that Ji Buchang didn't have the right to use the Ji family's connections.
Back then, the entire Ji family was managed by his elder brother, Ji Bachu. Tisk regardless, Yen Ruyue made him lose face back then.
I don't believe he'll just let it go like that. Upon seeing Yen Ruyue appear, the crowd's eyes lit up, all sensing a juicy scoop. Ji Buchang, one of the parties involved, had an extremely grim expression, his eyes filled with resentment. This woman before him had brought him endless humiliation. He took a deep breath, his expression relaxing, regaining its composure. For the past 3 years, he hadn't taken any action against Yen Ruyue, indeed due to some complicated reasons. Now the situation was different. His elder brother, Ji Bachu, wanted to completely control the Ji family and needed his approval, so he had given him some power. He had already arranged a series of actions against Yen Ruyue. I will make you kneel before me and beg for my life. How you humiliated me back then, I will make you repay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. A cold smile curled at the corner of Ji Buchang's lips.
Hey, you dare to do it but not dare to let people talk about it?
The Yin family is at least considered upper class, and the eldest daughter of the dignified Yin family actually took a beggar as her son-in-law. His words were full of disdain and mockery towards Yen Ruyue. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinglong's expression changed slightly, and the killing intent in his heart began to stir again. To be honest, he could crush such a small fry with a single finger. However, remembering Yen Ruyue's words, he had to suppress his anger. 3 years ago, Yen Ruyue discovered that his beggar appearance was actually a deliberate disguise. The story goes back 20 years. He was an orphan. 20 years ago, a fire broke out at the kindergarten, and he was the only one who escaped. After losing his home, he began to wander, truly living like a beggar. Living in parks or under bridges, wearing clothes scavenged from garbage cans, fighting with stray dogs for food. Thinking back to those days, Xiao Qinglong still feels it's a nightmare.
He remembers it was a morning. He was chased out by other beggars in the park, and while fighting with stray dogs for food, he was bitten all over. He was starving and freezing, so hungry he was dizzy and disoriented. Just when he thought he was about to die, he met the most important person in his life, Yen Ruyue. Yen Ruyue appeared in his life like a ray of light. The little girl blinked her clear, bright eyes, her delicate, flawless face radiating concern and compassion. She held out a piece of bread to him. Are you hungry? Here, take this. Xiao Qinglong swears that it was the most delicious bread he had ever eaten, bar none. That day, his lunch and dinner were both bread given to him by Yen Ruyue. From that moment on, he remembered the girl and vowed to repay her. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. He had become the lord of the Dragon Court, a figure standing at the pinnacle of the dark world. But every full moon night, he would think of the girl who had given him 3 pieces of bread. Finally, one day, Xiao Qinglong couldn't resist returning to find her. Afraid of frightening Yen Ruyue at the time, Xiao Qinglong disguised himself as a beggar, hoping she would remember him from 20 years ago. Fate is truly wondrous. Upon seeing him, Yen Ruyue, without a word, took him to register their marriage. And then, Yen Ruyue and he drew up a postnuptial agreement,
requiring him to cooperate in the charade and avoid causing trouble. You gave me 3 loaves of bread back then, and for the next 3 years I will definitely cooperate with your act and absolutely won't cause you any trouble. Now, the 3-year period hasn't ended yet, and he can't reveal his true abilities, otherwise it wouldn't be good if he caused trouble for Yen Ruyue.
Yen Ruyue frowned, remaining silent.
Because this was her choice. Being forced to marry this incompetent, spoiled rich second generation was worse than continuing to act. She glanced at Xiao Qinglong beside her, her tone cold.
What are you standing there for? Aren't you ashamed? Come with me.
After saying that, she was about to walk into the venue. A sudden uproar of noise erupted.
Curious, I glanced back.
And there, a perfect couple, a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, were walking towards me. I apologize to everyone, the author will be visiting relatives and attending banquets during the Chinese New Year, so updates will be irregular.
I humbly beg for your understanding.
Originally, my parents could have gone to some of the relatives' homes, but my father had a car accident and lost a leg 2 years ago, and my mother fell from the 2nd floor last year and has difficulty walking. Therefore, I will have to visit each family individually.
Please understand. Chapter 278 Grudges in Love-Hate Relationships.
A sarcastic and unsettling female protagonist.
Patience and forbearance.
This fashion show was unprecedentedly grand, attracting many high society ladies. Luxury cars, previously only seen on television, were now appearing one after another, a common sight. These socialites and wealthy women were all dressed very fashionably, each carrying an expensive handbag and adorned with gold and silver.
From high heels to earrings and hairpins, everything was from world-renowned brands.
They were either in groups or arm in arm with their wealthy and powerful male companions. Hearing the whispers around them and feeling the envious glances cast their way, they slightly raised their swan-like necks.
Every gesture exuded their noble elegance. TSK, isn't this the young lady of the Yin family?
Bringing your beggar husband out to embarrass yourself again.
Yen Ruyue was about to lead Xiao Qinglong into the hall when a slightly harsh, mocking voice rang out behind her.
Her face immediately turned ugly, she knew that voice all too well.
It was her old rival, He Qin.
Turning around, sure enough, He Qin, dressed to the nines, approached with several girlfriends. Upon getting closer, He Qin first gave her a sarcastic look, then threw herself into Ji Buchang's arms. She spoke in a coquettish, pleading tone.
Brother Ji, why are you going to see her behind my back? Are you still hung up on her?
Ji Buchang naturally put his arm around her waist, gently comforting her.
It was just a coincidence.
She's not worthy of my attention.
She's far inferior to my little darling.
After saying that, the two even kissed, publicly displaying their affection. These words were clearly insincere.
In fact, this current situation was entirely his doing.
Back then, Yen Ruyue's marriage to the beggar had made him a laughingstock in high society, causing him immense damage. And at that time, He Qin had been showering him with attention.
Although she couldn't compare to Yen Ruyue in looks or figure, she was still quite outstanding.
And so, this pair of adulterers got together. At the time, he lacked power and was constrained by his family, preventing him from directly causing trouble for Yen Ruyue.
So he had He Qin oppose Yen Ruyue.
Adding to their existing grudges, the two fought even more fiercely. However, Yen Ruyue was very capable, even under the He family's targeting, she still managed the company impeccably. She even showed signs of gradually expanding and growing the business. This made He Qin and Ji Buchang grit their teeth in hatred. Therefore, after regaining the power relinquished by his brother, he began his revenge against Yen Ruyue. Summoning his old adversary, He Qin, was his masterpiece. He wanted to show Yen Ruyue that people would still throw themselves at him, and how foolish she had been to reject him.
Hey, I said, that's enough. Public displays of affection in broad daylight. I never knew young Master Ji could be so tender. I'm really envious of Qin.
I wish I had a boyfriend as rich, powerful, and handsome as young Master Ji.
Go back to sleep and you'll find someone. What are you daydreaming about?
Do you think boyfriends like young Master Ji are as common as beggars? That's true, but even if I can't find a boyfriend, I won't just marry a beggar. Seeing the two being so affectionate, the socialites who came with them started chattering and gossiping, their tone sarcastic. He-chin, nestled in Ji Bo-chan's arms, curled into a cold smile, feeling quite smug and triumphant. The He family and the Yen family were both in the clothing business, making them natural competitors, and their feud had a long history. Because of the rivalry between their families, and the fact that the two were about the same age and had been classmates in school, it was inevitable that people would compare them. He-chin was fairly good-looking, but compared to the naturally beautiful Yen Ruyue, she was far inferior. When they went to school together, she was always outshone by Yen Ruyue in terms of figure, looks, and academics. The feud between their families, coupled with her lingering resentment, gradually escalated into hatred. When she learned that Ji Bo-chan, the handsome second young master of a billionaire family, was pursuing Yen Ruyue, she was consumed by jealousy. Besides envy, jealousy, and hatred, she also felt a tinge of fear. If Yen Ruyue married Ji Bo-chan and climbed the social ladder by marrying into the Ji family, wouldn't the Yi family, their rival, be finished? Just as she was filled with anxiety, a shocking piece of news arrived. Yen Ruyue had actually married a beggar. He-chin was instantly overjoyed, and an idea popped into her head. Yen Ruyue was foolish. If she wouldn't give up such an opportunity to marry into a wealthy family, then why not? So she began pursuing Ji Bo-chan. At the time, Ji Bo-chan was suffering a severe blow, and she quickly achieved her goal, getting together with him. From then on, she frequently went to Yen Ruyue to boast. She had married a beggar, while she was dating the young master of a billionaire family, radiating an overwhelming sense of superiority. However, there was one thing that always bothered her. That was that her boyfriend was only with her because Yen Ruyue had married someone else. It was as if Yen Ruyue had given her charity. Although she knew this was the truth, she couldn't break up with Ji Bo-chan. Being Ji Bo-chan's boyfriend brought her many benefits, and she couldn't bear to leave. Unless she found someone better. Therefore, when Ji Bo-chan invited her to the fashion show today, the moment she saw Yen Ruyue, she understood what was going on. He-chin not only wasn't angry, but even joined in the mockery of Yen Ruyue. Watching her former rivals gradually become the laughingstock of everyone, she couldn't be happier. Yen Ruyue pursed her lips, remaining silent. She knew these people were deliberately trying to provoke her. She had considered this possibility when she made her choice, and remained relatively calm. Of course, there was some displeasure. After all, she was a woman too, having endured too much alone, and longed for someone to lean on. Xiao Qinglong stood silently behind, watching the group's sarcastic remarks towards Yen Ruyue, a flash of disgust crossing his eyes. He really wanted to slap these guys to death. But the promised trip hadn't ended yet, so he had to hold back. What was initially thought to be a love triangle turned out to be a complex web of grudges and rivalries among four people, much to the delight of the surrounding crowd. TSK. Just as everyone's eyes lit up, anticipating the next exciting development, a car slowly pulled up and stopped at the entrance. A stunningly beautiful woman in red stepped out of the driver's seat and opened the back door. Su Liang and Su Qingge appeared in everyone's view. Instantly, the entire room fell silent, everyone staring in utter disbelief. Chapter 279 Natural Enemy. Female Bandit Su Qingge. The protagonist's mysterious confidence. Holy crap, he's so handsome. And that girl is gorgeous. She looks like she stepped out of a painting. I've always heard people talk about golden couples, and today I finally see them for myself. Are these two celebrities? I don't know them. They're from the countryside? Even they don't know them. They're the young master and daughter of the Su family in Shanghai. I've heard that young master Su's sister came to Shanghai, and today I finally see her in person. Just like everyone says, she's as beautiful as an angel. The man is hailed as the nation's husband, and the woman is the nation's goddess. The Su family's genes are simply unbeatable. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. The elegant socialites were all flustered. Some adjusted their dresses, others gathered their hair. They were doing everything they could to show off their beauty, hoping Su Liang would glance at them.
What if he took a liking to them? Su Liang is the heir of the Su family. This isn't just climbing the social ladder, it's a meteoric rise.
These socialites, who looked down on them and considered themselves from a completely different world, were behaving like prostitutes at this moment.
The socialites on Yen Ruyue's side were also attracted to Su Liang and his sister, their eyes filled with infatuation.
Even Yi Qin's eyes were glazed over. They believed that at this moment, if Su Liang just beckoned, she would offer herself to him without hesitation.
It's him.
Xiao Qinglong, who had remained silent the whole time, frowned when he saw Su Liang. This man was not simple. Although they had only met twice, including this time, he had a very unsettling feeling. It was as if they were mortal enemies. His intuition told him that hidden beneath this gentle and refined exterior was a ruthless heart.
Xiao Qinglong became secretly wary. As he sized up Su Liang also looked in his direction.
Their eyes met unexpectedly.
Whoosh!
The instant Xiao Qinglong's gaze met Su Liang's, it was as if he'd been targeted by a venomous snake. His hair stood on end. An unprecedented sense of crisis washed over him. This feeling was quickly suppressed. Xiao Qinglong shook his head and chuckled wryly. Since being brought to the dark world 20 years ago, he had been honing his skills on the battlefield. With his astonishing martial arts talent, he had reached the peak of the core formation realm in 20 years, and even showed signs of breaking through. Looking across the entire dark world, apart from a few old fogies, he couldn't find any rivals. Don't be fooled by those so-called kings of soldiers and kings of assassins who jump around so happily, claiming to be invincible. They're just frogs in a well, insignificant in his presence, easily crushed with a flick of his wrist. How could there possibly be anything that could threaten him? Su Liang's gaze lingered on Xiao Qinglong for only a moment before settling on Yen Ruyue, the most striking woman among them. This was the female lead who made the protagonist willingly become a ninja turtle. Her looks were undeniably stunning, the kind that practically sizzles with beauty. She certainly had the ability to make people willingly become her devoted admirers. But the target is a protagonist with terrifying strength. There must be more to the story. Noticing the arrogance in Yen Ruyue's eyes and brows, Su Liang raised an eyebrow. It seems he can't use ordinary methods to win this woman over. From the fact that she married a beggar on the street to escape her parents' pressure to marry, he could tell. This woman has a terrible temper. He knew this was Yen Ruyue's plan, but marrying a beggar without caring about gossip. That also shows Yen Ruyue has an extraordinary determination. People with this kind of strong personality, once they decide to do something, will do it without hesitation. Nothing can stop them. To win over this kind of woman, if she doesn't reciprocate your feelings, you have no chance at all. How can he tell Yen Ruyue doesn't reciprocate his feelings? Several enhancements to his mental power have made Su Liang's senses incredibly sharp, allowing him to perceive Yen Ruyue's emotions. Attracted by the exclamations of the crowd, she stopped paying attention once she saw it was Su Liang. 3 years ago, when Ji Buochang bribed her parents to force her to marry him, she felt a strong aversion to these spoiled rich kids. Su Liang wasn't that kind of spoiled brat. On the contrary, he was gentle and refined. His manners and speech were like a breath of fresh air. Not only was he handsome and had a good temperament, but his character was also impeccable. He had donated money multiple times and built Hope primary schools. In everyone's eyes, he was a perfect person. So perfect, fulfilling every woman's fantasy of her other half. Perhaps because she had been tricked by rich kids before, she had an instinctive wariness, and her thoughts differed from others. Where in the world is there such a perfect person? Too perfect to be real. This thought, once it surfaced, was unstoppable. She always felt it was Su Liang's facade. Compared to Ji Buochang, this kind of person was more terrifying. She had to stay away. Su Qingge took her brother Su Liang's arm and walked towards the entrance of the fashion show. Her bright eyes blinked, darting around with curiosity. She was overjoyed that her brother had brought her to the event. However, hearing the whispers around her, she wrinkled her nose. Why was everyone saying they were siblings? Curious about what her brother was looking at. Following Su Liang's gaze, Su Qingge saw a beautiful woman, her eyes darting around slightly. Suddenly leaning closer, she whispered, "Brother, are you interested in her?" How about your little sister helps you get her into bed?
Su Liang withdrew his interested gaze, completely unconcerned about Yen Ruyua's attitude.
Since he couldn't win her over the normal way, he'd try something else. He had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Having gotten used to being a nice guy, he'd almost forgotten his true identity. He was the villain, after all.
Try being arrogant in front of him. Hearing his sister's words, Su Liang gave her a sidelong glance. Don't just throw people into bed like that, do you think you're a bandit? Su Qingge pouted upon hearing this. If you're not what you mean, you were clearly having a lot of fun before. Young Master Su.
As Su Liang and his sister walked along, the socialites and businesswomen all greeted them warmly. When they passed Yen Ruyue and her group, several socialites, led by He Qin, also came up to say hello. They all stared intently at Su Liang, their eyes practically drooling. Seeing his girlfriend staring at a man with such disdainful looks, Ji Buchan's lips twitched, feeling a growing urge to be cuckolded. If it were anyone else, he would have already waved his hand and ordered security to give them a good beating.
It's Su Liang? Then it's alright. Chapter 280 Model Catwalk. The Unreasonable Su Qingge.
He Qin's eyes sparkled. Just moments ago, she'd thought she couldn't leave Ji Buchan because she hadn't met anyone better. And here he was. She didn't aspire to be Su Liang's woman, being his mistress would be enough for her.
Then, what about the Yin family? She could do whatever she wanted with them. Even the Ji family wouldn't be a threat to her. That was the benefit of being Su Liang's woman. Just a glimpse between his fingers would be enough to sustain her for a lifetime.
Young Master Su was so handsome, with such a great physique, he'd be thrilled. Her girlfriends, who had come with her, shared the same thought, their gazes towards Su Liang burning with desire. Seeing his girlfriend's infatuated expression, Ji Buchan froze, inwardly fuming.
In public, everyone was watching.
Just now, the two of them were publicly displaying their affection, and now he'd betrayed them.
Despite his resentment, he didn't show it on his face.
Instead, he joined in greeting Su Liang. There was no way around it, it was Su Liang, after all. Two of the original 5 great families were gone, all because of the Su family.
The downfall of the Jiang family, in particular, was orchestrated by Su Liang.
Not to mention him, even his exceptionally intelligent elder brother, Ji Bachu, would have to kneel before Su Liang.
Before Su Liang could react, Su Qingge couldn't help but speak first.
She glanced coldly at the several socialites, expressionless, and uttered a single word.
Get lost.
It was true she was helping her brother find a harem, but not just anyone could catch her eye.
These women weren't worthy.
Actually, even if Su Qingge felt disgusted by their polite greetings, she shouldn't have rebuked them to their faces.
There was a reason for everything. Su Qingge wasn't a mindless troll, only knowing how to argue with everyone and everything.
On the contrary, she was incredibly shrewd. She had noticed the women targeting Yen Ruyue earlier, so she hadn't hesitated to reprimand them, hoping to leave a good impression. Her whispering to her brother earlier wasn't a test, she genuinely wanted to help him win over this woman. She wanted to expand and strengthen her brother's harem so that she could eventually rise to power and control all the women. The thought alone made her feel wonderful. Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly at his sister's attitude, then realized what she meant.
Understanding his sister's intentions, he was somewhat amused and exasperated.
He had already decided that he wouldn't use conventional methods to win over this woman, his sister's approach wouldn't work.
How dare you speak like that? If you continue to be so unreasonable, I won't include you next time.
He first gave his sister a mild reprimand, then looked at the others who were startled and at a loss.
Su Liang spoke with a hint of apology.
I'm sorry, my sister's been a bit grumpy lately.
I apologize on her behalf.
His smile was warm and inviting, making it impossible to feel any ill will.
No, it's alright, it's our fault.
Led by He Qin, the group of people turned pale and waved their hands repeatedly. Their gazes towards Su Liang were filled with fear, they no longer dared to show any infatuation towards him.
Then we'll go in first. With that, Su Liang took his sister's hand and walked into the fashion exhibition hall.
He didn't even glance at Yan Ruyue and Xiao Qinglong standing nearby. Only after the two figures disappeared did the group breathe a sigh of relief and exchange bewildered glances. Ji Buchang wiped away his cold sweat, a wave of fear washing over him. He wondered what they had done to offend the second young lady of the Su family. Entering the hall, they were greeted by rows of stalls. Each stall was filled with all sorts of clothing, all new designs from various companies. People were coming and going at the stalls, with salespeople explaining and promoting their company's clothing.
Su Liang didn't linger, pulling Su Qingga's hand and heading towards the center of the hall.
But just then, a middle-aged man, overweight, dressed in a suit and tie, looking quite well-dressed, rushed out from the center of the hall. Seeing Su Liang and Su Qingga, who looked like a perfect couple, he dared not be negligent and hurriedly went to greet them. "I didn't know young Master Su was coming. I'm so sorry for not welcoming you sooner." He was the organizer of this fashion exhibition. He was originally in his office receiving a bigwig in the clothing industry when he received a message at the door saying that Su Liang and his sister had arrived, so he rushed over to greet them. "You two can go about your business. I'm just bringing my sister out to broaden her horizons. Don't worry about us." That's what he said, but how could he really abandon the two siblings? He wiped the cold sweat that had seeped out and said, "Actually, I don't have anything to do." Swish. Before he could finish speaking, Su Liang frowned and immediately fell silent. Thinking of the fashion show inside, his eyes lit up, and he made a suggestion. "Young Master Su, there's a fashion show inside. Shall I take you to see it?" Seeing Su Liang nod, he hurriedly led the way. A stage had been set up in the center of the venue, where women dressed in flamboyant attire were walking back and forth. Many lecherous men in the audience watched with great interest. "Hey, isn't that Shang Bing, the person in charge of the exhibition? Shouldn't he be in his office entertaining those big bosses? Why is he here? Who are those two? Why is Shang Bing so respectful? He's practically a lapdog." The arrival of Su Liang and his companions caused a stir. Shang Bing respectfully escorted Su Liang and his companion to their VIP seats and then hurriedly left, not wanting to disturb their enjoyment. Su Qingga had never seen a fashion show before. Watching the women on stage wearing all sorts of outfits. There were suits, skirts, cheongsams. Her eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. "If I changed into different clothes and walked the runway in front of my brother, I wondered if he would like it." Su Liang was also watching the fashion show on stage, but his mind wasn't on the women. For no other reason than that the women who caught his eye were all leading ladies. These women simply didn't interest him. He was thinking about what methods he could use to win over Yan Ruyue. Su Qingga misunderstood, thinking her brother was mesmerized by the models, and pouted in displeasure. With such a beautiful woman right beside him, how could he be looking at other women? Were they prettier than him? Thinking this, she pulled Su Liang's arm and asked, "Brother, are they prettier?" Chapter 281: Su Qingga's first meeting with her sister-in-law. Su Liang's probing. Su Liang turned to look at his sister, a slight smirk playing on his lips. What kind of question was this? Did he even need to answer? They weren't even in the same league, okay? There was no comparison. Su Qingga was naturally beautiful, and after taking the marrow cleansing pill he gave her, she became even more stunning. Even those leading ladies couldn't compare, let alone these women. Facing his sister's expectant gaze, he still replied, "You're pretty, okay." Su Qingga was clearly dissatisfied with this answer, turning her head away and ignoring him. After watching the model show for a while, Su Liang got bored and went to another section with his sister. The booths on the outer perimeter were all from small companies. Only large companies with assets exceeding 100 million were qualified to exhibit in the center of the hall, easily attracting the attention of more big bosses. In front of one booth, a large crowd had gathered. In the center of the crowd, a stunningly beautiful woman with a gentle and intellectual air was showcasing her new clothing designs. Yan Ruyue stared intently at her, her eyes filled with longing. Her company had hit a bottleneck and desperately needed a top-notch fashion designer. Yan Ruyue had been trying to recruit talent from other companies. However, the established designers were all with large corporations and looked down on her small workshop.
But she didn't give up.
Her perseverance paid off, and she actually found a suitable candidate.
Hua Jieyu, a designer at Shanya Clothing Company.
Originally, her designs were only mid to upper level, nothing outstanding. But a little over a month ago, her design skills improved dramatically, reaching the level of international masters. She is now the chief designer at Shanya. Compared to other top designers, Yan Ruyue felt that Hua Jieyu was the most likely candidate to be recruited. Shanya Clothing wasn't much bigger than her company, and she believed that as long as she offered sufficient terms, Hua Jieyu would agree. If Hua Jieyu were willing to join her company and cooperate with her operations, Manhwa Clothing would definitely have a bright future. After Hua Jieyu finished her explanation, many bosses came forward to inquire about placing orders, and Yan Ruyue quickly joined the queue. Xiao Qinglong followed silently behind, ignoring anyone who kicked him when they disliked him.
Hello, is there anything you don't understand?
Having casually dismissed one boss, Hua Jieyu's tone became much more polite when she saw a woman whose looks were no less than hers standing before her. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure entering through the door.
It's Brother Liang.
Hua Jieyu's eyes lit up. But when she saw that Su Liang was accompanied by a woman, her heart sank. She quickly searched her memory. Su Liang had told her about his sister, and Hua Jieyu remembered. In an instant, the clouds parted and the fog cleared.
Hello, my name is Yan Ruyue, I'm from Manhwa Clothing.
Whether she could impress Hua Jieyu depended on what she said. Yan Ruyue calmed her excited heart and spoke respectfully. However, before she could finish speaking, Hua Jieyu interrupted her.
Excuse me, can we talk about it later? I have something urgent to attend to right now. With that, Hua Jieyu ignored Yan Ruyue's expression and quickly walked towards Su Liang.
With her sweetheart and sister-in-law both here, she had no time to answer the boss's questions. I wonder if her sister-in-law knows about her brother and me.
Does she dislike me? What if she's not happy with her sister-in-law?
Hua Jieyu's heart pounded with anxiety, and she began to rack her brains. Yan Ruyue, who was only halfway through her sentence, choked on her words, and only managed to exhale after a long pause. After all, she needed Hua Jieyu's help and couldn't afford to get angry. Seeing Jieyu's hurried pace, she knew something urgent had happened and wondered what she was going to do.
Following Hua Jieyu's retreating figure, Su Qingga watched as she approached Su Liang and his sister.
Su Qingga had already noticed her, and seeing her hurrying towards him, she instantly understood what was going on. This must be one of her sisters-in-law. Sure enough, her brother's taste was just like hers.
Young Master Su.
In front of so many people, Hua Jieyu was too embarrassed to use a more intimate address.
Jieyu, you're here too. Knowing Hua Jieyu's identity as a fashion designer, Su Liang wasn't surprised. Yes. Hua Jieyu nodded and explained.
I designed a batch of new styles, seeing if I could take this opportunity to enter the luxury brand market.
Then, her gaze fell on Su Qingga.
Before she could ask a question, Su Qingga stepped forward and took her arm.
My name is Su Qingga. You must be my sister-in-law, right?
You're so beautiful and have such a great figure.
Su Qingga's intimate gesture startled Hua Jieyu for a moment.
After regaining her composure, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her sister-in-law's first impression of her was quite satisfactory.
Qingga is too kind.
You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen, like a fairy from heaven. Hua Jieyu was naturally flattered. Since Su Qingga was so enthusiastic, Hua Jieyu naturally wanted to return the favor. Besides, she was speaking from the heart. She was a wealthy woman herself, living in high society, and had seen countless beautiful women. There were those whose looks were comparable to hers, like the one who had just come to see her. What was her name again?
Yan Ruyue.
And there were those even more beautiful than her, but none as beautiful as this sister-in-law. The friendship between women is truly wondrous. The two women, meeting for the first time, quickly became inseparable.
Excuse me, just in time. Just as the family was enjoying a harmonious time, an untimely voice rang out.
Yan Ruyue, seeing that Hua Jieyu wouldn't be finished anytime soon, and even showing signs of leaving, fearing she would miss this opportunity, braced herself and came over. Hua Jieyu frowned slightly upon seeing her, then smiled broadly.
We won't talk about work today. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Su Liang, the head of the Su group, and this is his sister, Su Qingge. After introducing the Su siblings, she introduced Yan Ruyue. This is Yan Ruyue. She trailed off, unable to continue. She had just heard that name called. Yan Ruyue spoke up herself. Hello, my name is Yan Ruyue, and I'm the CEO of Manhwa Clothing Company, Ltd. Yan Ruyue didn't really want to get too close to Su Liang. She had a feeling he was dangerous. However, since Hua Jieyu had already introduced them, she had to respond. The two clasped hands. Yan Ruyue intended to pull away quickly, but found herself held tightly in Su Liang's hands. Chapter 282: The Legacy of Cao Cao. The protagonist's boundary of forbearance. The first signs of a conspiracy. Young Master Su, hello. After introducing herself, Yan Ruyue politely extended her hand. Su Liang's gaze swept over her, landing on Xiao Qinglong behind her. An idea immediately flashed through his mind. To win over Yan Ruyue, he couldn't bypass the protagonist. According to his investigation, this Xiao Qinglong was very patient. No matter how much he was humiliated or ordered around, he never complained. If it happened to the female lead, could he still tolerate it? He had to test him. So, Su Liang also extended his hand. Before Yan Ruyue could react, he directly grabbed her hand. It felt soft and warm, cool and smooth like jade. It's a pleasure to meet you. As he spoke, he suddenly hooked his hand in Yan Ruyue's palm. The movement was discreet enough that Hua Jieyu wouldn't notice, but it wouldn't escape the protagonist, Xiao Qinglong. He wondered what his reaction would be. A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Although their relationship was strained, they were still husband and wife in name only. Was this considered seducing a married woman? The Prime Minister's ambition, the legacy of Cao Cao, ultimately had to be inherited. While secretly making subtle moves, Su Liang observed Xiao Qinglong out of the corner of his eye. As he expected. Xiao Qinglong saw Su Liang's subtle actions when the two shook hands, and his pupils contracted sharply. This guy he disliked was indeed no good, he was actually taking advantage of Ruyue. A violent aura surged from him. But then he remembered the 3 rules Yan Ruyue had made with him: he must never cause trouble or cause her any problems. And he had also sworn to live an ordinary life with Yan Ruyue for the next 3 years, without using his power or influence. Suppressing his murderous urge, he glared fiercely at Su Liang, attempting a warning. I saw your little tricks, aren't you going to let go? That's it. Su Liang had taken in Xiao Qinglong's actions, his expression slightly taken aback. He'd even laid hands on his wife. Su Liang had thought that even if Xiao Qinglong didn't immediately lash out and kill him, he'd at least separate them. But get this straight, I'm flirting with your wife, who are you trying to scare with your glare? Su Liang fell into deep thought. He was genuinely surprised that he hadn't tested Xiao Qinglong's limits. But it was enough. When he was trying to woo Yan Ruyue in the future, he'd mostly be watching from the sidelines. Maybe he'd even silently buy her condoms later. Yan Ruyue had intended to politely shake hands, the kind that'd be quick and fleeting, but unexpectedly, Su Liang grabbed her hand. She immediately tried to break free. But how could she possibly be stronger than Su Liang? Then, she felt a tingling sensation in her palm. Why was it electric? The itchy feeling shot straight from her palm to her heart, making her freeze and her mind go blank for a moment. To be honest, she had always been proud and self-respecting, and this was the first time she had been treated like this. It felt very strange. Wait. Was I being teased? Yan Ruyue snapped out of her daze, her eyebrows furrowing as she glared at Su Liang with shame and anger. She began to struggle violently. If Hua Jieyu hadn't been there, and if she hadn't needed his help and needed to maintain her refined composure, she would have already cursed Su Liang and slapped him across the face. How shameless.
She had suspected Su Liang wasn't a good person and needed to stay away, and now it was confirmed. It seemed Hua Jieyu and he had a special relationship, perhaps they were even dating. And now he was harassing her right in front of her. Thinking this, Yen Ruyue felt a chill run down her spine. Su Liang's public image was impeccable, a refined and amiable gentleman, but behind the scenes, he was such a despicable person.
Everyone had been deceived by his appearance. Thinking this way, it was fortunate she hadn't exposed Su Liang's actions immediately.
With the persona he had cultivated, no one would believe he had taken advantage of her.
She might even turn around and accuse her of riding on Su Liang's coattails.
Thinking of this, Yen Ruyue felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, her scalp tingling. Ignoring Yen Ruyue's turmoil, Su Liang released her hand as she began to struggle. His face still wore a smile, as if nothing had happened.
It was just a simple handshake. Miss Yen is in the clothing industry, we could collaborate sometime.
Hearing Su Liang's words, Hua Jieyu chimed in. That's right, the Su Group spans various industries.
If you're looking for a partner, Mr. Su is the perfect match.
Yen Ruyue was flustered, and she only gave a perfunctory reply to Hua Jieyu's words. Seeing her lack of interest, Hua Jieyu didn't say anything more. Introducing her to Su Liang was just a sudden whim. After dismissing Yen Ruyue, Hua Jieyu looked at Su Liang and asked, "Did you just arrive? Would you like me to show you around? Some of the new clothes are quite nice." "Thank you." "What a bother." Hua Jieyu rolled her eyes at Su Liang. When the two of them were having their intimate conversation before, he wasn't this polite. Afterwards, Hua Jieyu led Su Liang and his sister away. Before leaving, Su Qingda glanced at Yen Ruyue, lost in thought. Hua Jieyu didn't notice her brother's subtle actions, but they didn't escape her sharp eyes. Clearly interested in this Yen Ruyue, yet showing no intention of befriending her, instead deliberately provoking her dislike. What kind of tactic is this? Her little head was filled with big questions. Ring 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 ring. Hua Jieyu left, and Yen Ruyue didn't chase after her, standing there stunned, her face turning pale. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. She picked up the phone. "Ms. Yen, a big boss has taken a liking to our company's new clothing line and is willing to pay a price to order a large quantity. He also intends to have a long-term partnership." It turned out to be an employee who was guarding the company's booth, and he sounded very excited. "What?" Yen Ruyue exclaimed in surprise. "Take good care of the client, I'll be right there." She hurried towards her company's booth. Xiao Qinglong followed silently behind, head down. An hour later. Looking at the large order contract in her hand, a smile finally appeared on Yen Ruyue's face, even forgetting what Su Liang had done to her earlier. Although she was a little disappointed at not being able to recruit Hua Jieyu, securing an order worth tens of millions still put her in a good mood. Meanwhile, on the other side, the big boss who had partnered with Yen Ruyue was now standing respectfully before Ji Buchang, reporting what had just happened. "You did well." A smile played on Ji Buchang's lips. This was a conspiracy against Yen Ruyue. He wanted to make her regret her decision. Chapter 283. The protagonist escapes from prison. Not content with being betrayed by everyone, he wants to be an enemy of the entire world. Night fell, and a slight chill settled in the air. The Shanghai Public Security Bureau. As the night deepened, the cell grew even darker. A few specks of starlight shone through the iron bars, illuminating a figure in the cell. It was Yi Chen, unjustly framed and imprisoned. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, his gaze sweeping back and forth. After a moment, he slowly stood up and walked to the cell door. Although he hadn't received a definitive verdict, according to Su Liang, he would likely be in there for several years. If something went wrong, who knew how long it would take? He was at Su Liang's mercy, his sentence entirely at Su Liang's discretion. This feeling of having his fate controlled was unbearable. Being imprisoned for life, watching his parents and sister being deceived by Su Liang, was worse than death. Therefore Yi Chen decided to escape. He knew he would be wanted throughout the city after escaping, but that was still better than being locked up here for life. After several days of observation, he decided to act today. His hands gripped the cell door, and with a final push, it opened easily. This prison couldn't hold him, it was simply a matter of whether he wanted to get out. Opening the door, he moved with ghostly speed, dashing out. Following his planned route, he quickly escaped the police station. Yichen glanced back. From now on, there was no turning back. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and plunged into the night.
A bustling commercial city.
Two figures, like a pair of celestial beings, strolled leisurely through the streets. "Brother Liang, do you prefer boys or girls?" Lin Liang, holding Su Liang's hand, asked nervously, a happy smile on her face. Since becoming pregnant, Lin Liang's work hours have decreased, focusing on skincare and rest. Meanwhile, she felt bored at home alone, but thankfully Su Liang spent more time with her.
For example, today.
She casually mentioned wanting to prepare baby supplies for her unborn child, and Su Liang took her shopping.
Seeing how much Su Liang cared for her unborn child, she was overjoyed. But what if the child wasn't a boy?
She'd heard that large families placed great importance on lineage, preserving old-fashioned customs and favoring sons over daughters.
Su Liang was so good to her, what if she didn't like the girl and disappointed him?
Hearing his question, Su Liang raised an eyebrow, then smiled slightly.
"Whether it's a boy or a girl, I'll love them."
Seeing the lingering worry in her eyes, Su Liang paused before continuing.
"If I had to choose, I'd prefer a girl."
"Why?" Lin Liang was surprised.
She knew Su Liang was the only male in the Su family. Shouldn't she prefer boys to ensure the family's prosperity?
"Because daughters are their father's little darlings."
Su Liang spoke his true feelings.
As for the heroines he'd been pursuing, the idea of them being spoiled or having leaky little cotton-padded jackets, meaning their daughters were easily spoiled, wouldn't be allowed to happen. The idea of raising children to provide for old age or carry on the family line was irrelevant. He had a system and limitless possibilities. Eternal life, as it was said, wasn't impossible. Besides, he had so many women, several of whom were pregnant now. It wouldn't matter if Lin Liang had twins, it wouldn't matter.
It couldn't be that all his offspring would be daughters, could it? "Brother Liang, it's so good to have you."
Lin Liang was deeply moved, nestled in Su Liang's arms, gently stroking her belly with one hand. She didn't know if Su Liang was just trying to comfort her, but the fact that he was comforting her like that showed his sincerity. Su Liang held her waist, but his gaze seemed to drift to a dark corner, his expression somewhat enigmatic. In that dark corner, a pair of bloodshot eyes were staring at them.
Yichen left the police station and ran frantically, intending to go home and check on his family.
He wondered if Su Liang had harmed his family while he was detained at the police station. Unexpectedly, while passing by the commercial center, he saw Su Liang walking with a woman. This woman was no less beautiful than his sister in Liang Bingxue, only their demeanor was different. She also possessed a maternal glow. Combined with their conversation, Yichen instantly understood that this woman was pregnant with Su Liang's child. A raging fire ignited within him, like a volcanic eruption.
Damn it!
Although he had long known Su Liang was no good, having many women outside, a complete scumbag. He never expected him to have gotten a woman pregnant. His sister and Liang Bingxue actually thought Su Liang loved them so much.
They were completely fooled.
This woman was the same. Looking at her happy face, she probably had no idea how many women Su Liang had on the side.
"I feel so sorry for these women." Yichen trembled with rage, a violent killing intent emanating from him. He desperately wanted to rush forward and kill Su Liang. But he couldn't, and he couldn't. Not to mention the mysterious expert secretly protecting Su Liang.
Even as a fugitive, he couldn't openly reveal himself.
Huff.
After a flash of insight, Yichen let out a long breath, his emotions gradually calming down.
As long as the green hills remain, there's always firewood. If he couldn't kill Su Liang now, he could only wait for an opportunity later.
But seeing this scumbag bullying his sister, and who knows how many innocent girls he would harm next, his heart ached terribly.
"I'm outta here." Fearing he might lash out if he watched any longer, Yichen glared at Su Liang resentfully before turning and disappearing into the night.
Ding Yichen has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Yichen has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 1000.
Ding. Su Liang wasn't surprised at all by Yi Chen's presence here. It was all part of his plan.
Yi Chen still has a lot of luck left. To quickly reap it all, alienating everyone isn't enough.
The protagonist, after all, isn't he always talking about defying the heavens? How could he be without enemies all over the world?
Ring 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 ring. Not long after, a cell phone rang.
It was Tang Xin calling. Brother Liang, something bad has happened. The Yi Chen you asked me to capture has escaped. Yi Chen was captured on Su Liang's orders, so upon receiving news of the escape, Tang Xin immediately called Su Liang.
Don't worry, just treat it like a regular criminal case, keep it clear the whole time.
One thing, raise the bounty a bit. With Yi Chen's stealth skills as the king of assassins, ordinary people couldn't catch him at all.
Su Liang's goal wasn't actually to capture him, but to increase the bounty to mobilize the entire city. He wanted Yi Chen to live like a rat in the street.
Although Tang Xin didn't understand, she still agreed.
Okay. Oh, and don't forget to inform his family.
Chapter 284 Citywide Manhunt. The protagonist, a rascal in the street. The female lead serves him. The next day, a wanted poster circulated online.
The content was no different from a regular wanted poster, the only difference being the reward.
A reward of 1 million yuan would be given for reporting the target's location to the police.
And if this wanted criminal named Yi Chen were caught, the reward would be 5 million yuan.
Everyone was in an uproar. That was 5 million yuan.
If they caught him, they'd be set for life. Thus, an undercurrent of suspicion swept through Shanghai.
Almost everyone looked around with suspicion, and some even formed groups to search for Yi Chen's whereabouts.
Yi Chen had arrived near his home the previous night, but seeing that his family was already asleep, he didn't dare go inside to disturb them.
He spent the night in a dilapidated park nearby.
After waking up, Yi Chen planned to go home. However, as soon as he stepped out of the park, he sensed something was wrong. Everyone around him was scanning him like a scanner, making him feel like he was surrounded by police officers. His ears twitched. Yi Chen overheard some whispers. Hey bro, anyone thinking of teaming up to raid him?
Saw the wanted poster online?
If you find that guy named Yi Chen, you'll be set for life. Saw it, but he's a criminal. How are we supposed to catch him?
That's why we need to team up. We can all gang up on him. What can he do alone? Even if he's really good, it's no big deal. We can call the police and get $1 million reward. The more Yi Chen listened, the more uneasy he felt. It sounded like they were talking about him. Half an hour later,
Yi Chen, disguised as an old man on the street, had learned what had happened. His face was now contorted with rage.
Su Liang. He couldn't believe Su Liang wasn't behind it. Why would a wanted poster have such a high reward?
Yi Chen's eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his flesh without him feeling a thing. Ding Yi Chen's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1000. Ding Yi Chen's mental state was damaged, villain value plus 1001. Ring ring dot ring ring dot ring ring.
Early in the morning, Su Liang answered Yi Liuli's call.
Brother Liang, that Yi Chen has escaped from prison.
Yi Liuli told Su Liang everything she had received from the police station. Speaking of Yi Chen, she was filled with anger. This guy is utterly despicable. He's petty and narrow-minded because Brother Liang is so capable.
He kidnapped someone, and even with the evidence right in front of him, he wouldn't confess. Now he's even gone so far as to escape from prison. Liang Go had clearly said he was willing to use his connections to help him get a reduced sentence, only a few years in prison.
Now that he's escaped, wouldn't all of Liang Ji's efforts have been in vain?
Yi Liuli had no feelings for Yi Chen. She wasn't angry that Yi Chen was courting death, but rather that he had wasted Liang Ji's good intentions.
Kindness taken for granted. Not only her, but Ye's parents didn't understand either.
You committed such a serious crime, getting a few years in prison is already a good outcome.
But you went and escaped.
In this society, there are cameras everywhere.
You think you can escape? You're a fool. Anyone with a modicum of sense wouldn't do something so stupid. When did this happen?
I already pulled some strings to get his sentence reduced to 3 or 4 years, why did he do it now?
Su Liang feigned ignorance.
Hearing this, Yi Liuli felt even more guilty, and her hatred for Yi Chen deepened. I'm sorry, Brother Liang, for making you go through all this trouble for nothing.
Don't say that, we're family, you know I'll think of something else.
Hearing the silence on the other end of the phone, as if someone was genuinely trying to find a solution, Yi Liuli grew anxious.
Yi Chen is courting death, why bother with him? She quickly said.
Brother Liang, just ignore him.
You have no idea what he says about you behind your back. That guy is awful. He misunderstood me. Okay, let's not talk about what happened before.
His prison break is a serious offense. Considering his past crimes, he'll get at least a life sentence.
Wait, since he's escaped, why don't we help him out and send him abroad?
Yi Liuli was startled by Su Liang's words, then quickly reacted and said urgently.
Is that okay? What if we get caught? Will it affect you?
It will have an impact, but not a big one.
My family's connections can handle it. Su Liang's eyes flashed as he replied. No, I don't agree. Yi Liuli only knew that Su Liang's actions would affect him. She absolutely couldn't let Yi Chen affect Brother Liang. After another conversation, Su Liang hung up the phone.
He had planted a seed, waiting for it to take root and sprout.
This period won't be too long. Su Liang held his phone, scrolling through news about Yi Chen.
It had only been posted a short while before it topped the trending searches. Seeing people discussing Yi Chen, so eager to find him, Su Liang felt quite satisfied.
Tang Xian had also arranged for officers at the police station to search for Yi Chen's whereabouts. Su Liang stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and his eyes lit up.
Since helping Xia Qingqiu unify the underworld, he'd only been tasked with finding people who could be the protagonist's template, he hadn't been given any real work. It was time for this massive underground force to make its move. The white, the black, and all the ordinary people in Shanghai were searching for Yi Chen. He didn't doubt that Yi Chen could evade their pursuit, but his days would certainly be very difficult.
There's going to be a good show.
After making Lin Liang a breakfast that required her to use both her hands and mouth, Su Liang went out. He could easily have instructed Xia Qingqiu to send his men to find Yi Chen with a single phone call. But he still decided to go in person. This woman had been with him for quite some time, and still no sign of pregnancy, she was being a bit uncooperative. He needed to teach her a lesson. The newly built Starry nightclub. Aside from the president, Xia Qingqiu, and her personal maid, Xiao Qi, no one else can go up to the top floor.
Today, an uninvited guest finally arrived, and it was a man.
Xia Qingqiu, who was usually incredibly dignified and controlled the fates of countless people under her command, was now massaging Su Liang's legs like a maid.
Any news about what I asked you to do?
Su Liang put down his wine glass filled with bright red wine and asked calmly.
No, master.
There are many young people with the surnames Su, Xiao, Yi, and Lin, but none of them have spoken strangely, nor have any suddenly risen to prominence.
Even now, Xia Qingqiu still didn't understand Su Liang's orders, but being sensible, she didn't ask.
She would obey any command from this man who had so forcefully conquered her. Su Liang thought for a moment. Protagonists weren't as easy to find as cabbages. The reason he always seemed to encounter protagonists was mostly due to his villainous aura. He waved his hand, informing her of the citywide search for Yi Chen. Of course, the search for the protagonist couldn't stop.
Chapter 285, Identification complete, they are undoubtedly siblings. The female lead immediately calls the police.
Happy times are always fleeting, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, time slipping by unnoticed. But for some, it felt like an eternity, 10 days felt like 10 years. Yi Chen, disguised as a sanitation worker, stood sweeping the streets not far from his home. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression haggard, and he looked utterly exhausted.
10 days, do you know how he'd spent them?
Both the underworld and the legitimate world were searching for him, and countless passers-by egged him on, constantly watching suspicious individuals.
He hadn't had a peaceful night's sleep in 10 days.
His home was under surveillance, he dared not return, nor go to underpasses or parks. Those places were prime search areas.
At night, when people weren't working, many ventured out to try their luck, and Yichen remained on edge.
He hadn't slept well at all, let alone eaten. He couldn't afford restaurants, so when he was hungry, he'd rummage through trash cans, hoping to find someone's leftover takeout.
For 10 days.
He felt the world's malice constantly, as if everyone was targeting him. Even with 10 years of experience in the dark world, he was on the verge of collapse. His anger towards Su Liang had reached its peak. These past few days, he'd run into Su Liang from time to time. Each time he saw him, he was with a different woman, sometimes even 2 or 3 together.
Without comparison, there's no hurt.
He drove luxury cars, lived in villas, and was surrounded by women. In contrast, he felt worse than a dog.
Jealousy and resentment distorted Yichen's appearance. He hated the injustice of fate.
Yichen, tormented and lost in thought, noticed movement in his house.
A beautiful girl came out of the house.
His keen eyes immediately noticed that his younger sister had dressed up before leaving home. Yichen's heart tightened, judging from her appearance, she was going to see Su Liang.
Why did he think this?
Because his sister only wore light makeup and fashionable clothes when she went to see that bastard Su Liang. For the past 10 days, he had been keeping a close eye on things at home. Seeing that his family was safe and sound, and that Su Liang hadn't done anything to them, he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing his parents' worried faces from afar, he felt a pang of sadness.
But after seeing his sister's behavior, he became withdrawn.
His sister had a regular schedule, usually attending school and sometimes helping out at the bubble tea shop.
She showed no concern whatsoever for her brother being wanted throughout the city.
Although his sister didn't care about his life or death, Yichen couldn't bear to see her continue to be manipulated by Su Liang. He had wanted to tell his sister for a long time that Su Liang had gotten a woman pregnant. Unfortunately, police officers had been watching his sister these past few days, preventing him from getting a chance to follow.
Now, perhaps because his sister was going to see Su Liang, the hidden officers weren't following her.
Seeing his sister get into a taxi booked through a third-party app, Yichen quietly followed. He chased her all the way to a 5-star hotel. Yi got out of the car at the hotel entrance.
Her next date with Su Liang was obvious.
Yichen was anxiously pacing, but he didn't immediately approach her.
He first checked his surroundings.
Noticing no one watching, and seeing his sister still waiting at the hotel entrance, he disguised himself as a sanitation worker and approached.
Yi Liuli was in a good mood today.
Liang Ji had finally finished work and asked her out. It was all that bastard Ji Chen's fault. If it weren't for him, Liang Ji wouldn't be so busy, constantly trying to find him and send him abroad. Yi Liuli secretly resolved that once she saw Liang Ji, she would definitely seduce him into giving up on helping Yi Chen. She didn't care if he lived or died, she'd let Yi Chen fend for himself. Seeing an elderly sanitation worker sweeping the street approaching, Yi Liuli politely stepped back to let him pass. Unexpectedly, the sanitation worker stopped right in front of her.
Liuli, come over here and talk.
Having barely spoken to anyone for over 10 days, his voice was hoarse from prolonged exhaustion. It sounded exactly like an old man's. Yi Liuli clearly didn't recognize Yi Chen in this state, her face filled with wariness.
Who was this old man in front of her? How did he know her name?
She had no recollection of him.
Yi Chen also realized the problem and quickly said, "I'm your brother, Yi Chen."
His voice returned to normal.
What? Yi Liuli's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Good heavens, this sanitation worker in front of her was actually Yi Chen in disguise?
No wonder Yi Chen hadn't been caught even after 10 days of being out of prison. His disguise was too convincing, even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Surprised, she blurted out,
"What are you doing here?"
"No time to explain, come with me first," Yi Chen said, reaching for his sister's hand, intending to lead her to a secluded corner to explain. However, Yi Liuli reacted strongly, taking a step back to avoid him. Yi Chen missed, his lips twitching.
Was that step back for real?
Such a small action, yet it caused so much harm.
Knowing the sanitation worker's identity, Yi Liuli said coldly. Let's talk here.
Liang Ji will be here soon, I'll wait for him here. Yi Chen felt as if he'd been stabbed again. She was even risking her own brother's life to wait for her lover. Looking around and making sure no one was paying attention, Yi Chen took a deep breath and said, Liuli, listen to your brother's advice, don't associate with Su Liang anymore.
He interrupted his sister before she could say anything.
I know you don't believe me, but let me finish. According to my investigation, Su Liang has had no fewer than 10 women around him, including the president of the Lu Group, a radio host in Shanghai, a superstar.
By the way, you know Liang Bingxue, right?
The one who framed me for kidnapping.
She was also deceived by Su Liang, and I guess she's already.
These are all his women, and some of them are even pregnant with his children.
He's just playing with your feelings.
Liuli, believe me, I swear it's all true.
I risked my life to tell you all this for you. Yi Chen's eyes were sincere, his tone incredibly earnest.
Yi Liuli nodded, agreeing with his words, and picked up the phone.
She dialed 110. Hello, I ran into Yi Chen at the entrance of the Love Hotel on Xann Road, yes, the one on the wanted poster. Yi Chen. Holy crap? I risked being exposed to tell you about Su Liang's treachery, and you betrayed me?
Confirmed, definitely her sister.
Chapter 286. The protagonist is heartbroken.
It's time to lay his cards on the table. Yi Chen staggered back a few steps, staring incredulously at his younger sister, Yi Liuli. He had risked his life to persuade her, appealing to her reason and emotions, only to have her call the police instead. Seeing Yi Chen's betrayed expression, Yi Liuli felt no sympathy whatsoever. It was all his own doing. Brother Liang had helped him so much, even risking his life to send him abroad. And he was still speaking ill of Brother Liang behind his back. Yi Liuli was furious. Unable to bear it any longer, she called the police. This kind of person didn't deserve Brother Liang's help. It was better to have the police arrest him, saving Brother Liang the risk. Besides, Yi Chen was a criminal who had escaped from prison, and she had a terrible impression of him. She felt no remorse.
Seeing Yi Chen's bewildered expression, Yi Liuli was enraged and said coldly, Brother Liang has already pulled strings to get your sentence reduced, why did you still try to escape? You've wasted so many of Brother Liang's favors. And do you know? Even if you escape, Brother Liang still wants to help you. He'll risk his life to send you abroad after finding you. You're still talking badly about Brother Liang behind his back because you're jealous of him. Are you even human? Yi Chen stood there, stunned. He didn't blame his sister. Based on what she said, he knew Su Liang was definitely behind it all. What helped to reduce his sentence? It was just to gain favor with his parents and sister. Helping him send him abroad was even more ridiculous. He was the one who posted the 5 million reward. He stirred up the desire of ordinary people to get rich overnight, searching everywhere for him. Both the legitimate and criminal worlds were after him, making him an enemy of the world. A pariah. Wasn't that all Su Liang's doing? But none of it mattered anymore. Yi Chen's eyes were vacant, his expression numb, his heart ashen. His sister's betrayal dealt him a severe blow. Yi Chen was dazed, as if all his energy had been drained. He turned dejectedly and merged into the crowd. Ding. Yi Chen's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1000. Ding. Yi Chen felt despair, villain value plus 1001. What are you looking at? A gentle, refined voice sounded from behind. Yi Liuli turned around and saw that Su Liang had arrived sometime earlier. Yi Chen's lonely departing figure had touched her, leaving her stunned. These complex emotions vanished the moment Su Liang appeared. Yi Liuli smiled sweetly. Brother Liang, you're here. Su Liang patted her head, speaking in a reproachful tone. How long have you been here? Didn't I tell you to be here by 7? Why are you here so early?
I was worried something might happen and I'd miss my ride, so I came early. Besides, I wasn't that much earlier.
Su Liang smiled indulgently. Are you hungry? Let's go inside.
Yi Liuli nodded, reaching out to take his hand, but then hesitated, afraid Su Liang would object.
With so many people around, and their relationship not being public, what if it affected Liang Ji's company?
Because of her family background and personality, she had always felt somewhat submissive in her interactions with Su Liang. Su Liang sensed her thoughts and, without hesitation, took her small hand. Feeling the warmth from her palm, Yi Liuli felt a warm glow in her heart, deeply moved.
They enjoyed a delicious meal at a 5-star hotel.
When the two came out, it was already past 8 o'clock, the busiest time for evening shopping.
Choosing to stay at the hotel wasn't just for a simple meal. It's still early, isn't it? We can take a walk, do some shopping, and then go back.
It didn't matter how much time it took, they were going to be there anyway.
More than an hour later. Liang Gu, what do you think of this?
Yi Liuli stopped at a stall specializing in couples' gifts, picked up a bracelet, put it on her wrist, and asked Su Liang with a beaming smile.
She thoroughly enjoyed shopping with Su Liang. Su Liang glanced at the bracelet and immediately recognized it as fake. He discreetly reached behind his back, and with a thought, a delicate little gift box appeared in his hand. That's not suitable for you, put it back. This is a gift I prepared for you. What?
Yi Liuli blinked her bright, watery eyes, a look of surprise and delight in them. She hadn't expected Brother Liang to prepare a gift for her. Carefully opening the gift box, she found a beautiful bracelet inside.
It was inlaid with many gemstones, clearly very valuable.
The cheap item on her wrist was in a completely different league.
This Brother Liang, it's too precious, I can't accept it. Compared to your place in my heart, it's worthless.
It wasn't a vow of eternal love, but it moved Yi Liuli to tears.
Brother Liang actually cared about her this much?
Even if Yi Chen was just being jealous and lying to Brother Liang, and even if what Yi Chen said was true, Su Liang had many other women.
She didn't care anymore.
Knowing that she held such a high place in Brother Liang's heart was enough. Touched as she was, she still couldn't accept such an expensive necklace. She opened her mouth to refuse, but at that moment, Su Liang suddenly frowned, feigning displeasure.
No one has ever refused anything I give away. Do you want to be the first person to refuse me?
Seeing that Brother Liang was about to get angry, Yi Liuli quickly waved her hands, saying no, and finally happily accepted it.
That's more like it. Su Liang smiled. He had many similar bracelets, like the one he gave Yi Liuli, specifically prepared for these female protagonists.
Yi Liuli had risked turning against Yi Chen for him, she deserved praise. Yi Liuli clutched the gift box tightly, her eyes filled with love as she looked at Su Liang.
Thank you, Brother Liang. Is this your way of thanking me?
You need to offer something more substantial. Noticing the mischievous smile on Su Liang's lips, Yi Liuli knew what he meant, and instantly blushed deeply. She nervously looked around.
Oh dear, there are so many people around, and Brother Liang still wants me to do that. Yi Liuli was very embarrassed. However, she couldn't refuse Su Liang's request.
Finally, she gritted her teeth, moved closer to Su Liang. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, she quickly tiptoed and pecked Su Liang on the cheek.
Su Liang smiled and didn't tease her anymore.
Actually, he could have just kissed her in the street, there was no need. He didn't have the habit of performing in public. Ding Yi Chen has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 1001. A strange light flashed in Su Liang's eyes as he glanced at a corner not far away. Liuli, I'm a little thirsty, could you go buy me a bottle of water? Yi Liuli was currently blushing and wished she could disappear into the ground. Hearing Su Liang's words, she hurriedly ran away. After seeing Yi Liuli off, Su Liang walked towards a corner. It was time to confront the protagonist. Chapter 287 on the verge of collapse. The protagonist's one-hit kill? Unable to bear the blow of his sister's betrayal, Yi Chen wandered aimlessly through the streets, finding this quiet spot to lick his wounds. Yi Chen had been under surveillance, while he and Yilioli were shopping, Su Liang had been constantly guiding them towards this place. The gift was given, and it was about time to go back and enjoy the heroine's reward. Before going back, he'd deal with the protagonist first.
In the dimly lit alley,
Yi Chen witnessed his sister being tricked into throwing herself into Su Liang's arms by a small gift. In the past, he would have tried everything to stop his sister and Su Liang from being together. But now he couldn't muster that thought anymore. His sister had hurt him too deeply. Tired.
Destruction is the only option.
Yi Chen's eyes dimmed, completely losing his fighting spirit. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened.
Su Liang was actually walking towards him. Finally, Su Liang stopped a short distance away.
Yi Chen's gaze sharpened. He glanced behind Su Liang several times, but found no powerful figures following him.
Even his ever-present female driver was gone.
Yi Chen's heart pounded, his mind racing. Su Liang has no powerful protectors around him.
If I could kill him now.
The more he thought about it, the more he felt he had a chance. Even if the powerful figure was hiding in the shadows, at this close range, he was confident he could kill Su Liang before the other party could make a move. Yi Chen shook off his previous dejection, his whole being becoming energetic, even the fatigue accumulated over the past 10 days was relieved. His lifeless eyes were replaced by killing intent and rage. Since meeting Su Liang, he hadn't had a single good day, and now he was an enemy of the world. His hatred for Su Liang was something that even the vast ocean couldn't wash away. He also knew that if he killed Su Liang, he would definitely not survive. But he no longer cared. He felt it was worth it to exchange his life for Su Liang's. Killing Su Liang would not only avenge his family but also eliminate worries about his family's safety and the harm done to other innocent girls.
A triple win.
One could say, his death brings happiness to countless families. Throughout the entire process, he hadn't considered Su Liang's actual strength.
Yi Chen had never seen Su Liang make a move. In his eyes, Su Liang was a womanizer. Even if he had any strength, it wouldn't be significant. A rash attack without knowing the opponent's capabilities would surely lead to a heavy loss. Just as Yi Chen was contemplating how to deliver a fatal blow to Su Liang looked at the aura above his head with some surprise.
This protagonist was incredibly resilient. 10 days had passed, and he hadn't even exhausted his aura. There was still a small wisp left. A thought flickered in his mind. He changed his mind about immediately eliminating the protagonist, deciding to let him live one more day. He'd have to give the protagonist a full-service package. Today, he'd cripple him first.
TSK, isn't this my brother-in-law?
Long time no see, how have you been?
Su Liang's expression was a half-smile.
Yi Chen's heart sank, and a surge of hatred for Su Liang welled up within him.
But he didn't act rashly. He subtly moved closer to Su Liang.
Closer proximity increased his chances of a fatal blow.
Why are you doing this to me? Why won't you rest until you've killed me?
We have no grudge against each other.
To say that I wanted to break you up with that woman named Hua Jieyu when we first met, and that's why I'm seeking revenge, seems a bit far-fetched. As he approached, Yi Chen spoke to distract Su Liang.
This was also a question that had been weighing on his mind all along. He and Su Liang hadn't known each other for more than 2 months. The first time they met, he saw Su Liang on a date with Hua Jieyu. He admitted that he had gotten a little carried away at the time. His attempt to flirt with the beautiful woman failed, and seeing him with Su Liang, he couldn't resist trying to break them up. From then on, Su Liang began targeting him in various ways. The eldest son of the prestigious Su family, the head of the Su group, couldn't possibly be so petty, could he? Seeing his approaching movements, Su Liang knew what he wanted and smiled knowingly.
Since that's the case, I'll give you a glimmer of hope. Before despair comes hope.
So, Su Liang pretended not to notice and answered Yi Chen's question.
You're right, it's because you wanted to steal my woman that I'm going to kill you. I'm that petty. Don't you know I'm vengeful? You wanted to steal my woman? I'll steal the woman beside you.
I was just trying my luck, but I didn't expect to find out you actually have 2 stunning beauties around you. And your sister, as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, ready for me to write on.
Speaking of which, I should thank you. If you hadn't wanted to steal my woman, I wouldn't have known they were so beautiful. Su Liang began spouting nonsense with a straight face.
Back then, he was almost finished with his pursuit of Yi Liuli. He said he only started because Yi Chen had offended him, to make Yi Chen feel guilty.
Sure enough, upon hearing Su Liang's words, Yi Chen froze on the spot. What? Just because of the woman Su Liang was dating? Yi Chen was completely dumbfounded. He simply couldn't accept it. Just because he made a few careless remarks, Su Liang was going to push him to the brink. Wait. Doesn't that mean that his sister Yi Liuli and Lang Bingxue falling into Su Liang's hands was all his fault?
10 days of sleepless nights had pushed Yi Chen to the brink of collapse, and he hadn't thought about it carefully. He attributed everything to himself, his mind in turmoil, overwhelmed with guilt.
Seeing Yi Chen's expression, Su Liang's face turned strange. No way, no way? He wouldn't believe it? Why should I kill you?
Because you're the protagonist, of course.
Who else should I target? Ding. Yi Chen's mind is unstable, villain value plus 1001. Whoosh. Endless grief and anger transformed into killing intent.
Yi Chen suppressed his emotions, his eyes growing increasingly crazed. Feeling the distance was about right, he pulled out a gleaming blade and transformed into a blur as he attacked Su Liang. He scanned his surroundings warily, finding no powerful figures, so it seemed Su Liang had indeed come alone. Serves you right for dying by my hand today. But then, Su Liang moved. Soon, 2 beautiful women dressed in ancient costumes came over and brought the teahouse's most precious tea leaves. The 2 girls looked exactly alike, they were clearly twin sisters. Refusing the tea server's offer to brew the tea, Su Liang took matters into his own hands. He didn't like tea brewed by others, and he didn't want to waste such fine tea leaves.
This brings us to his women. Knowing he enjoyed tea, each of them honed their tea-making skills to perfection, hoping to gain his attention. When the water was at the right temperature, Su Liang skillfully cleaned the teaware and warmed the cups with a flick of his wrist. His movements were silky smooth, flowing like water, making it seem like a work of art. The 2 sisters beside him were mesmerized, their eyes shining with admiration. In no time, Su Liang had brewed the tea and poured it into 3 cups. Then he smiled at the 2 tea girls. Come try my skills. The sisters snapped out of their daze, somewhat flattered. They had been instructed by their boss to serve young Master Su at all times. Even if he took a liking to them, they couldn't disobey. At first, when Su Liang refused to let them brew tea, they thought they had done something wrong and were filled with worry. Later, they were astonished by Su Liang's pleasing tea brewing skills. Unexpectedly, young Master Su was so approachable, even inviting them to drink such fine tea. What? You don't think much of my tea brewing skills? Seeing the 2 women's thoughts, Su Liang asked jokingly. This startled the 2 teammates, who immediately shook their heads, indicating they meant no harm. They carefully picked up the teacups. Placed one to their lips, they took a small sip, and the sisters' eyes lit up. Being able to brew tea for VIPs on the top floor of the tea house, their tea-making skills were naturally excellent. With just one sip, the 2 women could taste the extraordinary qualities of this tea. It was mellow and fragrant, sweet and delicious, with a lingering aftertaste. Fine tea, paired with excellent tea-making skills. This wasn't just drinking tea, it was the ultimate enjoyment. The sisters clutched their teacups tightly, cherishing them dearly, not even willing to pay a year's salary for them. Thank you, young Master Su, for inviting us sisters to tea. It's wonderful. This is the best tea I've ever had. Su Liang remained non-committal to the 2 women's praise, sipping his tea while admiring the scenery outside. Meanwhile, not far from where Su Liang was drinking tea, several elegant ladies had gathered for afternoon tea. They had arrived earlier than Su Liang and thus witnessed his arrival, chattering excitedly. My goodness, I never expected to see young Master Su here. Such charisma and elegance, no wonder he makes the younger generation look so intimidating. Young Master Su truly deserves his title as the nation's husband. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely pursue him like crazy. Hey, if young Master Su only likes mature women like you, would you accept or not? Only a fool would refuse. Who could resist young Master Su? Get lost, you useless husband. A group of wealthy women joked and teased each other for a while, then one of them spoke with regret. Honestly, I wish young Master Su were my son-in-law. It's a pity my daughter inherited her father's looks. To marry your daughter to young Master Su, she not only needs to be beautiful, but also talented. Who says otherwise? In our family of dozens, not a single girl is worthy of young Master Su. A beautiful daughter. Among the wealthy ladies, an unassuming woman's heart skipped a beat. It was Yan's mother. A talented and beautiful daughter? I have 1 inch. Her inner thoughts began to race. If her daughter could catch the eye of young Master Su, wouldn't the Yin family rise to prominence? The Ji family would be nothing more than servants. Chapter 292: The invitation from the son-in-law's mother-in-law. Pushing her daughter into a fire pit. Just as Yan's mother was indulging in her daydreams, a wealthy woman noticed her and said with surprise, "Speaking of beautiful daughters, doesn't the Yin family have one? That child is good-looking and talented. She should be able to catch young Master Su's eye. Are you blinded by young Master Su? That girl from the Yin family got married 3 years ago, and her taste is truly questionable. She actually took a beggar as her son-in-law. Who says otherwise? Young Master Su wouldn't want a withered flower, let alone a woman who married a beggar. That's such a pity. If your girl had managed to get close to young Master Su back then, we sisters would probably all be listening to you by now." The group of wealthy women sighed and lamented. Some felt sorry for Yen Ruyue marrying a beggar, while others made sarcastic remarks. The opinions varied. Hearing these words, Yen's mother's breathing quickened. Despite having infiltrated this circle of wealthy women, her actual status was the lowest. If what they said was true, and her daughter and young Master Su were indeed together, the small circle would revolve around her. The thought of these high society ladies fawning over her, the center of attention. Yan's mother's heart raced. She longed for it. At the same time, her hatred for that good-for-nothing beggar son-in-law intensified. She blamed everything on Xiao Qinglong. As for forcing her daughter to marry the second young master of the Ji family, she had completely forgotten about it. Regarding her daughter's marriage to young Master Su, Yan's mother had her own considerations. First, her daughter knew her place. Although married, they hadn't consummated their marriage, not even letting that beggar touch her. Her daughter was pure and innocent, inside and out. Even so, the fact that her daughter was married to a beggar had already spread the word. It was impossible for her to be formally married to young Master Su. Mother Yen had never even considered this possibility. In her mind, it would be quite good if her daughter could be young Master Su's mistress. Time passed slowly. A group of wealthy women finished their afternoon tea and prepared to leave. "You all go first, I'll stay a little longer." Mother Yen didn't follow the group but chose to stay, glancing at Su Liang from time to time, thinking about how to approach him. How sharp was Su Liang's perception? He heard every word of the wealthy women's conversation, and couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. Mother Yen, as Yen Ruyue's mother, was naturally a subject of his investigation. He hadn't expected to encounter her here. Su Liang defined this snobbish mother-in-law as a useful pawn. He didn't care about her personality, whether she was greedy for money and fame or vain. "As long as you help me deal with the protagonist and win over the female lead, I'll give you whatever you want." These things are insignificant to Su Liang. Various investigations indicate that his materialistic mother-in-law is exactly this kind of person. Perhaps with just a little hint, she'll willingly offer her daughter to her bed. Su Liang's expression turned playful. He noticed the group of wealthy women leaving, but Yan's mother remained, constantly glancing in their direction. A thought struck Su Liang. He immediately understood. He looked at the 2 twin tea girls and said, "That's all, you can go now." Su Liang had spoken, and the twins had no choice but to obey. They turned back every 3 steps as they left, reluctant to part. Su Liang picked up his teacup and took a sip, then fiddled with his phone. He opened a video sent by his subordinate. It was about Yi Chen's situation in the mental hospital. In the video, Yi Chen was locked in a dimly lit, enclosed room.
4 iron clamps extended from an iron bed, binding Yi Chen's hands and feet.
I'm not mentally ill, you're framing me. Su Liang, get out here. You orchestrated all of this, didn't you? Stop playing these underhanded tricks. If you have the guts, kill me. Get lost, you bastard. I'll never let you go, even if I die. Yi Chen lay motionless on the hospital bed.
Every time he regained consciousness, he would start cursing incessantly. At these times, 2 doctors in white coats would walk in and inject him with psychiatric medication,
forcibly calming him down.
They were treating him as a severely mentally ill patient.
For a mentally ill person, it's treatment. For a normal person, it's just a few injections of psychiatric medication every day. Over time, it can truly create a mentally ill person. Ding Yi Chen's mentality explodes, villain value plus 1001. Ding Yi Chen is terrified, villain value plus 1001. Ding. Seeing how Yi Chen was treated, Su Liang was fairly satisfied. Under such inhuman torture, Yi Chen's arrogance wouldn't last long. Hello, young Master Su. Just as Su Liang closed the video and put down his phone, a slightly timid voice sounded. After seeing the 2 T-girls beside Su Liang leave, Yan's mother came over.
But seeing Su Liang looking at his phone, she didn't want to disturb him.
Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly, feigning confusion as he asked. And you are? I'm Yan Daio's wife, Tui. Tui, why did I mention him?
Mother Yan tilted her head, spat a few times, and slapped her cheek a few times, flatteringly saying, I'm the president of Manhwa Clothing Company, Limited, and Yan Ruyue's mother.
Su Liang said oh, and after a moment of thought, said, Yan Ruyue from Manhwa Clothing, I vaguely remember her. I wonder why you're looking for me. Hearing that Su Liang knew her daughter, Mother Yan was overjoyed. It seemed there was hope. Nothing, I just saw Mr. Su here and came to say hello.
Mother Yan waved her hands repeatedly, then asked seemingly casually.
Does Mr. Su often come here for tea? Yes, I quite enjoy drinking tea. There are many good teas here. Watching his clumsy performance, Su Liang inwardly criticized him, but still played along. Young Master Su, do you enjoy tea?
Meeting Su Liang's inquiring gaze, Madame Yan said with delight.
I remember my family has some Da Hong Pao tea from the mother trees, which we've always treasured and been reluctant to drink. If young Master Su likes it, I can offer it to you.
A glint of light flashed in Su Liang's eyes at just the right moment, then quickly disappeared. Since you're all reluctant to part with it, it would be too much trouble to give it to me. It's all right, that tea would be a waste for us to drink. It only truly shines in young Master Su's hands.
Madame Yan said flatteringly, but no matter what she said, Su Liang declined. This made Madame Yan sigh.
Rumor had it that young Master Su was refined and easygoing, never bullying the weak. Now, seeing him, it was indeed true. This further solidified her resolve to push her daughter into the fire, no into young Master Su's bed, no to help her daughter find her true love. Look how wonderful young Master Su is. Compared to that good-for-nothing beggar, well, there's no comparison.
They're from completely different worlds. Young Master Su feels embarrassed, so how about this?
My family will bring out some tea sometime, and we'll invite young Master Su to enjoy it together. Mother Yan offered her best solution.
Inviting young Master Su to her home.
Then she'd invite her daughter along, maybe the 2 of them would hit it off. At this moment, she completely ignored her daughter and husband, Xiao Qinglong.
This. Su Liang's face showed a conflicted expression, wanting to taste the good tea but also feeling somewhat embarrassed. Finally, he spoke. All right then, I'll have to trouble you. Not at all, not at all. It's an honor for the Yan family that young Master Su would grace our humble abode. Since that's the case, why don't we go now? Not today. I have some matters to attend to at the company. I'll have time tomorrow. Good, 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 tomorrow is fine too. Our whole family will certainly welcome young Master Su with open arms. Upon receiving Su Liang's agreement, Madame Yen almost jumped for joy, secretly clenching her fist. After respectfully taking her leave, she couldn't wait to return and prepare. Watching her departing figure, Su Liang toyed with his teacup, then suddenly smiled. What an obedient dog. Chapter 293 The Matchmaking by the Female Lead's Mother. The female lead who can't escape the palm of her mother's hands. Mother Yen returned home excitedly and told Father Yen that Su Liang would be visiting the next day. Seeing her excited expression, Father Yen was completely bewildered. What was going on? He felt like he was being cuckolded. But then he thought, what kind of person is young Master Su? How could he possibly be interested in his wife? After hearing his wife's explanation, Father Yen was even more stunned and asked blankly. Ruyue has been married for 3 years already, isn't this a bit much? Mother Yen snorted coldly. What's wrong with it? I'm only doing this for her own good. Ever since she married that beggar, our family hasn't had a single good day. Compared to young Master Su, the Xiao family is like heaven and earth. If Ruyue were with young Master Su, would she still be so stressed about the company? Father Yen fell silent. He had never had much of his own opinion, his wife always made the decisions. That's how he forced his daughter into marriage. However, concerning his daughter's happiness, he was still somewhat worried. Will young Master Su agree? After all, Ruyue has been married for 3 years, and her reputation isn't very good. So what? Don't we know what kind of relationship Ruyue has with that beggar? She's just using him as a shield to avoid us forcing her into marriage. Mother Yan's eyes were wise, her tone knowingly understanding. For 3 years, she hasn't had any contact with that beggar, nor has she had any feelings for him. Then what about Xiao Qinglong? Should we talk to him about it? What's the point of talking to him? He's just a good-for-nothing. If you're going to be a dog, you should be prepared to be one. Seeing that Mother Yen was determined to matchmake her daughter with Su Liang, Father Yen fell silent. The next morning. After having breakfast with her family, Yen Ruyue grabbed her bag and prepared to go to the company. At this moment, Mother Yen stopped her. Don't worry about company matters for now. A distinguished guest is coming to our house at noon. Please stay home and help greet them. Yen Ruyue frowned slightly. Because of the partner's betrayal, a large quantity of clothes couldn't be sold, and the company's cash flow dried up. If this problem wasn't resolved, bankruptcy wouldn't be far off. Yesterday she visited many sales channels, but was ruthlessly rejected by all. She had to continue today. How could she stay home when her mother wanted her to? Mom, I told you, the company's troubles are very serious, and I have many things to deal with. Yan's mother said with a smile. It's precisely because I know about the company's troubles that I invited that distinguished guest. If that person is willing to help, your current problems will be easily solved. Yen Ruyue's brow relaxed upon hearing this. So she wasn't the only one concerned about the company, her mother was also trying to find a solution. Then, she couldn't help but become curious. Who was this distinguished guest mother invited? They could easily clear out the company's stockpiled clothing. Who is this distinguished guest? You'll find out when the time comes. Mother Yen didn't reveal Su Liang's name, but instead gave her daughter a mysterious smile. After leaving her daughter behind, Mother Yen saw Xiao Qinglong finish cleaning up the dishes and prepare to go to the construction site to move bricks. She called him back down as well. We have distinguished guests arriving at noon, so you don't need to go to work. Stay home and cook. While she disliked this son-in-law, his cooking skills were undeniably excellent. No less than those of chefs at 5-star hotels. Whether it was due to preconceived notions or the protagonist's aura of naivete, Mother Yen never considered why a beggar could possess such excellent culinary skills. Keeping Xiao Qinglong around wasn't just because of his cooking skills, another reason was that there was no need to hide it from Su Liang. The fact that her daughter was married to a beggar had already spread throughout high society. Keeping Xiao Qinglong around might provide a perk, right? These days, young people all seem to like married women, or even treacherous figures like Chow Chow. What if young Master Su takes a liking to her daughter because of this?
If young Master Su doesn't like it, then let her daughter divorce Xiao Qinglong. From beginning to end, she completely disregarded Xiao Qinglong's feelings, treating him like a mere tool.
To leave a good impression on Su Liang, Yan's mother warned Xiao Qinglong. The ingredients are ready for you. You'd better cook them well, or don't blame me for being rude. Having received his mother-in-law's words, Xiao Qinglong had no choice but to agree. He was going to be absent from work again. Similar situations had happened many times before.
Yan's mother always found ways to make things difficult for him, causing him to be late for work. Plus, the contractor disliked him, and his wages of several thousand yuan were being squeezed down to only 500. Around noon, Yan's mother called the family downstairs to welcome Su Liang. Yan Ruyue and Xiao Qinglong were rarely curious. Who on earth was this guest, deserving such a grand reception from the whole family? Then, a luxury car pulled up and stopped in front of them, and a familiar figure stepped out. Their pupils constricted sharply.
Su Liang.
Yan Ruyue clenched her fists, anger flashing in her eyes.
She hadn't forgotten Su Liang's harassment of her just over 10 days ago. No wonder her mother said that distinguished guests could easily resolve the company's troubles. For the head of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, doing so was indeed easy. But this wasn't what Yan Ruyue wanted. She would rather search every distributor than ask this despicable man for help. Seeing Su Liang appear, Yan's mother fawned over him. Leading Su Liang to Yan Ruyue, Yan's mother introduced him with a smile. This is my daughter, Yan Ruyue, the president of Manhwa Clothing.
Then she looked at her daughter.
What are you standing there for? Hurry up and greet young Master Su. Yan Ruyue's mind was filled with questions. Given the Yan family's status, they had absolutely no connection with Su Liang. Why was he here? Did he have some purpose? But no matter what, Su Liang was someone the Yan family couldn't afford to offend. Yan Ruyue gritted her teeth and reluctantly greeted him. Greetings, young Master Su. Having learned her lesson from being teased by Su Liang last time, she showed no intention of shaking hands this time. Su Liang didn't seem to mind, his expression slightly amused. How long had it been since he'd encountered such a strong-willed heroine who dared to defy him? Unfortunately, with 2 incompetent teammates and a ninja turtle in her family, they couldn't escape his grasp. Chapter 290 For the soul of Cao Cao burns brightly. The protagonist's understanding of the female lead. Seeing her daughter's apparent aversion, Yan's mother fawned over Su Liang while simultaneously glaring fiercely at her daughter. This was a warning to her to curb her spoiled princess attitude. Led by Yan's mother, Su Liang entered the villa. The villa wasn't particularly large or small, with 3 floors. According to the information gathered, Xiao Qinglong lived on the first floor. The house was impeccably clean, clearly maintained daily. At this moment, Yan's father approached, bringing out a collection of his prized teas. I've heard that young Master Su enjoys tea. This is a de Hong Pao I've treasured for many years. I hope young Master Su will take a taste. Oh. Su Liang glanced at it with feigned curiosity, then said. Then thank you very much, Uncle Yan. I'm truly sorry to bother you today. After all, he had come under the pretense of drinking tea, so he had to put on a show. It's nothing, it's nothing. Hearing the address uncle, Yan's father felt flattered. She felt no resentment whatsoever towards the matchmaking between her daughter and Su Liang. I'll go make tea for young Master Su right away. With that, Mr. Yan went to fetch the tea set, beaming with delight. Mother Yan, seeing this, glared at him irritably. What time is it now? Lunch is already prepared. Can't you wait until young Master Su has finished eating before you start preparing it? After scolding her husband, Mother Yan turned to Su Liang with a fawning expression. I didn't know what young Master Su liked to eat, so we just prepared some simple dishes. I hope young Master Su won't mind. Another round of polite pleasantries. Seeing Su Liang agree, Mother Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, she saw Xiao Qinglong and coldly reprimanded him. Didn't you see our distinguished guest has arrived? Hurry up and bring the prepared food to the table. Xiao Qinglong was stunned.
He should have known that the delicacies he had spent the whole morning preparing were for Su Liang. He definitely wouldn't put in that much effort. Now, seeing his mother-in-law's completely different attitude towards him and Su Liang, Xiao Qinglong was incredibly frustrated.
We're family, aren't we, he thought. But remembering the 3-year agreement, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Ding, Xiao Qinglong has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999.
Nodding in agreement, Xiao Qinglong ran to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Soon, a large table was filled.
Because it was to entertain Su Liang, Yan's mother bought only the most expensive ingredients. Xiao Qinglong's culinary skills, honed over 20 years in the underworld, came in handy.
The meal was extremely lavish, surpassing even those in high-end hotels. After inviting Su Liang to sit in the main seat, Yan's mother specially arranged for her daughter, Yan Ruyue, to sit next to him.
Mr. Su, please make yourself at home, don't be so polite. Su Liang nodded. He glanced at Xiao Qinglong, who stood expressionless beside him, and asked in surprise. What's wrong with him? Oh, he's not hungry. He usually doesn't eat lunch.
Just treat him like a waiter, young master.
Just let him know if you need anything. Mother Yan timely answered Su Liang's question.
Xiao Qinglong, standing to the side, was dumbfounded.
What do you mean I'm not eating lunch? It's clearly you who wouldn't let me sit at the table, okay? And you're treating me like a restaurant waiter? The anger in Xiao Qinglong's eyes vanished in an instant, quickly returning to normal, as if he hadn't heard anything.
Su Liang gave him a deep look, and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. He was truly admirable at being such a coward.
TSK, since he said he'd be treated like a waiter, then he wouldn't hold back. Ruyue, didn't you see young Master Su has his eye on the braised beef?
You're closer, could you help him get some?
Chapter 288, Utterly Vulnerable.
Su Liang kills with his bare heart. The protagonist breaks down in tears. Faced with Yi Chen's sudden attack, Su Liang merely raised his hand lightly. His palm strike, though delayed, landed squarely on Yi Chen's chest. The slap seemed weak, merely stopping Yi Chen in his tracks, not sending him flying.
In reality, it was the result of Su Liang controlling his power to its absolute limit.
The power of the palm strike erupted entirely within Yi Chen's body, violently ravaging his internal organs.
Crack, crack.
The sound of bones shattering was incessant.
How is this possible? Yi Chen stopped a foot away from Su Liang, the blade in his hand only a centimeter away.
That 1 centimeter felt like an insurmountable chasm, preventing him from advancing even an inch.
His late-stage transformation realm strength was practically useless.
Feeling the raging power within him, Yi Chen's eyes were filled with bewilderment.
Who said Su Liang wasn't strong? He's much stronger than him, isn't he? Sensing the aura emanating from Su Liang, he finally understood.
During his fight with Su Qingge, it was Su Liang who secretly intervened. There was no hidden master, that master was him. He had been trying to find an opportunity to kill Su Liang while avoiding a true master, now it seemed so ridiculous. The clown was himself. Ding Yi Chen felt despair, villain value plus 1001. What I said earlier was all a lie.
Surprised? Unexpected, aren't you?
Su Liang gently pushed Yi Chen, sending him sprawling to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust.
Want to kill you? What reason? I just simply didn't like you. A fatal blow to the spirit.
Yi Chen's eyes widened, and with a pft, he coughed up a mouthful of blood.
Ding Yi Chen is filled with grief and rage, villain value plus 1001. Seeing his unfocused pupils, looking utterly broken, Su Liang raised an eyebrow.
His palm strike wasn't weak, while it destroyed Yi Chen's life force, it wasn't enough to kill him.
Before the luck was completely harvested, he couldn't die even if he wanted to. With a flick of his wrist, Su Liang took out a pill. He slowly walked to Yi Chen, who lay there like a dead dog, and stepped on him, hitting a pressure point that amplified the pain. Ah! A scream like a groundhog rang out.
With a flick of his finger, the pill landed precisely in his mouth.
He stepped on him again, forcing him to swallow. Yi Chen didn't react at all. Just like some people who are alive, yet already dead.
Originally, he still harbored a thought about Su Liang's scheme to kill him and take revenge when Su Liang was alone. Having discovered that Su Liang's strength far surpassed his own, and with revenge hopeless, Yi Chen utterly lost heart.
Aren't you curious what I gave you? Su Liang didn't expect an answer, speaking on his own. Don't worry, it's not poison. It just means you can't use your strength anymore.
After all, you're practically my brother-in-law, how could I kill you?
Lies came out of his mouth without hesitation. Of all the protagonists he'd encountered, he'd never left a single one alive.
For a top assassin, being rendered powerless is worse than death itself.
Brother Liang is talking to you, you should feel honored.
What's with the pretense of being dead?
Su Liang kicked him again.
Yi Chen broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. This time, prepared, he didn't scream.
Sigh. Su Liang sighed. Could it be that he's the protagonist?
He's not afraid of death at all.
Looks like I have to use my ultimate move. You don't want anything to happen to your family, do you?
Su Liang finished speaking and turned away with a flourish.
What are you trying to do? If you have a problem, come at me. What kind of skill is it to deal with them? Yi Chen's angry voice rang out behind him. Su Liang scoffed. I've already notified those people they won't be watching you anymore. Go home and see your family after you've had your quiet time. Su Liang turned and walked away without looking back.
After dealing with Yi Chen, Yi Liuli returned with water, and the two went back to the hotel together.
Someone drenched. The next day, Su Liang and Yi Liuli arrived at the Yi family home. Su Liang's arrival was met with a warm welcome from the Yi family. Except for Yi Chen.
Frightened by Su Liang's words the previous night, he became increasingly worried and rushed home. Just as Su Liang had said, the people monitoring his family had disappeared. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat, he thought something had happened to his parents. But when he knocked on the door, he found his parents perfectly fine. Seeing Yi Chen's disheveled appearance, his parents were startled.
They didn't even recognize their own parents.
Seeing his parents again, Yi Chen's eyes welled up with tears. After suffering so much these past few days, suddenly seeing his caring parents made him completely speechless.
After some initial pleasantries, remembering Su Liang's threats, he inquired about his family.
Knowing they were doing well and Su Liang hadn't harmed them, he was only worried about his own safety. Although he was alright, he still warned his parents to be careful of Su Liang, sensing a hidden meaning in his words. The next moment, his parents' attitude changed drastically.
Xiao Liang is such a good person, he helped you the whole time when you were in prison, how could you say such a thing? A person should have a conscience.
Yi Chen felt so frustrated he almost vomited blood.
Seeing Su Liang and his sister return together, Yi Chen immediately became wary. Ye's parents sighed. Yi Chen had escaped from prison, what should they do now? They couldn't just stay hidden at home forever, could they?
In my opinion, since Yi Chen has already escaped, it would be best to send him abroad. But when Liuli and I came in, we saw many police officers monitoring us outside, it's not a good idea to go out. The Yi family was very surprised.
They were being monitored? Thinking of Yi Chen's status as a fugitive, well, that's alright then. Yi Chen's expression changed drastically, and he quickly went to the window to look. Sure enough, he found many plainclothes police officers. He turned back to look at Su Liang in disbelief. As if deceived, he angrily questioned him. Didn't you say you'd withdrawn them all? Why are they back? What do you want? Yi Chen, what's wrong with you? You're a fugitive, isn't it normal for your home to be under surveillance?
What does this have to do with brother Guan Liang?
Yi Liuli stood up for Su Liang. Ye's parents stared at their son as if he were a fool.
Sai, I should have forced you to go to the hospital to get checked out for mental illness, otherwise you wouldn't have caused such a disaster.
Ye's father sighed, somewhat annoyed. Mental illness. Su Liang muttered, then pretended his eyes lit up.
According to relevant regulations, mentally ill people are not legally responsible for crimes they commit. We can fake Yi Chen's mental illness and send him to a mental hospital, then it'll be easier to smuggle him abroad.
What? Ye's parents were immediately shocked. There's such a law.
Yi Liuli nodded and explained the relevant laws to them. The two elderly people's eyes lit up immediately. Not because they wanted to send Yi Chen abroad, but because they genuinely believed Yi Chen was mentally ill and could avoid going to jail.
Chapter 289: A Reversal of Fortune. Protagonist: Have I become mentally ill? Xiao Liang, what should we do?
We don't need to send him abroad, just send him to a mental hospital.
The elderly couple said to Su Liang with great excitement. I'll find a doctor from a mental hospital to come and take a look.
So, Su Liang made a phone call and asked a few people from Qingshan Mental Hospital to come. With a solution in hand, the atmosphere in the living room inexplicably relaxed considerably. Yi Chen, however, was no longer calm.
He approached Su Liang and growled in a low voice. Su Liang, what exactly do you want? You've crippled me, and you still won't let me go. Su Liang's face showed a perfectly timed expression of confusion.
Seeing this, Ye's parents quickly comforted him. Xiao Liang, don't mind him, he's just having a mental breakdown, he'll calm down in a bit.
Yi Chen was furious.
I'm the one who's injured, it's all Su Liang's fault, why are you all speaking up for him? Not long after, a car from the mental hospital pulled up in front of the Yi family's house. Several doctors in white coats walked in.
Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Wang Nanfei, the director of Qingshan Mental Hospital. The middle-aged doctor at the head of the group approached Su Liang. Su Liang nodded, gesturing for him to speak to his parents.
Doctor, it's like this, our son's mind isn't quite right, he often talks nonsense. We'd like the doctor to give him an examination, to see if he has a mental illness. A strong sense of unease welled up in Yi Chen's heart. He turned to run away, but several doctors tackled him to the ground. Leave it to us, don't worry. The director said righteously. Then, taking his tools, he knelt down beside the subdued Yi Chen and began a thorough examination.
Let me go. I'm not mentally ill. Su Liang, you'll get what's coming to you. This is a setup.
Mom and Dad, don't listen to Su Liang.
He's trying to kill me.
After a thorough examination, the director stood up and looked at the Yi family with a serious expression.
This is manic depressive psychosis. Based on your description, he suffers from severe paranoia.
He's currently in an extremely unstable state and is very likely to harm or kill people, endangering the lives of those around him.
The elderly couple were shocked by this news. Yi Chen really did have a mental illness.
However, they were somewhat prepared and it wasn't unacceptable.
Doctor, what should we do? Is there any hope for him?
Of course. The director smiled confidently and said,
with proper treatment at our hospital, the chances of recovery are high. We have similar patients who have been discharged. I'm not mentally ill. Let me go, Su Liang, you insidious scoundrel.
Pinned down by several doctors, Yi Chen struggled desperately, but it was all just impotent rage.
He was too naive, truly.
Last night, Su Liang told him to go home and remove the people monitoring him. He thought Su Liang had let him go. After all, he was crippled and could no longer threaten him. Now, he understood perfectly well that Su Liang wanted to make him mentally ill. He wouldn't even spare a cripple. Unfortunately, his strength had been crippled, and he couldn't even break free from a few ordinary people, let alone resist.
Yi Chen was furious.
Ding Yi Chen is consumed by rage and hatred, villain value 1001. The patient is currently in a state of extreme agitation, quickly give him a sedative injection. The director, seeing this, ordered his accompanying subordinates. Soon, a doctor in a white coat opened a briefcase, took out a syringe, and injected Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen was crippled, his physical constitution remained, making him relatively immune to these drugs.
After the sedative injection, he remained unaffected, roaring in grief and anger. Su Liang, you can kill me if you want, why torture me? Come on, kill me if you dare. Yi Chen wasn't afraid of death.
But he couldn't endure this torture. He was perfectly fine, yet his trusted family treated him as mentally ill and sent him to a mental hospital. Even though it was all Su Liang's doing, his sister threw herself at him, and his parents were incredibly grateful. This mental torment was worse than death. You've all seen it, not a single sedative has worked. His condition has reached a very serious stage. Luckily, young Master Su sent me, otherwise the consequences would have been dire.
The director's expression was grave, and he gave another order to his subordinates. Give him 2 more injections, and restrain him.
If this continues, his life might be in danger.
Ah, Su Liang, you bastard, I'll haunt you even as a ghost.
His voice gradually weakened, and Yi Chen's physical condition reached its limit. He began to feel dizzy. Finally, he slowly collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Hearing the director's words, Ye's parents were filled with lingering fear. Thank goodness. If they hadn't called the doctor, they might have been in danger too. They were saved. This was all Su Liang's suggestion. The Yi family members all looked at Su Liang, their eyes filled with gratitude. Xiao Liang, thank you so much. If you hadn't called the doctor from the mental hospital, who knows what would have happened?
It's nothing, just a phone call. I never imagined Yi Chen would have this kind of illness. Su Liang waved his hand, saying sadly. Sigh, who can say otherwise? I wonder what he went through in those 10 years. The elderly couple couldn't help but sigh. Yi Chen's life was too bitter. First he was trafficked, then he developed a mental illness after returning home. What a tragedy. Next, several doctors carried Yi Chen out. Just as they were about to put him in the car, a group of people with guns surrounded them. It's definitely Yi Chen. It wasn't for nothing that we waited so long. We finally caught him. He's mentally ill. You can't arrest him. He needs to be sent to a mental hospital for treatment. The officers were very confused, thinking they were trying to use mental illness as an excuse to let Yi Chen escape legal punishment. Only after Dean Wang Nanfei stepped forward and Su Liang vouched for him did the police officers abandon their plan to immediately arrest Yi Chen. However, they insisted on a full medical checkup at the hospital, which no one objected to. Don't worry, it's our responsibility to cure every mental patient. We will take good care of him. The dean solemnly promised Ye's parents, then bid farewell to Su Liang and drove off. Only after the car was out of sight did the elderly couple come to their senses, only to hear their daughter, Yi Liuli, complain. Brother Liang, he was going to kill you and curse you like that, why did you still help him? Hearing this, Ye's parents felt very guilty and apologized to Su Liang. Xiao Liang, I'm so sorry, we didn't discipline Yi Chen properly. It's all right. I was quite confused at first, but I felt relieved after learning he was mentally ill. Su Liang said with deep emotion. In his mind, he calculated the remaining luck on Yi Chen's body. After what had just happened, he had already plundered almost all of it. A few days in the mental hospital would probably be enough. When his luck was completely dissipated, that would be the day he was sent to his death. TSK turning the world upside down, manipulating the protagonist like a puppet, he was going further and further down the path of the villain. Chapter 290: The dilemma faced by the female lead who lives in as a son-in-law. The mother-in-law's fiery temper. Mr. Zhang, what did you say? You're canceling the cooperation. Manhwa Garment Company, Limited. President's office. Yen Ruyue, phone in hand, sat bolt upright in her office chair, her face filled with disbelief. The call she received was from the big boss with whom she had reached a cooperation agreement 10 days ago, involving a project worth tens of millions. The company's development had hit a bottleneck, and Yen Ruyue desperately wanted a breakthrough, so she took a gamble. She invested all the company's savings. The result: just when she was about to produce the clothes, the other party abruptly said they didn't want them anymore. What would happen to all the clothes she had produced? Without a large company stepping in, relying on the existing sales channels, the vast majority would just sit in the warehouse gathering dust. Not only would she fail to break through the bottleneck, but she wouldn't even be able to recover her principal, and the company would face huge losses. Yen Ruyue was unwilling to accept this, a hint of panic in her eyes, suppressing her anger as she asked. Why? I haven't violated any contractual provisions, the delivery date isn't even here yet, and I've already expedited production of the garments.
I've considered it, and I think the styles of the clothes your company produces are somewhat outdated.
For the same price, why wouldn't I find a better company?
The tone on the other end was very relaxed, showing not a trace of remorse for standing someone up.
You.
Yen Ruyue's chest heaved with anger.
Anyone witnessing this scene would surely be furious.
She gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. Since you think our company's products are outdated, why did you sign such a large contract with me in the first place? According to the contract, breaching it without permission means you have to pay a penalty. She was usually very good-tempered, but now she was truly enraged. However, the voice on the other end remained calm. Since you've decided to cancel the cooperation, the penalty is of course payable.
It will be transferred to your company's account shortly.
After saying that, without waiting for Yen Ruyue's reply, she hung up the phone. Putting down his phone, the big boss looked at Ji Buochang, who sat leisurely on the sofa, sipping tea, with some confusion. Young Master Ji, does dealing with such a small company require so much trouble?
With your methods, taking them down would be a piece of cake.
Ji Buochang glanced at him indifferently, slowly setting down his teacup, a profound smile on his face.
Taking them down all at once is too boring.
Slowly bankrupting them step by step is the only way to make them experience despair.
I see, young Master Ji is truly brilliant. The boss outwardly agreed, but inwardly he was thinking. You're seeking revenge, not chasing a woman.
Instead of a swift and decisive solution, you're slowly boiling the frog. These young masters really know how to play the game. He wasn't Li Jie, but he was deeply shocked.
Beep beep beep.
Hearing the busy tone of the phone being disconnected, Yen Ruyue stood there stunned, finally slumping into her chair. The penalty for breach of contract was substantial, but it was nothing compared to her initial investment.
If she didn't sell these clothes, the company's losses were inevitable.
Taking a deep breath, she knew what was done, and dwelling on it was pointless. She needed to find other partners. With a thought in mind, Yen Ruyue pulled out a stack of business cards and began searching for companies interested in collaborating.
Half an hour passed, and Yen Ruyue was disappointed.
Aside from a few bosses willing to buy some stock, most politely declined. Yen Ruyue was filled with worry, and even after returning home, her unpleasant expression didn't improve. When her mother saw her daughter return, she didn't give her a warm welcome. Originally, this daughter was her pride.
From a young age, she was well-behaved and sensible, not only beautiful but also academically outstanding.
Until 3 years ago, when the second son of the Ji family pursued her, different thoughts began to stir in her heart.
That was to arrange a marriage between two young people.
Although the Yen family had a net worth of over 100 million, barely qualifying them as upper class, they were still no match for the truly elite. If they could become in-laws with the Ji family, who were at the very top, they could completely integrate into high society.
With the Ji family's help, their company would also experience rapid growth, and everyone in the family would benefit.
It was a win-win situation, with no downsides. But at this time, their daughter displayed extraordinary rebelliousness. She resolutely opposed their arranged marriage. She even went so far as to marry a beggar on the street to protest their forced marriage. When they heard this news, Mr. and Mrs. Yen were furious. Therefore, almost 3 years later, their attitude towards their daughter remained lukewarm. But seeing their daughter frowning and silent, Mrs. Yen still asked her a question out of concern.
What's wrong? Have you run into some trouble?
Anger aside, they're still family, they can't just cut off all contact forever. Yen Ruyue glanced at her mother, seeing the worry on her face, and felt a slight pang in her heart. Although her mother had forced her into marriage 3 years ago and even revealed her position to that Ji Buochang, she couldn't deny that her mother had always loved her. Yen Ruyue nodded and explained the company's situation.
Yan's mother was also worried after listening. But she didn't understand business matters and didn't know what to do.
Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Xiao Qinglong loitering in front of her, and an inexplicable unease rose within her. He was kneeling on the floor with a rag, meticulously scrubbing the floor inch by inch. She hadn't used a mop, it was her order. She insisted on cleaning by hand to get it clean. Seeing him only fueled Yan's mother's anger. It was all this Jinx's fault. Since he entered the family, the Yen family hadn't had a single good day. If it weren't for him, their family would have already established connections with the Ji family, and they wouldn't be facing this kind of trouble today.
Hey you, Xiao Qinglong, get over here.
Xiao Qinglong, who was scrubbing the floor while listening to the mother and daughter's conversation, was startled.
Somewhat confused, he approached Yan's mother. Slap. A hard slap landed on his face.
Xiao Qinglong was no match for this slap. He could have easily dodged it, but he didn't. He was always a man of principle, and he never went back on his word. He promised to live a normal life for 3 years, and he wouldn't use any power. He received a solid slap. Xiao Qinglong's expression remained unchanged. He was used to such beatings and scoldings. He simply touched his face, silently reminding himself to endure.
You blind bastard, didn't you see Ru Yue is back? Hurry up and prepare dinner.
After hitting him, Mother Yen scolded him angrily. The words were as harsh as could be.
Chapter 291: The Daily Life of the Protagonist's Son-in-Law.
The mother-in-law's little secrets.
Okay.
Xiao Qinglong answered, packed up his cleaning tools, and scurried off to the kitchen.
While he was diligently cooking, Yan's mother's voice drifted in intermittently. What a good-for-nothing, a jinx, a utterly useless bastard.
Xiao Qinglong was a good cook, and in no time, he had prepared a large table of dishes.
After the family finished eating, the task of cleaning up naturally fell to Xiao Qinglong.
It's worth mentioning. He always waited until Yan's parents and Yen Ruyue had finished eating before joining them at the table. The reason was that he wasn't entitled to eat at the same table.
What are you standing there for? Don't you know I need to wash my feet? Hurry up and get the water.
Seeing Xiao Qinglong standing idly by after finishing the dishes, Yan's mother couldn't stand it anymore and scolded him coldly. Xiao Qinglong scurried to the bathroom. A moment later, he skillfully carried a basin of steaming hot water to Yan's mother and placed it down. Yan's mother snorted coldly, took off her shoes, and put them in the water. Suddenly, her expression changed.
She kicked Xiao Qinglong in the face. The water's so hot. Are you trying to scald me to death? You useless good-for-nothing.
After Xiao Qinglong changed the water several times, Yan's mother finally vented her anger. After washing her feet, she picked up the basin and splashed the water at Xiao Qinglong.
Remember this water temperature. If you get it wrong again, you're out here and become a beggar.
A bucket of water was poured over his head, leaving Xiao Qinglong drenched.
Faced with such humiliation, he remained unmoved, silently enduring. Wow, what a handsome and charismatic young man. I really want to get close to him. It's young Master Su. I never expected to see my idol here. He's so stylish.
If Mom asks me why I knelt before a man, I'll take her to young Master Su, and she'll probably kneel down with me too.
Is kneeling like that even proper?
Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the men and the fervent stares of the women, Su Liang walked into a tea house.
He happened to be passing by and decided to have afternoon tea. Su Liang was a regular customer, and the owner, having heard the news, fawned over him.
He declined the boss's suggestion to go to the VIP room. Drinking tea wasn't just about being alone in peace and quiet, a little background noise was nice too.
So, led by the boss, Su Liang went to a window seat on the top floor.
Looking out the window, he could clearly see the bustling traffic outside and the distant, surging river.
Su Liang thought it was good and waved for the boss to leave. Young Master Su's glass is empty, what are you standing there for? Quickly refill it.
At the dining table, Mother Yen had been watching Su Liang's every move, constantly urging her daughter to make her presence known to him.
Yen Ruyue was almost driven mad with anger. Why was she being asked to serve Su Liang food and wine? What was their relationship?
She had never served anyone like this before. However, since her mother had given the order, disobeying would surely embarrass her.
Helpless, Yen Ruyue reluctantly did as her mother said. She was even angrier at Su Liang. It was all this guy's fault. Why did he come to our house out of nowhere?
Seeing his wife serving Su Liang food like a submissive wife, Xiao Qinglong felt terrible. He wanted nothing more than to kill Su Liang.
But it hadn't been 3 years yet, he couldn't use his power, he absolutely couldn't act.
Ru Yue was forced into this, I should understand her. Xiao Qinglong comforted himself. Just then, Su Liang spoke up, beckoning him.
Hey, could you get me a spoon?
Xiao Qinglong looked around, bewildered, then pointed to himself. After confirming that Su Liang was speaking to him, he became furious.
Damn it, did he really think he was a waiter? What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear what young Master Su said? Hurry up and go.
Seeing him standing there bewildered, Madame Yan coldly scolded him. Xiao Qinglong quickly composed himself, turned and went to the kitchen, hearing Madame Yan's apologetic voice behind him. I'm sorry, young Master Su, this good-for-nothing is sometimes disobedient. I'll have him apologize to you later. Ding Xiao Qinglong has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Xiao Qinglong has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Xiao Qinglong's mentality has exploded, villain value plus 1000.
This lunch took a long time. Su Liang was quite satisfied, thinking about how the female lead was serving him food and drinks.
The protagonist could only stand aside and watch, and sometimes could even order her around. So this is what it feels like to be a traitor like Cao Cao. No wonder so many perverts want to inherit the legacy of Cao Cao. After finishing his meal and drinking a few symbolic cups of tea, Su Liang took his leave. I'll see you out, young Master Su.
Mother Yan, observing his expression, escorted Su Liang to the outside. No need to see me off. Thank you for the hospitality today. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just let me know. I still have some influence in Shanghai. Mother Yan was overjoyed upon hearing this.
Finally, she had established a connection with young Master Su. All her efforts hadn't been in vain. But her invitation to Su Liang today wasn't just about currying favor. Looking around to make sure no one was watching, Mother Yan spoke softly. I wonder what young Master Su thinks of my daughter, Ru Yue. A smile appeared on Su Liang's face. As he expected, she had indeed asked. He had already figured it out from the moment Mother Yan had Yen Ru Yue sit next to him during the meal, serving him drinks and food. She wanted to matchmake his daughter with him. Su Liang had also considered this, which was why he hadn't done anything to Yen Ru Yue. He wanted to see what tricks Mother Yan would pull. After thinking for a moment, Su Liang said with great interest. Exquisite beauty, intelligent and kind-hearted, gentle and considerate. Mother Yan was even more delighted, surprised that her daughter held such a high place in Su Liang's heart, and exclaimed excitedly. That's wonderful! Young Master Su, you may not know, but Ru Yue also deeply admires you. I wonder if you have any feelings for her. Chapter 295 The Righteous and Awe-Inspiring Young Master Su. The heroine's mother's backstabbing. I wonder if young Master Su has any feelings for my daughter, Ru Yue. Hearing Yan's mother's blunt question, Su Liang smiled, but a hint of doubt still lingered in his eyes. Yan's mother steeled herself, since things had come to this point, she might as well go all in. What I mean is if young Master Su is willing, you can be with Ru Yue. Su Liang's expression changed upon hearing this, and he spoke with righteous indignation. Ru Yue is not only beautiful, but she also manages a company very well at such a young age. I admire her. But isn't she already married? I never force anyone to do anything. Su Liang, who had never cared about others' feelings, said this. Yan's mother was stunned. Is this the same second-generation rich kid she's always met? When did his values become so upright? Then, a look of joy spread across her face, secretly congratulating herself on making the right choice. Young Master Su is such a good person. I'm arranging this marriage for my daughter's own good. Such a handsome and talented young man. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely be head over heels in love. But with joy comes worry. Mother Yan couldn't help but feel troubled. Normally, with Su Liang's good character, she would be even happier. But now, she wanted to arrange her daughter's marriage with young Master Su, but what if he disagreed? Young Master Su, it's not what you think.
Immediately, Mother Yen revealed that Yen Ruyue had used Xiao Qinglong as a shield.
Su Liang feigned surprise. You mean Yen Ruyue married that man to escape your pressure to get married?
Mother Yen didn't tell the whole truth.
She only said that her daughter was growing up and had reached marriageable age, but she was too focused on her career. They wanted to find her a boyfriend for her sake. They didn't mention at all that she had forced her daughter to marry Ji Buchang of the Ji family.
Su Liang didn't care about that.
This was a typical vain, power-hungry woman.
As long as he had enough power, she would obediently act like a dog. Yes, although they've been married for almost 3 years, there's no affection between them at all. They've never even shared a room under the same roof. I never thought Ruyue had this side to her.
Su Liang said with a sigh. Yes, that child is stubborn, but she still knows her limits. After making an excuse for her daughter, Mother Yen added cautiously. If young Master Su has any objections, I'll go back and have them go through with the divorce proceedings immediately.
No need. Su Liang waved his hand and said.
Ruyue has her own thoughts, there's no need to disturb her.
If we are truly destined to be together, I won't care about these things concerning her. A gentle, persuasive hint. What I said is true.
Mother Yen was getting anxious and wanted to say more, but Su Liang interrupted her.
Let's leave it at that.
At this moment, the woman in red drove up in her car. Su Liang said goodbye, got in, and drove off. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Mother Yen remained lost in thought for a long time.
Had the attempt to matchmake her daughter with young Master Su failed so badly? No, not yet.
Judging from young Master Su's tone, he was indeed interested in her daughter. He didn't seem to care about her daughter's marriage. The main problem was that her daughter hadn't taken any initiative. Young Master Su didn't like forcing things. In short, there was still a chance. That was to make her daughter fall for young Master Su and take the initiative to pursue him.
Mother Yan's mind raced, trying to figure out how to get her daughter to take the initiative.
Thinking of her daughter's earlier aversion to Su Liang and her stubborn personality, Mother Yen shook her head. It seemed that to get her daughter to take the initiative, she would have to use some extraordinary methods.
Mother Yen returned home and immediately sensed something was wrong. After some questioning,
it turned out that Father Yen was scolding his daughter for being inconsiderate.
She had shown reluctance when facing Su Liang's various distinguished guests.
In the time it took to eat a meal and drink a cup of tea, he was completely captivated by Su Liang. Whether in appearance, demeanor, or erudition, he was far superior to those upper-class rich kids.
Even those self-made millionaires and heads of large families were vastly different.
Young Master Su was simply too outstanding. Even if his daughter were to become his mistress, Yan's father wouldn't have a single thought of objection.
Is this behaving properly?
Young Master Su is speaking to you politely, and you're giving him the cold shoulder.
Yan's father had always been subservient to Yan's mother and had little presence at home. Judging from his current anger, he was genuinely furious. Yen Ruyue felt deeply wronged. Not just towards Su Liang, but even towards other guests, she treated him the same way. Ultimately, it was Su Liang's status that mattered. But do you know what Su Liang did to me?
He had no good intentions. Xiao Qinglong finished clearing the dishes and came out of the kitchen. Seeing Yen Ruyue being scolded, he felt a pang of resentment.
Su Liang, is it?
You just wait, I'll make you understand what death means. From beginning to end, he hadn't taken this rich second-generation heir seriously. As the current ruler of the Dragon Court, he had the right to say such things. Don't even mention rich second-generation heirs, even the CEOs of the top 500 companies in the world would treat him with utmost respect, addressing him as
"Welcome, Dragon Emperor."
It's just the 3 years haven't been up yet, so he can't make a move.
But it won't be long.
When that time comes, he'll make Su Liang, who bullied Ruyue, pay 1,000-fold price.
And that Ji Buchang too. What are you looking at?
A piece of trash is a piece of trash.
You act like an idiot when important guests come.
The stern father was furious and started yelling at Xiao Qinglong, who was standing to the side.
Xiao Qinglong. What the hell did I do to deserve this? I'm being dragged into this mess even though I'm not doing anything right? I've been fed up with your pretense for a long time. Go to the police station tomorrow and get a divorce. I don't agree. From her parents' strange behavior, Yen Ruyue sensed something was wrong. Was this an attempt to set her up with Su Liang? A divorce was absolutely out of the question. She feared that a divorce would lead to a repeat of the forced marriage scenario from 3 years ago. You rebellious daughter. Father Yen pointed at his daughter, momentarily speechless, finally uttering only 2 words. Seeing her resolute attitude, Mother Yen knew her daughter's personality and couldn't push her too far. Considering that getting her daughter to divorce was impossible. Fortunately, young Master Su didn't seem to mind, as long as their daughter took the initiative. Now, the priority was to keep her daughter calm. She couldn't let her do anything more rebellious. Alright, what's the big deal? Why are you making such a fuss? Mother Yen chuckled, trying to smooth things over, and said to Father Yen with displeasure. Why are you so angry? Ruyue is just like this, she just hasn't changed yet. She paused, then looked at her daughter and said softly. Don't worry, Ruyue, you know what you're doing. We won't pressure you anymore. Yen Ruyue was quite surprised. She hadn't expected her mother to understand her so well, and she was deeply moved, nodding with pursed lips. Unbeknownst to her, while she was touched by her mother's words, she was currently plotting how to create an opportunity for her in Su Liang. Chapter 296 Personally sending the protagonist off. A post-apocalyptic protagonist makes a random appearance. Su Liang paid no attention to what happened to the Yin family afterward. He was currently on his way to Qingshan Mental Hospital. Ever since he turned the protagonist, Yi Chen, into a mental patient, the villain points notifications hadn't stopped. However, this morning they suddenly stopped. He thought Yi Chen could hold out for a few more days, but this was it? No good, little brother. He had contributed a lot of villain points to him, and being his brother-in-law, Su Liang decided to send him on his way. The director, having received word of Su Liang's arrival, was waiting at the door to greet him. He respectfully led Su Liang to Yi Chen's ward. In the dimly lit ward, Yi Chen was locked to the bed, looking haggard and barely breathing. These past few days, being arrested and treated as mentally ill, had driven him nearly insane. Not physically, but mentally. It was more painful than death. If it weren't for his extraordinary willpower, he would have truly gone insane. In his dying moments, Yi Chen noticed a light in his vision. He squinted and saw the mental hospital director who had given him the diagnosis. And Su Liang, whom he deeply loathed and wished to kill. Wait, Su Liang! Yi Chen's eyes widened suddenly, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably, a sign of extreme rage. His previously limp body began to struggle. Brother-in-law, how have you been? Taking in Yi Chen's miserable state, Su Liang showed no sympathy, instead speaking with a smile. Although there was no real enmity between them, he had not only slept with Yi Chen's goddess but also hadn't spared his sister. Who could blame him when he was the protagonist of Destiny? The villain of Destiny and the protagonist of Destiny are inherently 2 opposing camps. If I don't kill him, I'll be the one who dies. So for my sake, you'd better just die. Su Liang is human too, he has humanity. That's why. Feeling a little guilty, he came to send him on his way. Su Liang, I'll never forgive you, even if it kills me. Yi Chen's mentality had completely collapsed, otherwise he wouldn't have uttered such childish words to curse others. A mentally ill person is a mentally ill person. Someone give him electroconvulsive therapy to cure his incoherent ramblings. Daring to insult young Master Su like this to his face, the dean immediately acted as his lackey. He wanted to impress Su Liang by having someone deal with Yi Chen, but Su Liang stopped him. Su Liang smiled indifferently, but his words were filled with endless coldness. So I've come to personally send you on your way. As for your revenge after death, I'll give you a chance to say your last words, for your sister's sake. Yi Chen didn't speak, his eyes bulging, staring at Su Liang with bloodshot pupils. Boring. Su Liang waved his hand and turned to leave the ward.
Having stripped the protagonist of his luck, he had no interest in killing him outright. Just as Su Liang waved, the red-clad woman who had been silently following beside him moved. Swish! She approached the bedside, took out a needle, and pricked Yi Chen's vital point. As the needle fell, Yi Chen's breath slowly dissipated. His eyes remained wide open. He died with his eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. After giving the director a few instructions, Su Liang left with the woman in red. Not long after, the Yi family received news of Yi Chen's death. The cause of death was a mental breakdown. Yi Chen died in his hospital room after banging his head against the wall. The mental hospital sincerely admitted its mistake. Because they had made a promise to Su Liang, they were willing to pay compensation out of respect for him. They emphasized that it was because of Su Liang. Yi Chen died from a mental breakdown, his death was meaningless, and there was no one to seek justice. After receiving the compensation, they completely lost the courage to pursue the matter further. Remembering that they had received the money entirely because of Su Liang, the Yi family was filled with gratitude. Actually, there was no need to pay this money, the compensation was Su Liang's idea. It gave them a reason to buy a house, move out of the slum, and change their living environment. After all, when they have time to visit the Yi family and study biological structures with Yi Liuli, it would add a touch of romance, wouldn't it? If Su Liang paid, the Yi family would feel embarrassed to refuse. So they used this method of giving money. My condolences. Su Liang held Yi Liuli's slender waist, silently mourning for Yi Chen for 3 seconds. After receiving Yi Liuli's message, Su Liang came to the Yi family to express his deepest condolences. Yi Liuli was also somewhat saddened, nestled in Su Liang's arms. Although she didn't have much affection for this brother. Seeing someone who was fine just a few days ago, now separated by death, inevitably caused her discomfort. If Yi Chen knew that Su Liang was so openly embracing his sister right after his death, the coffin lid would definitely crack open. I'm going to kill you. Die. In a clean and tidy bedroom. A somewhat handsome young man, covered in sweat, sat up abruptly from the bed, brandishing his claws. He exuded a sharp killing intent, the aura of someone who had fought countless battles and killed many. When he finally took in his surroundings, he froze, completely bewildered. Where am I? Wasn't I fighting the zombie king? A bone spike pierced my heart. The young man's name was Lu Fan. An evolved being who had struggled for 5 years in the apocalypse, finally managing to establish himself and build a small shelter. He would never forget the day the apocalypse began. A cosmic storm swept across the globe, turning over 70% of humanity into zombies. Animals and plants all mutated. From that day on, civilization crumbled, thought collapsed, and the entire world was reshaped. A truly dark age has begun. Humanity not only faces the threat of zombies and mutated plants and animals, but also must be wary of betrayal from those around them. As everyone knows, the human heart cannot withstand the test. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing is one's own kind. A series of terrifying scenes flashed through his mind. Lu Fan grabbed his phone from the bedside table. The moment he saw the date and time, his body trembled violently, and his pupils dilated. A moment later, a burst of maniacal laughter erupted from the bedroom. The sound carried through the walls to the outside. I've actually been reborn. Reborn back to half a month before the apocalypse. Lu Fan laughed until tears almost streamed down his face. However, he quickly composed himself, his expression turning solemn. Although the apocalypse is still half a month away. But time is of the essence. I must quickly stockpile and gather supplies. I need to find those indestructible weapons in the apocalypse beforehand, and also recruit a group of loyal subordinates. If I could recruit that #1 beauty and #1 powerhouse, that would be perfect. With my precognitive abilities, I will build an indestructible shelter, gaining a head start when the apocalypse arrives. I will strive to sweep away zombies and mutated creatures 5 years after the apocalypse, and dominate the world. Ding. Apocalyptic protagonist detected. Bug has been removed by the system.
Just finished discussing life in Yilioli's bedroom, Su Liang suddenly received this system notification, raising an eyebrow. After some questioning, Su Liang understood what was going on.
This was originally a world composed of multiple novels, but suddenly a protagonist from an apocalyptic novel appeared. The worldviews have diverged. So, the apocalyptic worldview was erased by the system.
Without an apocalypse, what about the protagonist? Whatever.
Su Liang stroked his chin, his eyes showing interest. At the same time, he sighed inwardly.
It seems his system is quite extraordinary. To erase apocalyptic worldviews so easily, it must be at least among the top-tier fantasy systems, right?
He shook his head, thinking about that was too far off. Su Liang was currently more interested in the protagonist of that apocalyptic story who had intruded. Taking out his phone, Su Liang had someone investigate the protagonist's information. Although he didn't know the person's name, he believed that the protagonist would soon reveal their true colors. Just keep a close eye on anyone who has recently started spreading apocalyptic rhetoric, buying large quantities of food and goods, and whose demeanor and style have drastically changed.
Chapter 297 The Scam Against the Daughter is underway.
The hidden hands manipulating things.
Office. A few days later.
With Su Liang's help, the Yi family gave Yi Chen a grand funeral.
Similarly, thanks to Su Liang's comfort, Yi Lioli's negative emotions vanished.
As for how others felt, that was none of his concern. He only cared about his woman. Su Liang sat in his car, casually playing with his phone. He inadvertently opened a message, his brow furrowing slightly.
Hello, Mr. Su, are you free lately? Mr. Su, you don't know, ever since we met last time, my Ruyue has been thinking about you constantly. I apologize for bothering you, Mr. Su, but Ruyue has been incredibly busy at the company lately.
Knowing that you are so young yet leading a conglomerate, she would especially like to ask you for advice on business matters. That's right, this was a message from Yan's mother. Speaking of which, Su Liang only got her phone number because Yan's mother had begged him relentlessly before leaving. Su Liang had only glanced at the previous messages without replying.
With anyone else, he might have pretended.
But with someone like Yan's mother, it was a matter of whoever offered the most benefits, there was absolutely no need to. Clicking on this message, Su Liang remembered this person.
After a moment's thought, he typed a reply. I've been busy lately.
I have some business to attend to at Shanya Clothing Company this afternoon.
Is there anything I can do for you?
He had promised to visit Hua Jiu after their last meeting, but had postponed it until today because he needed to comfort Yilioli.
Can I bring Ruyue along? She keeps mentioning you to me lately, wanting to ask you about company management issues.
A notification sound came almost instantly after he sent the message. It was a reply almost immediately.
Su Liang's face showed a mocking expression.
She really wouldn't stop until she got her third daughter into his bed.
Isn't this exactly what he wanted? How could he refuse?
So, Su Liang typed OK and sent it.
Great.
Young Master Su finally replied.
The Yen family.
Mother Yen stared excitedly at her phone.
She had no doubt about Su Liang's casual explanation that he was busy. Who was Su Liang?
The president of the Su Group, worth hundreds of billions. He must be traveling the world every day for business. I wonder how long it will take young Master Su to get to Shanya Clothing Company.
I need to take Ruyue there quickly.
Yen Ruyue quickly composed herself and hurriedly called her daughter to ask where she was. Upon learning that her daughter was at the company, Mother Yen rushed out and found the company. Ruyue, come with me to Shanya Clothing. Upon arriving at the president's office, Mother Yen said in an unquestionable tone. Yen Ruyue was still worried about the company's difficulties. She had approached many potential partners these past few days, but none of them were willing to take on the project. This was strange. Before contacting these people, she had investigated and found that these companies were out of stock. Even after lowering her price, she was still rejected. And then there were her former partners, who disregarded the relationship between the two companies and refused her outright. At this moment, Yen Ruyue sensed that a dark hand was manipulating things from the shadows. The matter remained unresolved, and Yen Ruyue was in a bad mood, a tense atmosphere permeating the entire company. The employees knew the company was in dire straits, and they worked silently, afraid to speak, lest they offend this iron-willed and beautiful CEO. Yen Ruyue looked up, surprised, at her mother. She wondered why her mother had come to the company specifically to have her go to Shanya Clothing. Since her argument with her father last time, and her mother siding with her, Yen Ruyue had completely forgiven her mother for betraying her 3 years ago. Therefore, she wasn't angry at her mother's commanding tone.
What are you going to Shanya for? We're competitors. It's good enough that they haven't kicked us while we're down. Suddenly, Yen Ruyue paused. Speaking of Shanya Clothing, she couldn't help but think of the top fashion designer Hua Jieyu. He'd met Su Liang and been flirted with by him because he wanted to recruit her into the company. Later, he'd been busy with clothing production and running around trying to solve the company's problems, and he'd forgotten about it. If he could bring Hua Jieyu into the company now, and she could design a few clothing styles, the company could be revived. Wouldn't that be another way to solve the company's problems? Thinking this, Yen Ruyue's eyes brightened. Her gaze towards her mother suddenly became grateful. She'd been so busy these past few days that her mind was completely overwhelmed. If her mother hadn't brought it up, she wouldn't have considered this method. Wait a minute. Her mother told her to go to Shanya. Did she also want to recruit Hua Jieyu? Looking at her daughter in her professional attire, her curvaceous figure was enviable. Especially her mature, sophisticated aura was irresistible. This outfit is nice. Young Master Su said he admired his daughter leading a company. He must like this style. Don't worry about that, just come with me. There's no time to explain. Yen Ruyue was completely bewildered as her mother pulled her out of the company. But remembering she needed to talk to Hua Jieyu about a possible collaboration, she didn't refuse. Look, that's Director Hua. She's so beautiful and has such a great presence. Director Hua is a legend in our company. In just 1 month, she went from an ordinary designer to a top global designer. I've heard Director Hua is a rich woman, worth over 100 million. She's so beautiful and talented now, I wonder who could possibly be worthy of her. What's Director Hua doing standing at the door? Looks like she's waiting for someone? Maybe her boyfriend. Holy crap! Don't talk nonsense. How could Director Hua possibly have a boyfriend? Standing at the entrance of Shanya Clothing Company was a stunningly beautiful figure. Who else could it be but Chief Designer Hua Jieyu? A group of elegant employees stared in admiration, whispering amongst themselves from afar. Just as they feared, their dreams came true. Seeing Hua Jieyu embrace a man, their hearts broke. Brother Liang, shall I show you around the company? No need for a company tour, you can show me your office instead. Su Liang smiled, decisively rejecting Hua Jieyu's suggestion. He had no interest in touring a rundown company, he'd rather use that time for something meaningful. Like Chapter 298. A leopard can't change its spots. Mother Yen plans to force the issue. Director Hua, there are 2 women outside who want to see you, but they haven't made an appointment. Seeing the 2 women's elegant demeanor, the security guard made a token attempt to stop them before reporting the situation to Hua Jieyu. Meanwhile, in Hua Jieyu's office, Hua Jieyu was hunched over, holding her phone in one hand, her brows slightly furrowed. She tried her best to appear nonchalant. I have something to do right now. Tell them to come to my office in half an hour. Hua Jieyu calculated the time. Although half an hour had already passed, it would still take another half hour to finish. After hanging up the phone, the security guard informed Yen Ruyue and her daughter who had arrived. Yen Ruyue didn't show any reaction. Since they wanted to poach her, she should maintain the necessary patience. Mrs. Yen, however, grew anxious. She hadn't brought her daughter here to see any chief designer. But she couldn't show it in front of her daughter, so she tentatively inquired. Excuse me, did your company receive any important guests today? In her mind, since young Master Su was here on business, the small company should receive him with the highest level of courtesy. The woman before her exuded an air of wealth, and the security guard dared not offend her,
so he had no choice but to answer truthfully.
No.
This made Mrs. Yen frown.
Young Master Su clearly said he was coming to Shinya Company on business, so this was strange. After a moment, her brow relaxed.
Young Master Su always acted discreetly, he must have instructed that the reception ceremony be cancelled. So, Mrs. Yen changed her question. Have you seen a very handsome young man with a great physique and exceptional charisma?
Yes. The security guard's expression was complicated.
He immediately thought of the young man who had greeted the company's goddess-like chief designer at the door half an hour ago. Seeing his goddess in his arms back then, he was heartbroken.
Hearing the security guard's answer, Yan's mother smiled knowingly. She knew it.
How could Mr. Su lie to her?
But Yan's mother frowned slightly.
According to the security guard, Mr. Su had come specifically to see Director Hua. The same person his daughter had come to see. When he informed Director Hua earlier, he said he had something to attend to for half an hour.
Now she was with Mr. Su. A lone man and woman for almost an hour. What were they doing? Yan's mother instantly knew the answer.
A sense of urgency rose within her. Mr. Su was so outstanding, he must have many women around him. Although she had enough confidence in her daughter's looks and temperament, she couldn't guarantee that Mr. Su would be interested. That so-called chief designer at Shinya, judging from the security guard's tone, was definitely a stunning beauty. She had to speed up the process of getting her daughter and Mr. Su together. While pondering how to get her daughter into Mr. Su's bed, she couldn't help but feel a mixture of surprise and envy. A full hour had passed. Not only is young Master Su's family background extraordinary, but his appearance and physique are perfect, and his strength is also so formidable. If he were 20 years old and 100 times more handsome, she would definitely sell everything she owns to pursue him. If Su Liang knew her thoughts, he would definitely scoff.
Too short, too short. An hour is the bare minimum. If he weren't worried these women couldn't handle it, he could have gone on forever. Did you think the ancient kidney body was playing a joke on you?
Yen Ruyue and her mother waited patiently at the door for half an hour. Led by a pretty receptionist, they arrived at Hua Jieyu's office. As soon as they entered the office, the two women smelled a strange odor. Yen Ruyue, being naive, didn't know what it was, as the smell was fleeting and she didn't think much of it. Yan's mother, however, knew what it was. She saw Hua Jieyu's skin slightly flushed, her eyes moist, and a look of "I knew it" appeared on her face.
This elegant chief designer was indeed beautiful.
In terms of looks, figure, and temperament, she was no less than her daughter, perhaps even surpassing her. Perhaps the comfort of being with Mr. Su added a mature charm. Mother Yen felt increasingly urgent. She couldn't wait any longer, she knew her daughter's personality very well. Because she married a beggar, her reputation wasn't good. If Mr. Su had more and more women around him, he definitely wouldn't look favorably upon her daughter.
She made up her mind. If matchmaking didn't work today, she had to use some special methods to make it a fait accompli. Su Liang. Yen Ruyue was quite surprised to see Su Liang there as well. Her excitement at trying to win over Hua Jieyu immediately subsided. Looking at Su Liang, then at her mother beside her, Yen Ruyue immediately understood what was going on. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. Just now at the door, she had wondered why her mother had asked those two questions. She should have realized it sooner. A leopard can't change its spots. It was the same 3 years ago when her mother revealed her information to that Ji Buchang. Wherever she appeared, that guy would appear like a leech. It was incredibly annoying. And now it was the same. However, the difference was that her mother wasn't sending Su Liang to find her, but rather making her go to find Su Liang. This was all because the Su family was more powerful than the Ji family. Suffered by such a sycophantic mother, Yen Ruyue was helpless. She had thought that 3 years had passed, and that her mother, who had spoken up for her before, had changed. But it turned out she was overthinking it. Yen Ruyue was furious. Betrayal was a bitter pill to swallow. Especially the betrayal of her trusted mother.
But in front of outsiders, and especially in front of Hua Jieyu, whom she was about to win over, she had to suppress her anger towards her mother.
Oh dear young Master Su, we meet again. What a coincidence. Yan's mother beamed upon seeing Su Liang.
Yes, what a coincidence. Su Liang said with a half-smile. Hua Jieyu's gaze swept over the three of them, then, as if struck by a thought, she became intrigued.
Director Hua.
Knowing what her mother was about to say, Yen Ruyue quickly interrupted, forcing a smile.
Hua Jieyu recognized Yen Ruyue and responded faintly, asking. So it's Director Yen. May I ask why Director Yen has come to see me? Chapter 299, a 180 degrees turn in attitude. The female lead's petty nature. Allies.
To be honest, my company's development has hit a bottleneck, and we urgently need a top-notch fashion designer to take charge. Director Hua's designs are always on trend, perfectly aligning with our company's development philosophy.
Therefore, I'd like to invite Director Hua to join my company.
Director Hua, rest assured, whatever your salary or benefits at Shinya, our company will double them. At this point, Yen Ruyue paused, then took a deep breath and said. Besides the salary, the position of general manager of my company is vacant, and I'm also willing to offer 10% of the company's stock as dividends. Her tone was incredibly sincere, and the offer was extremely generous. Double salary aside, the general manager position, plus 10% of the stock as dividends. Yen Ruyue's Mingyue Clothing Company, Limited is worth over 100 million yuan, 10% is 10 million yuan.
It can be said that
Hua Jieyu doesn't need to do anything, just joining the company will earn her 10 million.
What incredible audacity!
Actually, Yen Ruyue didn't want to either, but she had no other choice. These past few days, she tried many methods. Contacting her former business partners, those guys had inexplicably become distant. Applying for bank loans, she was told her credit was insufficient and she couldn't get a loan, they even threatened to demand repayment.
It was utterly absurd.
Because of this, Yen Ruyue suspected that someone was targeting her behind the scenes. If she could bring Hua Jieyu into the company, with this top international designer, the company's current crisis would resolve itself.
Fine, you're unwilling to cooperate? Then I'll find those top corporations to cooperate with. I might even go international and make the Mingyue brand famous worldwide.
Not only would it resolve the company's crisis, but it would also break through bottlenecks and allow them to reach new heights. Therefore, Yen Ruyue felt that offering 10% of the shares was well worth it.
Beside,
originally intending to fawn over Su Liang to build a closer relationship, Yan's mother was interrupted by her daughter, leaving her somewhat annoyed. Upon hearing her daughter's words, she was dumbfounded.
What a joke! 10% of the company's shares, just to win over this fashion designer?
Just as Yan's mother was about to stop her daughter, she heard Hua Jieyu's calm words and abruptly stopped herself.
Hua Jieyu, upon hearing Yen Ruyue's offer, showed no excitement, remaining completely calm.
She turned to look at Su Liang.
Young Master Su, what do you think? Admittedly, Yen Ruyue's offer was very generous.
But she preferred simplicity and didn't care about such things.
Sufficient material possessions were enough. Don't forget, she's already a multi-millionaire.
After becoming a top international designer, countless fashion groups offered her jobs. Many offered her equity stakes.
But Hua Jieyu rejected them all. She was used to her current work environment.
The reason she hesitated this time was because she sensed sincerity in Yen Ruyue's tone.
Changing companies wasn't out of the question.
She was considering whether to agree, and remembering Su Liang was there, she decided to ask for his opinion.
Su Liang raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. It's up to you.
Hua Jieyu turned around upon hearing this, and her expression changed instantly upon seeing Yen Ruyue's gaze. Her tone also became somewhat distant. President Yan's offer is very generous, but I've already gotten used to my current work environment and need to consider it. Her asking Su Liang's opinion actually meant she was already somewhat tempted.
Why did she say she needed to consider it? Because she discovered that this company president named Yen Ruyue showed absolutely no respect for Su Liang.
She had introduced the two of them last time, and from the moment Yen Ruyue entered, she hadn't greeted Su Liang once. Most importantly, she saw disgust in Yen Ruyue's gaze towards Su Liang. Hua Jieyu was instantly enraged. What kind of seductive slut are you? How dare you look down on my man? That's just how petty she is. Hua Jieyu originally wanted to send her away, but saying consider was just to save face for her. Out of consideration for Yen Ruyue's potential future sisterhood. Yan's mother opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. She thought her daughter was offering too much, but the other party didn't even want it. That's right, what's 10% of a company worth over 100 million to Su Gongzi's woman? She had no doubt that if Hua Jieyu wanted, Su Gongzi would easily give her a company worth tens or hundreds of billions. With this thought, Yan's mother became even more fanatical. She wished Su Gongzi would immediately take her daughter's place. At this moment, she no longer had the idea of stopping her daughter from going to great lengths to win over Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu, after all, was already with Su Gongzi. If her daughter became Su Gongzi's woman in the future, having more friends would open up more paths, wouldn't it? To become Mr. Su's woman, one absolutely cannot be jealous or competitive. Otherwise, how could she possibly manage so many women? Mother Yan's thoughts wandered, already imagining how her daughter would form factions and compete for favor in the harem after becoming Mr. Su's woman. This Hua Jieyu is quite good, she'd be a suitable ally for her daughter. Seeing Hua Jieyu's refusal, Mother Yan assumed the offer wasn't enough and said with a smile. Director Hua, hello. I'm Ruyue's mother. I often hear her talk about you at home, she speaks highly of you. How about this? If you're willing to join Ruyue's company, we're willing to offer 20% of the shares. Offering 20% of the shares, worth 20 million, Mother Yan didn't blush or pant. In her heart, however, she was thinking. What's 20 million? Once her daughter becomes Mr. Su's woman, she'll definitely receive tenfold, 100-fold reward. Yen Ruyue looked at her mother with surprise. Wasn't she supposed to bring me here to set me up with Su Liang? Why is she now helping me invite Hua Jieyu to join the company? My anger from my mother's betrayal has suddenly lessened considerably. Although a 20% stake exceeded his expectations, it was worthwhile if he could bring Hua Jieyu into the company. What she said is exactly what I meant. What does Director Hua think? I'm sorry, I'm not ready for a change of work environment. Hua Jieyu's tone remained consistently calm, tinged with a hint of aloofness. Yen Ruyue, observing closely, naturally understood Hua Jieyu's tone, her gaze filled with suspicion. What was going on? Just now, Hua Jieyu's tone had been light and cheerful, and when she asked Su Liang's opinion, it was clear she was interested. Why the sudden 180-degree turn? Yen Ruyue pondered deeply, and after a moment, a chill ran down her spine. It was at that time. She remembered. It was when Hua Jieyu asked Su Liang's opinion that she had also looked at Su Liang. Thinking of Su Liang's flirting back then, she couldn't help but feel resentment. After that, Hua Jieyu's tone became distant. It's because of Su Liang again. Yen Ruyue thought bitterly. She couldn't understand why someone as capable as Hua Jieyu would like that hypocrite Su Liang. She was probably deceived by his appearance. She shook her head, now was not the time to think about such things. The company was on the verge of collapse, she had to win Hua Jieyu over. And Hua Jieyu had only suddenly changed her attitude after seeing her coldness and disgust towards Su Liang. To win Hua Jieyu over and build a good relationship, she had to change her attitude towards Su Liang. Did she have to fawn over Su Liang herself? Chapter 300, The Female Lead's Obsessive Pleading. Let's get rid of this. Brainstorming begins. Yen Ruyue was filled with mixed emotions. She had never been fond of those spoiled rich kids. Because of Ji Buchang's coercion 3 years ago, she felt even more disgusted with the entire group of wealthy second-generation heirs. Thinking of Su Liang's previous harassment, Yen Ruyue wanted nothing more than to stay far away from this guy. Now, being asked to actively ingratiate herself with Su Liang was simply unacceptable. However, the fate and future of the company were at stake, so she had no choice but to do it, her heart filled with indescribable turmoil. Su Liang, the one who caused the incident, was currently sipping tea, watching the drama unfold with great interest.
He took in Yan Ruyue's conflicted expression, a slight smirk playing on his lips.
Dealing with a female protagonist like this, opinionated, fiercely defiant, and harboring resentment towards him.
Simply relying on charity to gain favor was absolutely not the way to go.
Ordinary flirting techniques weren't working, he needed to use some real methods. Su Liang wanted to shatter her pride, tear off her facade, and make her unable to hold her head high in front of him. No, it should be said that she had to constantly look up and down in front of him, look up and down, look up and down.
Oh dear, it's such a beautiful day, let's not talk about work.
At this moment, Yan's mother stepped in to smooth things over. Hua Jieyu's attitude displeased her, but she didn't show it on her face. Su Gongzi's woman was not someone and nobody like her dared to offend.
While feeling annoyed, she was also filled with envy.
If only her daughter were also Su Gongzi's woman, then she wouldn't have to be so subservient, having to put up with the attitude of a company employee. Thinking of Su Liang, Yan's mother slapped her forehead, almost forgetting the important reason she had come today.
Let's put work aside for now.
You're both young and promising, you should exchange ideas more.
She approached Su Liang with a fawning smile.
Young Master Su, you have no idea how successful you are, managing a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate at such a young age.
My wife, Ruyue, admires you immensely.
Last time you came to my house for tea, she was a little shy and reserved. Hearing you were here, she insisted I bring her over.
Please, sir, give her some guidance.
Mother Yan spoke eloquently, her tone full of pleading, sounding utterly sincere.
Hearing her words, Su Liang paused in his tea sipping.
He had long known that Mother Yan was the type to fawn over anyone who offered help. Now it seemed he had underestimated her. Such groveling was truly something else.
However, Su Liang took a small sip of tea.
This was exactly the kind of person he needed. They wish every female lead had such a sycophantic person by her side. As long as she doesn't encounter someone with more power than herself, she'll obediently follow orders.
And Su Liang was confident of this. No one had more power than him.
If they did, then it was all over. Hua Jieyu's eyes widened, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Yan's mother and Yan Ruyue. If it weren't for the look of disgust Yan Ruyue had given Su Liang earlier, and her current bewildered expression, she might have almost believed it.
This is truly. Hua Jieyu didn't know what to say.
She had never seen anyone so eager to push their daughter into a fire pit.
But is becoming Su Liang's woman really a fire pit? Perhaps.
Su Liang has many women around him, he's a typical scumbag, unacceptable to most normal women.
But it's different for her.
Anyway, she's doing very well now, Su Liang can provide whatever she wants. If Su Liang only had her as his woman, she might not be able to handle it. The most bewildered of all was Yan Ruyue herself. She looked at her mother, her face completely blank.
Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?
When did she become so attached to Su Liang at home that she couldn't eat or drink?
How come she had no idea?
Yan Ruyue knew in her heart that her mother was up to her old tricks again.
She was relentlessly trying to get closer to Su Liang.
In the past, with her defiant nature, she would never have gone along with her mother's wishes.
But now,
if she wanted to win over Hua Jieyu, she couldn't afford to embarrass Su Liang. At least not in front of Hua Jieyu. The fate of the company was at stake, and even if she was unhappy, she had to compromise. Noticing the suggestive look in her mother's eyes, Yan Ruyue gritted her teeth and forced an awkward smile.
My mother is right. Mr. Su's business acumen far surpasses mine.
Ruyue has long wanted to learn from him. Saying this took a lot of courage. It was the first time she had ever spoken to someone so humbly, and she felt incredibly aggrieved.
Hearing this, Yan's mother's face lit up with joy.
Knowing her daughter's personality, she had expected it to take some effort.
When did she become so obedient? Has she suddenly become so clever?
Yan's mother was suddenly filled with enthusiasm. although she didn't know why her daughter was so obedient. With her cooperation, things would be much easier. Su Liang feigned surprise, then waved his hand.
You flatter me.
When I inherited the family business, everything was arranged.
I don't have any business talent.
Beside her, Hua Jieyu sighed inwardly. Since following Su Liang and being won over, she had only then realized she had been deceived by his appearance. Thinking of the scene with her sister, her face flushed slightly, overcome with embarrassment.
Now, seeing Su Liang's attitude, she immediately knew that Yen Ruyue couldn't escape his grasp.
It seems she's about to have another sister. She just hoped that the time when they were put together would come as late as possible.
How embarrassing.
Thinking this to herself, she lowered her slightly distant gaze when she looked at Yen Ruyue. Yen Ruyue appeared to be talking to Su Liang, but in reality, she was secretly observing Hua Jieyu. What if she was wrong, and Hua Jieyu wasn't distancing herself from her because of Su Liang?
After noticing the change in Hua Jieyu's expression, Yen Ruyue completely gave up hope. Composing herself, Yen Ruyue collected her thoughts and smiled at Su Liang. Young Master Su is too modest.
Since you took over the Su Group, its market value has multiplied several times over.
You are an idol to countless young entrepreneurs. Chapter 301, Setting a Trap for the Female Lead. The protagonist in action during the apocalypse. A white lie.
With Yen Ruyue's initiative, her relationship with Su Liang improved considerably, and she regained Hua Jieyu's approval. Afterwards, Hua Jieyu said the office was too stuffy and suggested they take a walk around the company. After all, the entire office bore the marks of her battles. She felt a little embarrassed to chat here right after a battle.
No one objected. They chatted and laughed along the way, and the atmosphere was relatively harmonious.
However, the harmonious atmosphere was soon shattered by a bald man rushing in.
It was the CEO of Shanya Clothing Company.
Upon hearing that Yen Ruyue of Shanya Clothing and Su Liang, the president of the Su Group, had arrived, he was so frightened he almost died on the spot. He abandoned his work and rushed over in a panic. He wasn't afraid that Yen Ruyue, his competitor, would come to steal company secrets or anything like that.
It was because of Su Liang. You know who was Su Liang? He had recently brought down a family worth hundreds of billions. What was this big shot doing suddenly coming to his company? She came to his company but didn't greet him. Would that anger him?
He rushed over anxiously to offer his greetings. Having given Yen Ruyue a glimmer of hope, and feeling it was enough, Su Liang lost interest in continuing his stroll. He gave Hua Jieyu a look and left. Director Hua, I sincerely invite you to join my company. I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Before leaving, Yen Ruyue extended the invitation to Hua Jieyu again.
Okay, I will seriously consider it. Hua Jieyu nodded with a smile. Unlike before, the distance was gone now. Yen Ruyue breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, to win over Hua Jieyu, a top international designer, she had to curry favor with Su Liang in front of her. Although she felt very frustrated just now, it seemed worthwhile now. However, it was impossible for her to change her impression of Su Liang because of this. On the contrary, because of this incident, her dislike for Su Liang deepened. Look at Hua Jieyu, such a good girl, and look what Su Liang has done to her. Anyway, she has no liking for hypocrites like Su Liang. What? What should she do with Su Liang after Hua Jieyu joins the company? At worst, she can just pretend to be nice to Su Liang in front of Hua Jieyu. What Yen Ruyue really wants is to let Hua Jieyu see Su Liang's true colors. Then she won't have to suffer anymore. Yen Ruyue thinks it's feasible and will try it after Hua Jieyu joins the company. Little does she know, if she tries, she'll die. Although Yen Ruyue didn't achieve her goal, she gained Hua Jieyu's promise to consider, so the trip wasn't in vain. Yan's mother was also satisfied with the trip. Her daughter suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and was willing to talk to young Master Su. This is a good start. To be on the safe side, and to enter young Master Su's harem as soon as possible, it's necessary to make it a fait accompli. On the way home, Redclad drove while reporting the investigation findings to Su Liang.
Lu Fan, male, 20 years old, lives on Fanqing Street in Rongcheng. 3 days ago, I started collecting funds, taking out loans from various shady online lending platforms. Today I started a big shopping spree. The items are diverse, daily necessities, large quantities of food and meat, as well as old sows, chickens, and other poultry and crops. Su Liang propped his head up with one hand, gazing thoughtfully at the receding scenery outside the window. 3 days ago, he had Skynet investigate the protagonist who had intruded on the apocalypse.
Following his clues, they indeed found such a person.
The protagonist hadn't made any moves for the past few days. Apparently, he was busy raising funds.
Now he's finally taking action. Taking out loans from shady online lending platforms everywhere?
The protagonist is quite shrewd. I just wonder what he'll do when he discovers the apocalypse hasn't arrived, and those shady loan sharks come knocking on his door.
Just imagining his expression is particularly amusing.
Besides the big shopping spree, the protagonist also posted apocalyptic pronouncements online.
If the world ends in 10 days, what should I prepare? Waiting online, it's urgent.
The replies below were varied, but all were jokes, not a single one believed it.
We suggest you prepare a coffin. Sigh, another one's gone mad. This damn world. Hey, is this 119? A mentally ill person has appeared here. We suggest taking them back immediately to prevent them from harming society. What do you need to prepare for the apocalypse?
Of course, you need to prepare a charming, alluring, and sometimes sassy young lady to stay home and contribute to the reproduction of humanity. After reading the information about the protagonist, Lu Fan, Su Liang's eyes revealed a mocking smile. Don't interfere with him, just keep an eye on him secretly and report back every day. He thought this newly appeared protagonist was also in Shanghai and planned to eliminate him and Xiaoqinglong together. But it turns out he's in another city known for producing protagonists, Chengdu. Thinking of Lu Fan's elaborate preparations for the apocalypse and the amusing expression he'd have when it didn't happen, Su Liang decided to cooperate and wait for 10 days. During this time, he'd deal with Xiaoqinglong first. However, monitoring Lu Fan was essential. Even though he was reborn from the apocalypse, he should know something, and they could see if they could gain any unexpected insights.
Yes.
The woman in red responded respectfully. Despite her many questions, she couldn't understand why her master would be interested in such a minor character. She always obeyed her master's orders without hesitation.
Rongqing. The Lu family.
Lu Fan sat in front of his computer, excitedly looking at the items he had ordered. Seeing the tens of millions he had raised disappear in the blink of an eye, he sighed at how satisfying it felt to spend money, but how fleeting it was.
These tens of millions were all borrowed from various online lending platforms and loan companies.
Knowing his status as the young master of the Lu family, these loan companies were quite generous. And because the loan term was only half a month, most people were generous enough to lend him the money.
What? Pay it back in half a month? Paying back the money is out of the question. Why should he pay it back when he borrowed it through his own ability? It's practically the end of the world. Money will be nothing but worthless paper then.
Although he spent 3 days raking in tens of millions in profits, it's just a drop in the ocean compared to his future plans. He still needs to raise more money. Thinking about raising funds, Lu Fan smiled as he recalled his achievements over the past 2 days. For the past 2 days, he had been persuading his father to join the company. And he used favorable news from the next 10 days to convince his father to go on a business trip to discuss cooperation. Next, he would join the company.
Once Lu Fan decided to join the company, he would quickly sell it to obtain a large sum of money.
He knew that all the company's contracts and agreements were in the safe. For the past 3 days, relying on his father's trust, he had obtained the safe's combination, spending most of his time there.
Lu Fan didn't tell his father about the impending apocalypse. Even if he did, his father wouldn't believe him, he might even think he was crazy. The post he made was proof of that. These were all white lies he told, believing that when the end of the world came, his father would be proud of him. Chapter 302. The boat of friendship capsizes so easily. 2 women fighting over a man. Am I hallucinating?
I just went out for a stroll and saw two stunning beauties, even more beautiful than celebrities. Strange, the sun hasn't even completely set yet. Why does the air feel so chilly?
Have you heard of the aura of an Ice Queen CEO? No way, no way, there are people who don't even know about the three most beautiful ice queens in Shanghai? Those two are two of them.
That's right, seeing two beauties appear together here, this life is worthwhile.
Ahem, wasn't it said that the three most beautiful ice queens have a good relationship? Why do I feel like they're enemies?
At the entrance of a hot spring hotel,
two aloof beauties stand a distance apart. Both women are undeniably beautiful.
Even the most demanding evaluator would score them above 95 out of 100.
What's astonishing is, the two women have similar auras, equally aloof and unapproachable.
The aura emanating from them was incredibly powerful. It wasn't hard to imagine the astonishing power these two women wielded.
Who else could be called an ice queen but Liang Bingxue and Lu Rulan?
Poof. Taking in the whispers of the crowd, the two women exchanged a glance before turning their heads away. As everyone knew, the two women were originally very close best friends, the kind who shared everything. But not long ago, their friendship capsized.
Recalling that day, Liang Bingxue still felt a chill of anger.
That day, having finally escaped her company's predicament, she had arranged to have dinner with her best friend Lu Rulan and her crush, Su Liang. During dinner, she drank a little and decided to go home with her.
After showering, she saw
her best friend was wearing her pajamas and using her cosmetics. A bolt from the blue struck her. Liang Bingxue froze, her mind blank. Being betrayed by her best friend was a terrible feeling.
How could Lu Rulan do such a thing? Knowing she was with Su Liang, why did she still interfere? Why hadn't she noticed before that Pinru Rulan was so hot-tempered?
Beware of fire, theft, and best friends, the ancients were right. And the shocking part was yet to come. Liang Bingxue noticed her best friend's slightly protruding belly. She was already pregnant. In other words, she had been involved for a long time. Considering that her best friend was involved in her relationship with Su Liang, she realized it was her friend who had been secretly bringing them together.
This discovery stunned Liang Bingxue.
She never imagined her best friend would try to bring her and Su Liang together.
Wouldn't it be better to have love on her own?
She soon learned the reason.
Before she could even react.
What's infuriating is that her best friend, with whom she used to share everything, actually.
Just like that, the seemingly aloof and unapproachable Ice Queen CEO was utterly bullied.
From that moment on, she completely lost her dignity and couldn't hold her head up high. Putting aside her best friend's interference, Su Liang had indeed helped her a lot.
He was the only man she didn't dislike and was even attracted to.
Their first time happened in the bedroom of the house she'd lived in since childhood. Therefore, it was impossible for her to back out. Plus, that night, most of her resentment dissipated, completely extinguishing any thought of breaking up with Su Liang. She didn't want to let go, so she let Lu Rulan leave. She was pregnant and couldn't leave. And so, their relationship has remained unchanged until now.
However, since then, the two women have frequently engaged in subtle rivalry. The harmonious, open friendship between best friends is gone forever.
From the moment she decided to help her best friend win her over, Lu Rulan had anticipated this scenario and remained completely calm. As someone with experience, she knew that Lu Rulan's current temper meant she wasn't ready yet. When the time came, the two would not only return to being best friends, but even closer than best friends.
What is a lifelong best friend? If we're going to be best friends, let's be best friends for life. TCH. A low-key yet luxurious Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the two women.
Su Liang got out and saw the two arguing fiercely, and couldn't help but smile slightly. As he expected, Liang Bingxue had broken up with Lu Rulan after discovering the truth. He didn't interfere in their relationship, he'd let things take their course. No matter how fiercely the two women argued, he would ultimately benefit.
For example, he had invited them to dinner today.
They both arrived so early, almost as if they were keeping an eye on each other.
How you keep saying how much you love Su Liang, but you can't even be late for a date.
You're not worthy, you should just quit.
Sorry to keep you waiting, let's go in.
Su Liang called out, entering the hot spring hotel, with two women flanking him.
Brother Liang, try this, it's the spare ribs I ordered for you, your favorite.
I know Brother Liang loves potatoes, the potato chips at this hot spring hotel are pretty good, you should try them.
At the table.
The two women sat on either side, constantly piling food onto Su Liang's plate. As the saying goes, too much of anything is bad. The two women were bickering, and Su Liang was reaping the benefits, enjoying the moment but also experiencing some trouble. Of course, this was a happy trouble. Su Liang accepted everything offered. With his physical condition, this amount of food was nothing.
Besides, a good meal is better for getting things done, isn't it?
Seeing that her best friend was difficult to deal with, Liang Bingxue inadvertently glanced at her friend's lower abdomen. Because of her loose clothing, it was impossible to tell that Lu Rulin was several months pregnant.
Liang Bingxue scoffed and said, "On such a good day, how can we not have some wine? I know Liang Ge likes a drink tonight, I'll keep you company."
With that, she picked up a bottle of wine and filled both Su Liang's and her own glasses.
Then she looked at Lu Rulin with a defiant expression. "You're pregnant and can't drink, let's see how you compete with me now. Just be a good wife and mother."
Ha!
Lu Rulin was unimpressed.
She gently stroked her lower abdomen, her face glowing with maternal warmth. She spoke in a teasing tone.
"Baby, you must be born quickly. Mommy's been bullied by a bad woman. After you're born, you must help mommy teach that bad woman a lesson."
Liang Bingshue's face darkened upon hearing this, and she almost burst out cursing.
Who exactly is the bad woman? That blatant boasting was too overpowering. So what if she's pregnant? What's the big deal? I can be pregnant too.
Liang Bingxue secretly vowed to herself that night to have a baby with Su Liang. Once she was pregnant, she'd see how this guy could still act so arrogant in front of her.
Su Liang ate his meal while listening to the two women bickering, and couldn't help but chuckle.
A real-life version of two women vying for a man, so interesting. He said, "I won't say anything, I'll just quietly watch your performance."
Chapter 303 Lu Rulin, "My sister is still my sister, you're still too green. Get out of here, you burning women.
Liang is mine, and you can forget about taking him away from me." Liang Bingxue was clearly drunk, her pretty face was slightly flushed, and she could only lean on Su Liang's chest as she walked. Seeing her best friend, who had stolen her affections, on Su Liang's other side, Liang Bingxue weakly pushed Lu Rulin away.
Lu Rulin wasn't angry at all, instead, she winked at Su Liang and teased him. "Just because you say it's yours doesn't mean it's yours. I could say it's mine. You came later, you can only be a mistress." Liang Bingxue immediately objected. "You're the mistress. Your whole family are mistresses."
Lu Rulin slightly raised her neck, like a noble swan, not wanting to argue with her drunken best friend. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and a mischievous idea came to her. Lu Rulin turned her head, gave Su Liang a sweet kiss, and then looked at her best friend with a defiant expression.
"Brother Liang already has my seal, so Brother Liang belongs to me, right?" Liang Bingxue panicked upon hearing this and, without hesitation, kissed Su Liang on the other side of his cheek.
Just like that, both of Su Liang's cheeks were compromised.
So what if I kissed his cheek? What's so great about that?
I can even kiss him with my mouth.
Her lips left his cheek, and she moved closer to Su Liang, then gave Lu Rulin a provocative look. "Hey, a little sister is a little sister, let me show you what real kissing is, watch closely and don't blink." Lu Rulin scoffed at Liang Bingshue's performance.
She stood on tiptoe for a long time before finally landing on the ground.
Liang Bingxue watched in stunned silence.
It was the first time she had seen the two of them so close together, and her hazy drunkenness sobered up a bit. After regaining her senses, Liang Bingxue pounced on him, baring her teeth and claws.
"I'll fight you to the death."
The two best friends, now bitter enemies, were playfully bickering and vying for each other's affections, having a great time.
Su Liang, of course, was enjoying himself immensely. If their die-hard fans knew
that their goddesses, so high and mighty in their eyes, were fighting over a man.
Wouldn't they be furious enough to explode on the spot? 2 flowers bloom. Day after day.
Su Liang lay in bed, looking at the night sky outside the French windows, a sense of accomplishment welling up within him. On such a good day, it would be a shame not to try his luck with a lottery. Su Liang's mind was absorbed in the system, and his villain points had unknowingly reached over 40,000 again.
System, draw a lottery.
Ding, congratulations, host, you have won a reward, your strength has increased by 1 small realm.
Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast and powerful aura emanated from Su Liang.
Like an abyss, like a prison, domineering and ruthless. If Su Liang hadn't quickly restrained himself, the bed would have been shattered.
And someone next to him was sleeping soundly.
Su Liang had already reached the peak of the transformation realm, his cultivation level incredibly stable. Furthermore, with the support of the ancient kidney body, he wasn't afraid of Shao Qinglong, who was vaguely at the peak of the core formation realm. Now that his strength had broken through to the core formation realm, he cared even less about that protagonist. Feeling the surge of power after the breakthrough, Su Liang smiled.
Looks like choosing to draw the lottery today really brought good luck. 2 draws and he's this lucky, what about 3, 4, 5 a dozen or so?
Who knows, he might draw something incredible, making him invincible.
Keep drawing.
Ding, congratulations, host, you've won a reward, 1 box of extra-large Durex condoms.
What the hell? I just praised you, and this is it?
Even though the size matches, my mission is to expand the family and have many children.
What's with this contraceptive measure?
Besides, nothing beats the comfort of going barefoot. The main focus is on physical and mental pleasure.
If she gets pregnant, just have the baby.
The Su family is big and powerful, they'll take anyone.
Su Liang didn't even bother to glance at it, immediately moving on to the next item.
Ding, congratulations, host, you have won a reward, a complete set of eternal love.
Whoosh.
The next moment, a delicate, flat, rectangular box appeared in Su Liang's hand.
Without seeing any system instructions, Su Liang curiously opened the box.
Inside, he saw nothing but jewelry.
There were necklaces, rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, a complete set.
Each piece was exquisitely crafted, a masterpiece of artistry, adorned with countless gemstones, breathtakingly beautiful. A single piece would be priceless, incredibly precious, but here was a whole set.
Just 1 piece would be enough to drive any vain woman crazy. Su Liang thought. If he gave this set away, even the female lead, who was unmoved by material possessions, would be tempted, right?
Without a doubt, just auctioning it off would easily net him tens or hundreds of billions.
Su Liang wouldn't be foolish enough to do that.
He wasn't short of money, giving these things to the female lead and letting them please him would be much better.
Continue.
Ding, congratulations, host, you've won a reward, luck +1. It wasn't anything fancy or high-end, but it made Su Liang's eyes light up. He remembered when the system first introduced this lottery function, he only drew junk items. Since winning luck +1, everything had changed. Even his luck had improved considerably.
Now that he'd won this, Su Liang was somewhat excited. The next day, Su Liang returned home. His younger sister, Su Qingda, chattered incessantly around him like a nightingale. Brother, you won't believe it, but I've been dreaming about you so many times these past few days. Brother, can you tell me why you're appearing in my dreams? Everything I'm saying is true, you have to believe me. Believe, of course Su Liang believed. The dream was created by him. His opponents were countless protagonists, it wasn't safe for his sister to be with him. Even with powerful protectors, Su Liang was still uneasy. Teaching his younger sister skills was now on the agenda. These past few days, he hadn't been pursuing other female leads, instead, he'd been using his dream entry ability on his sister. He planned to impart some god-level skills to her. It has to be said, Su Qingda was incredibly talented, learning everything very quickly. If it weren't for her constant mischief and annoyances to her instructor, she probably would have already mastered them. Thinking of his restless sister, Su Liang felt a headache coming on. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you still half asleep? Go to sleep early, you have class tomorrow. Su Liang tapped his sister's head.
He would never admit that the dream was related to him. If his sister found out, who knows what she would do.
Okay.
Su Qingda pouted unhappily, her eyes darting around, then suddenly she smiled.
Brother, see you in my dreams. Chapter 304 Suzaku returns home. The female lead completely submits. A path to death? Yen Ruyue, I'm giving you one last chance. Are you going to divorce this beggar or not? Yen family villa.
Yan's mother said to her daughter, Yen Ruyue, her face full of anger.
I will not divorce you. Forget about it.
Yen Ruyue's neck was stiff, her tone extremely firm. Ever since her mother dragged her to see Su Liang, her mother had been constantly pressuring her to get a divorce.
Didn't she know what her mother was up to? Wasn't it just so she could divorce her husband and pursue Su Liang, so she could marry into a wealthy family? So every time she faced this question, Yen Ruyue firmly answered no.
She already felt terrible about having to please Su Liang because of Hua Jieyu. Her mother still wanted her to pursue Su Liang, which was worse than death for her. The thought of being pinned down by that hypocrite, writhing and submitting to his advances, sent chills down Yen Ruyue's spine. She felt quite content with her current life.
Xiao Qinglong was indeed a bit of a waste, and he was originally a beggar, but she didn't expect anything from him, did she? Marrying Xiao Qinglong was just a shield she found.
Xiao Qinglong, considered a waste but actually the ruler of the dragon court, stood trembling to the side. Hearing Yen Ruyue say she wouldn't divorce him, he was deeply moved. Seeing that his mother was still angry, he felt it necessary to say a few words.
Mother, please don't be angry, actually. Before he could finish speaking, his mother ruthlessly interrupted him. She pointed her finger at Xiao Qinglong, yelling at him fiercely. Who do you think you are? Do you even have the right to speak here? I've never seen such a shameless person.
Mother Yen was furious, pointing at Xiao Qinglong and unleashing a torrent of abuse, treating him like he was no human being. Xiao Qinglong, sensing the danger, obediently shut up. He was already used to his mother-in-law's vicious words. For the past 3 years, his strength had stagnated, and he had lived a life worse than a dog. But it wasn't without its gains. At least he had learned to endure. Now Xiao Qinglong could guarantee it. Most of the humiliation he received could be met with unwavering composure. A true warrior dares to face the bleakness of life. Seeing that she couldn't persuade her daughter, Mother Yen quieted down, her eyes gleaming. She wasn't wrong at all to give her daughter a chance. If Yen Ruyue divorced Xiao Qinglong and immediately pursued Su Liang, she would be very happy. But judging from this situation, getting her daughter to divorce is impossible. Her daughter's attitude also shows that she's not interested in Mr. Su at all. This won't do. Mother Yen made up her mind, she had to make it a fait accompli. I've given you the chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for using some methods, everything I've done is for your own good. Shanghai International Airport. A stunningly beautiful figure, dressed smartly and with a slender build, stepped out. Seeing the familiar car parked by the roadside, the woman's eyes lit up, her heart pounding. Taking a deep breath, the stunning woman walked over and opened the car door. Seeing the figure that frequently appeared in her dreams, she could no longer suppress her emotions and spoke excitedly. Master. Peacock, long time no see. Su Liang smiled at her from inside the car. The stunning woman was none other than Vermilion Bird, who had returned from abroad. Ever since being tricked by Su Liang and falling out with the god of war Jiang Tianxi, she had honored her bet and become Su Liang's maid. Although she didn't show it on the surface, she had suffered a major blow and was somewhat heartbroken. This was also why Su Liang hadn't immediately taken her in. Without raising her favorability, even if he took her in, he couldn't bring her into his family to receive the system rewards. Vermilion Bird was a top-tier assassin, having honed her skills in the underworld for so many years, raising her favorability was difficult. Su Liang had Skynet conduct a detailed investigation of her. He approached it with a triancy attitude, hoping to find a solution. Unexpectedly, he did find a breakthrough. Zhuke entered the dark world because her entire family was murdered, leaving her with no other choice. Through her relentless training, she ultimately avenged her family.
But Su Liang's investigation revealed the annihilation of Zhu Chua's family wasn't so simple. There was a mastermind behind it all. As for why Zhu Ke couldn't find the mastermind,
nonsense, it's obviously to provide plot for the protagonist's later acquisition of female companions.
You've killed all your enemies, what am I, the protagonist, supposed to do? Shouldn't we interact? How can the female lead be devoted without experiencing a life or death ordeal? Even with many women around the protagonist, she'll remain loyal?
Unfortunately, the god of war, Zhang Tianxi, was killed off early on. This opportunity to gain the female lead's favor fell to Su Liang. As expected, after Su Liang revealed the truth to Zhu Ke, she flew into a rage and vowed revenge. Upon learning that the enemy's forces were too powerful for her to handle alone, Su Liang stepped in and displayed his domineering presence. With a wave of his hand, he exuded an air of absolute power.
You are my maid, your affairs are my affairs. I will personally avenge you.
Su Liang produced a marrow-cleansing pill and a gene serum, and then placed her into the Skynet network. During this time, Zhu Ke had been abroad dealing with the force that had wiped out her entire family. Just recently, she finally destroyed them with her own hands. Having avenged herself with Su Liang's help, Zhu Chua's feelings had changed.
Having lost her entire family, she was extremely insecure.
Su Liang's revenge naturally made her see him as her only support. The goodwill had been built up. So it was time to reap the rewards. Dinner's already booked, a welcome dinner for you.
Su Liang and Zhu Ke got out of the car in front of a private restaurant. Su Liang went inside, Zhu Ke following closely behind.
A pair of eyes stared intently at their backs until they disappeared from the hotel, then a disheveled figure looked away. This person was Xiao Qinglong, coming home from his bricklaying job. At this moment, he frowned deeply.
Having not seen him for a few days, why did Su Liang seem even more unfathomable?
He shook his head, dismissing this unrealistic illusion.
Then, a surge of intense anger rose within him.
He had only met Su Liang a few times, but each time the woman beside him was different.
A complete scumbag.
Now, Su Liang had his eye on his wife. I can't control if you cheat on others, but you want to cheat on Ru Yue. Xiao Qinglong sneered inwardly. You've already chosen your own path to death.
Chapter 305 Family Members Plus One. A bewildering fruit on a bewildering tree. Ding, do you wish to bring Peacock into the family? Make her a family member?
Among his many women, Vermilion Bird was the strongest. With his help, she broke through from the peak of Dark Force to the mid-stage of Transformation Force in a short time. Her endurance greatly increased.
But that's all.
She only lasted a few hundred more rounds than the other women before being defeated by Su Liang.
Seeing the system notification appear in his mind, Su Liang didn't hesitate and clicked yes.
Ding, congratulations, host, family member plus one, you have obtained fashion design, god level.
Whoosh. A flood of memories rushed into Su Liang's mind. Am giving him this skill, making him a fashion designer? Wouldn't being a hands-off manager be better?
Only someone with nothing better to do would create trouble for themselves. Su Liang had never forgotten his goal to develop and expand his family. To make the Su family the #1 family in the world. He didn't need to do anything, all he had to do was bring those wild female protagonists into his family and have them have children. So this costume design was really a bit of a waste for him. Having gained no useful items or skills, Xue Shuliang was furious. His gaze fell on the little maid beside him.
It got dark unusually early today.
The sky was covered with dark clouds, looking like it was about to rain.
Even people's moods were gloomy.
However, Mother Yan was in a very good mood. Because she had just invited young Master Su to dinner again. The leading lady, of course, wasn't her, but her daughter, Yan Ruyue. Thinking that if tonight's plan succeeded, her daughter would be young Master Su's lover. Mother Yan smiled brighter than a chrysanthemum.
And Yan.
Just as Mother Yan was daydreaming, wishing she could immediately go home and drag her daughter to see Su Liang. A familiar, surprised voice rang in her ears. Mother Yan turned her head and saw a handsome, stylish young man standing beside her.
Is that young Master Ji?
Hello. Of course, she recognized him. It was Ji Buchang, the second young master of the Ji family. He had given her quite a few favors in his pursuit of her daughter. If it weren't for that beggar Xiao Qinglong, the two might have gotten together. Mother Yan couldn't help but feel fortunate, even grateful to that beggar who hadn't fought back or retaliated.
If he hadn't interfered, how would she have met young Master Su, whose background and power were far greater? And Yan is shopping here too? What a coincidence!
After a polite remark, Ji Buchang asked, seemingly casually.
It's been a long time since I've seen Ru Yue. How has she been lately? What a coincidence!
He had inquired about Mother Yan's whereabouts and deliberately appeared here. He had been targeting Yan Ruyue's company lately. The reason Yan Ruyue's business partners so readily refused, and the bank's insistence on loan repayments, was all on his orders. He wanted to drive Yan Ruyue step by step to desperation. Then, if she didn't want to go bankrupt, she'd have no choice but to beg him. Ji Buchang calculated the time. Yan Ruyue probably wouldn't be able to hold out much longer.
To ensure that Yan Ruyue would come to him immediately after she was driven to desperation,
he felt it necessary to plant a spy near Yan Ruyue,
to act as a reminder when necessary. This person could only be Yan's mother. What kind of person was Yan's mother?
He had seen her 3 years ago.
A social climber, vain to the extreme.
Back then, he had only given her a necklace, and Yan's mother had betrayed her daughter. He believed that if he gave her even a small favor, she would be happy to help him with this small task.
However, Yan's mother's next words left him dumbfounded. Ah? Ru Yue? She's doing well. The simple answer left Ji Buchang stunned for a long while. Ha? That's it? That's all? Shouldn't you have given more details about Yan Ruyue's situation? Even a stranger, when asked by a rich and handsome man, should exchange a few pleasantries, right? What's the meaning of such a concise answer?
Recalling the past enthusiasm of Yan's mother in front of him, the contrast with her current coldness was stark.
Ji Buchang suddenly felt abandoned.
Yan's mother was preoccupied with how to persuade her daughter to attend the banquet, and indeed had no interest in dealing with him. She even wished she could sever all ties with him. The Ji family was incomparable to the Su family.
Besides, Ji Buchang was just the second young master of the Ji family, with no power, and even less comparable to Su Liang, the legitimate son of the Su family. As a good mother, finding a better family for her daughter is perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Ji Buchang was puzzled. How could they have become so distant after only a short time apart?
He was somewhat skeptical and took out a prepared gift box from his pocket. Inside was a pair of exquisite earrings. Ji Buchang handed the gift box to Yan's mother and smiled.
Aunt Yan, it's been a long time. This is a small gift I prepared for you. I hope you won't find it offensive. Yan's mother only glanced at it and didn't accept it. She knew perfectly well what Ji Buchang meant. She didn't show it on her face, but inwardly she was indeed somewhat disgusted by the gift Ji Buchang had prepared. Seeing that her daughter was about to consummate her marriage with young Master Su, what wouldn't she have then? Giving up the eldest son of the Su family for Ji Buchang, even a madman wouldn't do that. It must be said that although Yan's mother was vain, she still had principles. She wouldn't sell her daughter to anyone else until she found someone better than Su Liang. Su Liang understood this, which is why she's been alive until now. If he were to sell his daughter for a little money, she'd be a destabilizing factor, and Su Liang would kill her on the spot. It's too valuable, I can't accept it. Young Master Ji, you should give it to someone else. I have to go now. Mother Yan said impatiently, hurriedly hailing a cab and leaving behind a completely bewildered Ji Buchang. He scratched his head, gazing at the sky. Through the sliver of light, his gaze seemed to pierce through the clouds, revealing the distant sunset. Strange, the sun definitely set in the west today. Chapter 306, a banquet destined to be tumultuous.
The forbearance of the protagonist, the son-in-law.
Mother Yan returned home. She told Father Yan the good news of the dinner invitation to Su Liang and outlined their plans for the evening. Father Yan's brows furrowed deeply upon hearing this. Seeing his hesitation, Mother Yan scolded him with exasperation.
"We're doing this for our daughter's own good.
Do you really want to watch Ruyue pretend with a beggar for the rest of her life? You've met Mr. Su yourself.
He's got a powerful background, good looks, and a great physique. He's also very polite and courteous to us, showing none of the arrogance often associated with wealthy families. Being his lover is a blessing from my daughter's past life.
What are you still hesitating about?" Following Mother Yan's words, Father Yan recalled the time he had tea with Su Liang, a time when he felt completely at ease.
He could completely trust his daughter with him.
Father Yan nodded, indicating his willingness to cooperate with tonight's plan. Mother Yan's lips curled into a smile. Now, all she had to do was persuade her daughter to attend the banquet. Bang bang.
Just then, a knock sounded at the door.
Who else but Xiao Qinglong would knock on the door when someone comes home?
As the son-in-law of the Yin family, he doesn't even deserve a key to the house. If the family has to go on a long trip, Xiao Qinglong won't be able to get in and will have to sleep on the streets.
I almost forgot about this good-for-nothing.
Mother Yan suddenly remembered Xiao Qinglong. She couldn't let him disturb her daughter's good time. With this thought in mind, she stormed to the door. Opening the door, she saw Xiao Qinglong dressed in a construction worker's uniform. He was filthy, and the stench of sweat was nauseating. Mother Yan's face showed undisguised disgust.
You don't need to come in. We have guests coming tonight. Go buy some groceries.
She turned around, found a pen, and quickly wrote a string of dish names, then threw them at Xiao Qinglong like trash. Buy all the vegetables listed here.
If even one is missing, you're not allowed in.
Xiao Qinglong squatted down to pick up the paper. His expression changed drastically upon seeing the names of the vegetables listed. He looked up, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "The other vegetables are fine, but these wild yellow croaker and blue lobsters, the market doesn't have them." For the past 3 years, he had cooked almost every meal and was extremely familiar with the surrounding market.
Don't have them. Mother Yan was furious upon hearing this.
She looked around and spotted a feather duster, grabbed it, and started hitting Xiao Qinglong.
You don't have them at the market? Don't you know you can buy them at the seafood market? I've never seen such a stupid idiot.
Facing the feather duster, Xiao Qinglong neither dodged nor evaded.
That little bit of strength couldn't break his defenses.
But the seafood market is a bit far. I'm afraid I won't be able to get back in time for dinner.
You think you know so much? You think you know so much? Do you think I'm stupid? Mother Yan hit and cursed, showing no mercy.
Of course, the market didn't have the 2 items listed in the dish name. Her purpose was simply to get rid of the other person so they wouldn't be an eyesore.
The guests will be arriving a little late. I asked you to go buy them and prepare them, do you understand? Well.
He was interrupted by his mother before he could finish speaking.
I told you not to talk back. I told you not to talk back. Just do what I tell you to do, don't waste your breath. Xiao Qinglong immediately fell silent. What are you standing there for? Go now.
Seeing him still standing there dumbfounded, his mother was furious and scolded him sharply. Xiao Qinglong felt incredibly aggrieved.
Actually, what he wanted to say was then I'll go. Damn, he got hit for this?
Fine, a moment of patience brings peace, a step back opens up a vast sky. After chasing the disgusting guy away, his mother went back inside and sat on the sofa waiting for her daughter to come home.
Not long after, a tired-looking Yen Ruyue returned.
The company's situation was getting increasingly dire. If they didn't find a solution soon, bankruptcy would be their only option. Last time she invited Hua Jieyu to the company, she said she would consider it, but there had been no news since.
Ruyue, you're back. Quickly change your clothes and come with us.
Seeing her daughter return, Yan's mother immediately put on a smiling face.
Where are we going? Yen Ruyue was puzzled. To a banquet. Go and get ready, remember to change into a new outfit. Her mother's eagerness made Yen Ruyue instantly wary, and she asked. Who's at the banquet? You'll find out when you get there.
Seeing her mother's expression, Yen Ruyue immediately understood what was going on.
Su Liang was definitely at the banquet, and Yen Ruyue immediately didn't want to go.
She really didn't want to see that hypocrite Su Liang again. She opened her mouth to refuse, but the words wouldn't come out. With her mother's attitude, if she didn't go, Su Liang would definitely find out. Now was the crucial time to invite Hua Jieyu to join the company.
If Su Liang whispered in her ear, wouldn't it all be ruined? She couldn't take that risk. Yen Ruyue felt she should go. So what if she went? It was just a banquet. Her parents were there too, she figured Su Liang wouldn't dare do anything reckless. Where are we going? Let's go now. No need to change, I think I look fine. Yen Ruyue said expressionlessly.
Just in case, she planned to go, but she didn't want to dress up for Su Liang.
Who did he think he was? Did all the women have to revolve around him? So what if he came from a better background? Trying to bully others and toy with their feelings? No way.
If Su Liang knew what she was thinking right now, he would definitely protest his innocence.
I only touched his hand, I didn't even do anything. It was your mother who insisted on pushing you onto me, okay? Are you trying to drive me crazy?
Her daughter insisted on not changing her clothes, and Yen's mother pointed a finger at her, trembling with anger.
Yen Ruyue turned her face away.
In the end, Yen Ruyue won, and the group drove to a 5-star hotel.
The banquet was held in a private room at the hotel. Yan's mother had specifically chosen the 5th floor because there was a presidential suite upstairs. She was quite thoughtful, actually.
Knowing Su Liang's distinguished status, they worried he might not be comfortable sleeping in a regular room. Time flew by, and it was already 7 o'clock when Su Liang arrived late. He came to the banquet alone, wanting to see what tricks Yan's mother would pull this time. He hoped she wouldn't disappoint him. The reason he hadn't taken any action was to see if Yan's mother would surprise him. Seeing that there had been no progress for so long, Su Liang was getting impatient. If tonight didn't satisfy him, he would have to take matters into his own hands.
Chapter 307: The Heroine's Mother's Amazing Move. The protagonist charges forward for love. Seeing Su Liang enter the private room, Yen Ruyue's face showed an expression of unsurprised surprise.
Only this guy could make her mother go to such lengths. Yan's mother greeted him with a fawning expression, leading Su Liang to the dining table, while Yan's father also wore a flattering smile.
Since they were so hospitable, Su Liang couldn't pretend to be aloof, so he smiled and said, I already bothered you last time, how can I let you spend money again this time? How about this, I'll pay for everything today.
Spending a small amount of money that meant nothing to him to gain their favor felt worthwhile to Su Liang.
How can that be?
We agreed to treat tonight, how can we let young Master Su spend money?
Yan's mother said eagerly. Alright, no need to say more. If you consider me a friend, then it's settled.
Su Liang waved his hand. After a pause, he said meaningfully,
This time it's my treat. Next time I come to your house, I'll trouble you to bring an extra set of chopsticks and a bowl. Young Master Su, what are you saying?
You're treating our house like your own home.
You can come every day. Yen Ruyue, listening from the side, was completely stunned. What do you mean, treat our house like your own home? Who is he to you? And did you even get my permission? Yan's mother didn't care about her thoughts at all. She exchanged a glance with Yan's father and could see the satisfaction in his eyes.
As expected of young Master Su, he never bullies the weak because of his background, and treats everyone equally. Yan's mother started bustling around, calling the waiters to bring wine and dishes.
I wonder what young Master Su likes to eat.
I hope these suit your taste.
Yan's mother said obsequiously. Then she winked at her daughter, Yen Ruyue, signaling her to serve Su Liang some food. Ha! Yen Ruyue sneered inwardly. Last time Su Liang visited her home, she only reluctantly added food for him out of respect for her parents. Now she knew her mother had betrayed her again, just like 3 years ago. It was good enough that she hadn't gotten angry. Did her mother really expect her to serve Su Liang food? No way. As if oblivious to her mother's hints, Yan Ruyue continued eating by herself. She stomped her foot, helpless against her daughter. Then, Yan's mother's eyes darted around. She took out a bottle of red wine and filled everyone's glasses. However, just as Yan's mother was pouring wine for her daughter, Su Liang noticed something. A pill slipped from her hand and fell into the wine glass. This small action was very subtle, neither Yan's father nor Yan Ruyue noticed. But how could it be hidden from Su Liang, who had already reached the Danjin realm? He gave Yan's mother a deep look. With his divine medical skills and keen sense of smell, he detected a hint of aphrodisiac in the pill. She was willing to drug her own daughter to get her into his bed. She was a wolf in sheep's clothing, even more ruthless than a wolf in sheep's clothing. Using drugs to seduce women was something Su Liang found utterly shameful. It was a sign of extreme insecurity. If you think you can win someone over, you can be a sycophant, use tricks and schemes. But drugging someone is a despicable act. Only low-level villains would do that. Su Liang disdained doing such a thing, but he also didn't have the kindness to remind Yan Ruyue. Please, someone drugged his daughter to get her into your bed, and you expose them now. That's just plain stupid. What? You can't take advantage of someone in distress? But he's a villain. He can't just turn down a free lunch. Of course, that depends on what Yan's mother does. Thank you, young Master Su, for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend our dinner. We toast you. Yan's mother raised her glass. Yan's father followed suit. Yan Ruyue looked at the glass in front of her, hesitated for a moment, and then raised hers as well. She could pretend not to understand her mother's suggestive glance. Now, if everyone toasted together and she was the only one who didn't drink, it would be disrespectful to Su Liang. Su Liang smiled, raised his glass, and drank with her. After finishing, Yan's mother poured more wine. The meal wasn't even over, but they had already drunk quite a bit. Yan Ruyue felt dizzy and unsteady. Seeing this, her mother quickly supported her. Ruyue, what's wrong? You must be drunk. I'll take you to your room to rest. Yan Ruyue wanted to say she was fine, but hearing that they should rest, she didn't object. She really didn't want to be with Su Liang, having to pretend to drink, it was too unpleasant. Then, Yan's mother helped her daughter to the presidential suite on the 6th floor. After settling her daughter in, Yan's mother took the room key and left the presidential suite with a smile. Back in the private room, Yan's mother and Yan's father drank a few more glasses with Su Liang. The meal was almost over. Su Liang glanced at the sky outside and prepared to leave. At this moment, Yan's mother, with a fawning smile, grabbed his arm. Young Master Su, you've had so much to drink tonight, it's not advisable to drive home. Why don't you stay at this hotel for the night? I've booked a presidential suite for young Master Su. Just as Su Liang had expected, he looked at the room key in front of him, feigned hesitation, and then agreed. Young Master Su, I'll take you. Seeing Su Liang accept the room key, Yan's mother was overjoyed, as if she were the one celebrating her wedding night. Leading Su Liang to the door of the presidential suite with the room number 666, Yan's mother smiled meaningfully and said, Good night, young Master Su, have a pleasant evening. With that, she turned and left. Su Liang toyed with the room key in his hand, then suddenly smiled and opened the door to the presidential suite without hesitation. As expected of a presidential suite, it was huge and spacious, with a living room and a bedroom, and the decorations were incredibly luxurious. The living room was empty. But when Su Liang opened the bedroom door, a figure pounced on him. Taking a man with a ball is such a foul. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Qinglong returned from the seafood market after buying lobsters and fish. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Immediately afterwards, a feeling of emptiness welled up inside him, as if he had lost something. Xiao Qinglong had a bad feeling. At his level of strength,
a sudden strange feeling often foreshadowed something.
Could something have happened to Ruyue?
Xiao Qinglong's heart tightened, and he unleashed the speed of a peak Dan gene cultivator, rushing home like the wind. A young man chasing the wind, charging for love.
Chapter 308. The female lead is in for a bloodbath. The protagonist's impotent rage.
Xiao Qinglong rushed home, his heart sinking at the sight of the completely dark villa.
The ominous premonition grew stronger.
He knocked on the door for a while, but no one answered. Anxious, Xiao Qinglong leaped up to the second floor. He activated his peak Dan gene, level senses.
The villa was deserted.
Xiao Qinglong remained calm, carefully searching the villa. He found no signs of theft or robbery. Only the presence of the Yin family was present.
This meant that no outsiders had been there during his time at the seafood market. The Yin family had gone out on their own.
This was troublesome. Even as an invincible peak Dan gene expert, finding a few people in the vast city of Shanghai was like finding a needle in a haystack.
Xiao Qinglong's face darkened considerably.
Just as he was at his wit's end, the roar of a car engine rang out.
Immediately afterward, two beams of light shone, and a car slowly pulled up.
It was Yan's father's car.
Could it be that he was overthinking things, and the Yin family wasn't in any danger after all?
Xiao Qinglong collected his thoughts and, once the car stopped, immediately went to check on the situation.
Seeing Yan's parents get out of the car, he glanced inside again, but didn't see Yin Ruyue. That feeling of unease still lingered. His expression immediately changed, and he quickly asked, "Where's Ruyue?" "Ruyue? We don't know. Probably having a good time somewhere,"
Mother Yan said with a hint of sourness.
How sharp were Xiao Qinglong's senses?
He saw through Mother Yan's lie at a glance.
Moreover, he smelled another faint scent in the car, a scent that represented Yin Ruyue.
Although very faint, it indicated that Yin Ruyue had been in this car within the last 3 hours.
"There's no time to explain. Tell me where Ruyue is. She might be in danger." Danger.
Upon hearing this, Mother Yan immediately became displeased and slapped Xiao Qinglong across the face.
Silence fell around them. The sharp slap was particularly clear. "You're the one in danger. Your whole family is in danger." Mother Yan's temper flared, and she unleashed another torrent of abuse on Xiao Qinglong.
She didn't consider this beggar family anyway, so she could yell at him however she wanted.
"My daughter is in danger? This is no joke. No one's safer with you and young Master Su. And you can't say that. My daughter is indeed in danger, and it will be a bloody disaster."
But she wasn't worried at all. She secretly hoped to suffer the same fate as her daughter.
"You say my daughter is in danger? Get out of my sight. Don't even think about setting foot in this house tonight."
He slapped Xiao Qinglong several times. Still not satisfied, Mrs. Yen coldly tossed out a sentence before turning and entering the villa.
He didn't get anything out of Mrs. Yen.
Xiao Qinglong looked at Mr. Yen, his eyes pleading.
But Yan's father and mother had already conspired. The plan was only implemented after he gave his approval.
Faced with Xiao Qinglong's probing gaze, Yan's father merely snorted coldly, leaving him with his back turned.
Xiao Qinglong clenched his fists, a faint yet powerful aura swirling around him. Once it erupted, the consequences were unimaginable. He swore. If these two old bastards weren't Yen Ruyue's parents, he would have slapped them to death. After a long while, Xiao Qinglong took a deep breath, suppressing the almost bursting aura. He turned back to look at the car Yan's father had driven back in. He slowly closed his eyes, activating his peak Dan gene perception to its limit. Gradually, Xiao Qinglong sensed a faint line, as if it might disappear at any moment. That was the route the car had taken back. Xiao Qinglong dared not delay, immediately unleashing his fastest speed and sprinting along the line. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. After tracking for a distance, the already faint line vanished completely. Unable to pinpoint Yen Ruyue's exact location, he could only determine a general area. Looking at the bustling streets before him, filled with towering buildings, Xiao Qinglong felt a chill in his heart.
Even with the area narrowed, finding someone in this region was still a difficult task for him, Fatty Tiger.
Day after day, how many days there were? Finally, a day and a night passed.
Yen Ruyue's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Immediately afterward, a wave of weakness washed over her, as if her whole body was about to fall apart. Before she could understand what was happening, she turned her head and saw Su Liang beside her. Yen Ruyue realized what was happening, and her pretty face paled instantly. She didn't scream, but instinctively, she slapped him. However, contrary to her expectations, her hand struck his face with a crisp smack. Her wrist was gripped by a strong hand. It turned out Su Liang, who had been fast asleep, had woken up at some point.
And he was holding her hand. Ha, are you trying to murder your husband?
Faced with Su Liang's mocking words, Yen Ruyue was furious inside, but she maintained a calm expression.
Do you know this is a crime? I'm going to call the police.
Su Liang stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then nodded in agreement.
What you said makes a lot of sense. I also feel like I've been the only one giving, and it feels like I'm getting the short end of the stick, so let's call the police. After saying that, he actually picked up the phone next to him, entered a number, and prepared to call the police. Now it was Yen Ruyue's turn to be dumbfounded. What's going on? She's clearly the victim here. How can Su Liang call the police with such impunity? Swish!
A sudden pain shot through her head, and images from last night flashed through her mind. Yen Ruyue's face gradually turned pale.
What happened?
Last night she was the one who started it, Su Liang was the victim.
No, impossible, that wasn't me.
Yen Ruyue shook her head repeatedly in denial.
How could she be so shameless as to do those things willingly? That was definitely not a normal reaction.
Like those people on TV who've been drugged. Yen Ruyue raised her head, glaring at Su Liang with eyes full of anger, her voice sharp. You drugged me.
Hey, can't you use your brain? Think about it, I didn't touch you once last night. Drugging you would require the ability, wouldn't it?
Su Liang scoffed, his face full of disdain.
Actually, with his skills and medical expertise, drugging someone remotely would be effortless. He just disdained to do it. Chapter 309, A Bending Back and Forth. The female lead's defenses are breached. The 3-day agreement. Yen Ruyue wasn't stupid, on the contrary, she was very clever. She had also thought of this. Last night, she and Su Liang hadn't had any contact whatsoever, so there was no opportunity to drug him. Then she remembered her parents' strange behavior last night. Her mother kept urging her to drink, and finally, feeling somewhat drunk, her mother arranged for her to stay in this room. The answer was obvious. Yen Ruyue closed her eyes in pain. It hurt so much. Although she knew her mother had sold her out to curry favor with the powerful, she never imagined. To get her into Su Liang's bed, she would actually drug her own daughter. Beep beep beep. This was the tone of a phone call. Yen Ruyue looked at Su Liang blankly and asked. What did you do? Call the police. Didn't you say you were going to call the police? I think what you said makes a lot of sense. This kind of behavior is a crime, so let's call the police. Yen Ruyue was completely bewildered. She thought Su Liang was just putting on an act, but he actually called the police? Get this straight, I'm the one who got the short end of the stick, and this is the first time. Don't act innocent after getting the benefit, okay? Seeing that Su Liang had already entered the police number and was about to press the dial button, Yen Ruyue quickly stopped him. No need. When she said she was going to call the police, she was serious. She was mature and had an unyielding personality. Unlike some young girls who, after being assaulted, are afraid of being ridiculed and therefore dare not call the police. She planned to call the police, but only if Su Liang would be punished. The whole affair had been initiated by her. The drug was administered by her mother, Su Liang had absolutely nothing to do with it. In other words, even if she called the police, Su Liang would be completely unharmed. On the contrary, her reputation would be damaged.
At most, her mother would be arrested.
So what was the point of calling the police? No way. You say you'll call the police, and you say you won't. Who are you to me? Why should I listen to you? Su Liang shook off Yen Ruyue's hand, his expression incredibly irritating.
Yen Ruyue clenched her fists, glaring at him angrily. If looks could kill, Su Liang would have been reduced to ashes.
Su Liang, stop pretending. What do you want? Nothing much. Su Liang said in a tone that was utterly infuriating. You've been the one talking the whole time, I've just been doing what you say. Yen Ruyue gritted her teeth in hatred. She took deep breaths, trying to remain calm. Su Liang watched with great interest. Sure enough, there are always people more capable than you. What do you want in return for not calling the police?
These words were practically squeezed out through her teeth.
Sai, why are you giving up so easily? Actually, I'm quite curious how the police will handle this. We've been husband and wife, after all. Since you've spoken, I won't make things difficult for you. If you want me not to call the police, you'll have to beg me. Look at this, how despicable.
One sentence says, we've been husband and wife, I won't make things difficult for you.
The next sentence says, you have to beg me. That's right, Su Liang is deliberately trying to provoke Yen Ruyue. Aren't you stubborn and never willing to admit defeat? But you still have to obediently beg me, don't you? Today, I'll make you break down. Your proud and arrogant personality is worthless in front of me. Yen Ruyue was furious. She was clearly the victim, she should be the one calling the police. But the tables had turned. She was even begging him not to call the police. She had never been treated like this before. Seeing that Su Liang was about to press the dial button at any moment, Yen Ruyue had no choice. In the end, she could only lower her proud head. I beg you. Her voice was deliberate, revealing the turmoil in her heart. Seeing this, Su Liang knew he couldn't push things too far and decided to stop while he was ahead. Since you begged me, I'll let this matter drop. Yen Ruyue breathed a sigh of relief. She was genuinely afraid that if Su Liang continued, she might lose control and hit him. Although she probably wouldn't be able to win. However, Su Liang's next words made her heart leap again. Now that this matter is settled, let's talk about something else, your mother's scheme against me. Su Liang's expression gradually turned serious as he spoke. Your mother gave me a room key, telling me to stay in a hotel for the night, but she didn't tell me there was someone hiding in the room. What is my status? Have I never been schemed against? How do you intend to settle this score? Yen Ruyue was stunned. At first glance, Su Liang's words made sense. You told me to go to my room to rest, but you had someone lying in ambush inside, and I was schemed against. But wasn't that all for you? Yen Ruyue's eyes widened, so angry she forgot to breathe. Ignoring her gaze, Su Liang continued speaking. In my opinion, since your mother dared to scheme against me, the Yen family has no reason to exist anymore. What? Yen Ruyue was shocked, thinking she had misheard. She didn't doubt Su Liang's ability to destroy the Yen family, because behind him stood the Su group, worth hundreds of billions. What shocked her was, her mother had clearly sacrificed her daughter for Su Liang, yet he wanted to wipe out the entire Yin family. Acting arbitrarily, without any martial ethics. Whoosh! A flash of inspiration struck her. If Su Liang truly wanted to destroy the Yin family, he wouldn't have said it out loud. Since he said it, there must be conditions to negotiate. Yen Ruyue suddenly calmed down. What exactly do you want? Just say it straight, no need to beat around the bush. After speaking, she didn't hear Su Liang's reply for a long time. Looking up, she found him staring intently at her. Yen Ruyue looked down and realized her predicament, quickly shrinking back into the covers. A look of embarrassment and anger appeared on her beautiful face. Su Liang smiled and held up 3 fingers. Yen Ruyue, not seeing him, asked in confusion. What do you mean? 3 days. Su Liang explained patiently. After 3 days,
Your mother scheming against me will be wiped clean, and I won't make things difficult for your Yin family.
The famous writer, Mr. Lu Sun, once said, "What was the only way to a woman's heart again? 3 days is enough."
If he can't conquer a young heroine in 3 days, he'll be letting down his ancient, primal body. Yen Ruyue was initially somewhat confused. Gradually, she realized what he meant, and her shame and anger completely transformed into rage. She had never seen such a shameless person.
Su Liang, now you've seen it. Chapter 310. The promise is fulfilled. The kind-hearted female lead. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles protagonist. Faced with Su Liang's unreasonable request, Yen Ruyue bit her lip tightly, finally forced to agree. Thinking to herself, what the hell? I've already been bitten by mosquitoes, so what if I get bitten 3 more times? Even though that mosquito was a ton of bits. Su Liang laughed.
Glancing at Yen Ruyue, who was struggling to get dressed, he abandoned the idea of using her for a day immediately.
Another day would probably ruin her.
And she wouldn't be able to enjoy herself to the fullest.
After getting ready, Yen Ruyue and Su Liang left one after the other.
Coming out of the hotel room together, they should have been a loving couple, but they looked like enemies.
Xiao Qinglong sat dejectedly on the curb.
From last night until now, he hadn't slept a wink, searching this area for Yen Ruyue.
But the area was too vast.
He searched all night without finding her. The strange feeling in his heart had subsided. But he couldn't calm down, he remained restless.
His intuition told him that something must have happened to Yen Ruyue. Where's my wife? Just as Xiao Qinglong was considering whether to use the Dragon Court's resources to search for her,
he inadvertently looked up and, as if seeing something unbelievable, froze on the spot. Across the street was a 5-star hotel. Xiao Qinglong happened to see Yen Ruyue emerge from inside. She walked slowly, her posture awkward and unnatural. Her expression was terrible, her brows tightly furrowed, yet an undeniable allure of a young woman emanated from her. Xiao Qinglong froze, a thought naturally surfacing in his mind.
No, impossible, this can't be real. Xiao Qinglong roared inwardly, unwilling to believe the truth.
But when he saw Su Liang following closely behind Yen Ruyue, despair washed over him. Even though he couldn't accept it, he had to believe the fact that Yen Ruyue had been taken advantage of.
Ah!
Letting out a screeching sound like a groundhog, Xiao Qinglong rushed over like a madman.
Ruyue, what happened? Did he force you? Seeing Xiao Qinglong suddenly appear before her, Yen Ruyue was surprised and shook her head.
Seeing her like this, Xiao Qinglong's heart almost melted. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze fixed on Su Liang, the killing intent in his eyes almost bursting forth.
Ruyue, tell me, did he bully you? I'll avenge you.
Whoosh! A figure in red suddenly appeared, blocking Su Liang's path.
She could sense Xiao Qinglong's power before her, a feeling of extreme danger. But what should she do?
If he wanted to harm his master, he would kill her first.
Xiao Qinglong was somewhat surprised by the red-clad figure's strength. However, his gaze never left Su Liang from beginning to end.
Even a transformation realm expert was nothing more than a tiny ant in his eyes. Now, if Yen Ruyue were to reveal that she was bullied by Su Liang, he would kill her without hesitation. Even if he faced one of the 4 great families, now one of the 3, so what if he was the future heir of the Su family? He was the leader of a super-powerful force in the underworld, the Dragon Court.
Would he fear a mere family in the Dragon Kingdom? It was utterly laughable.
Xiao Qinglong channeled his inner energy into his palm, locking onto Su Liang, intending to kill him with a single blow.
At this moment, Yen Ruyue's voice rang out. He didn't force me, it was my own choice. Ha!
Xiao Qinglong was about to attack when he suddenly heard Yen Ruyue's words. He couldn't decide whether to unleash his accumulated power or retract it. He almost suffered internal injuries from holding it in.
Xiao Qinglong wondered if he had misheard, turning around in disbelief. He knew that Yen Ruyue had always disliked Su Liang. Why was she suddenly willing to give herself up for free?
And just now, when they came out of the hotel, Yen Ruyue had a cold face, and the two kept a certain distance. It was obvious she'd been bullied. Yen Ruyue was also helpless, she was suffering terribly. How could she not want Su Liang to be brought to justice? But unfortunately, she simply couldn't. The truth was, her mother had drugged her and then forced herself on Su Liang. Where was the justice in this? She'd already reached an agreement with Su Liang, and she didn't plan to pursue it any further. Seeing Xiao Qinglong stand up for her like this, she was a little touched, but she didn't approve. Who was Su Liang? The eldest son of the Su family, possessing assets worth hundreds of billions. How could a little beggar like you possibly mess with someone like that? And didn't you see the bodyguards standing next to him, glaring menacingly? If you dared to lay a hand on him, he'd kill you in the street, and you'd have no recourse. Others might have some reservations about the law, but for Su Liang, your death is pointless. Su Liang will be perfectly fine. Didn't you understand what I said? I did it voluntarily, now get back to where you were. Yen Ruyue frowned, coldly rebuking him. The reason she stopped Xiao Qinglong wasn't because she liked him or anything, but because she didn't want to see someone die in vain. Xiao Qinglong was still in a daze. Thinking of something, he gritted his teeth and said, "Did Su Liang threaten you? Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." Yen Ruyue cursed inwardly. What is his status, and what is yours? You're just a beggar, what can you do to protect me? Are you deaf? I told you to get out. Xiao Qinglong, usually very obedient, didn't obey this time. Yen Ruyue was clearly forced, and he was very unwilling to let Su Liang go like this. He was out there running around, fighting for love, searching for his wife all night without sleep, while Su Liang was in the presidential suite of a hotel with his wife. This is intolerable. This is intolerable. Seeing Yen Ruyue's expression, Xiao Qinglong had a sudden realization. He understood. Yen Ruyue thought he was no match for her and was afraid of retaliation from the Su family. But do you know? My strength and identity are beyond your imagination. If he were to reveal his name, not only the Su family, but the entire 9 provinces would be shaken. Ruyue, actually I. Get lost. Yen Ruyue didn't want to listen to his rambling anymore. She pointed into the distance and coldly uttered a single word. Seeing Yen Ruyue's expression, Xiao Qinglong chickened out. He cared too much about Yen Ruyue's feelings. He would never forget the scene from 20 years ago when Yen Ruyue gave him bread 3 times. Yen Ruyue was his light, and he instinctively didn't want to see her angry. So Xiao Qinglong obediently left. He glared fiercely at Su Liang, but ultimately held back. Su Liang watched Yen Ruyue's faltering figure, his fingers stroking his chin, lost in thought. The protagonist hides his true strength, and the female lead, unaware of his abilities, prevents him from intervening, fearing he's no match. What kind of classic trope is this? Chapter 311: The protagonist's brother in the apocalypse. An unattainable goddess. Chengdu. Lu Fan had already sold his father's company at a low price, obtaining 1 billion yuan. He hired a professional construction team to build a 10-meter-high wall around his residential complex. Construction was currently in full swing. Fortunately, none of the residents in the complex had his family's influence. After suppressing a few objections, no one else spoke up. You object now, but in 10 days, you'll be thanking me. Lu Fan thought to himself. Ignoring these trivial matters, Lu Fan arrived at the door of a house. Thinking of his good brothers who had fought alongside him, Lu Fan felt a surge of excitement. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a short while, a fat man slowly opened the door. He looked at him with small eyes, puzzled, and asked, "Who are you?" A familiar face from his past life appeared before him. Lu Fan couldn't hold back any longer and lunged forward. "Brother Chicken, we finally meet again." "Ouch, what are you doing? Don't come any closer." Ai Kuan was suddenly embraced tightly. His chubby face trembled, his eyes gradually widening in terror. Holy crap, could this guy be gay? I'm too fat, I can't fence,
can you find someone else? You're too fat?
You can do it when you lose weight, right?
Lu Fan's eyes lit up instantly. Damn.
He really did come to challenge him to fencing. Ai Kuan, his face filled with terror, retreated hastily.
Sorry, I like anime characters, I don't want to be a man on top of a man. Hee hee, just kidding, I'm a real man.
Lu Fan chuckled twice.
You dare to mess with me? Ai Kuan was furious. Which mental hospital escaped from? Playing with people like this, is it fun, huh?
Seeing the fat man, his face contorted with rage, charging towards him to attack, Lu Fan calmly spoke.
Ai Kuan, born on a certain day, month, year, hour, minute, and second, a rooster.
The fat man, halfway there, immediately stopped. It was quite a feat for him to suddenly break with his 200+ pounds of momentum. At this moment, Ai Kuan's mouth gaped open, his eyes wide, utterly dumbfounded.
Only when he himself remembered his birthday would he be so precise, down to the hour, minute, and second. How did this guy know that? What Lu Fan said next left him even more astonished.
He looked as bewildered as a 200-pound fat man. Learned to walk at 1, to talk at 2, and started stealing chickens and dogs at 3.
Peeped at widows bathing at 4. Saw his first action movie at 5 and was instantly hooked. Had seen countless films by 6.
Becomes hopelessly obsessed with Liu Bei at 7.
By 8, you could recite Ah Bin, sister by backwards. By 9, your mind was filled with nothing but the color of poop. 10. 11 years old.
12 years old. 13 years old. 14 years old. 15 years old, feeling utterly bored. 16 years old, started singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. 17 years old, practicing. This year you're 18 and a half, and after 2.5 years of practice, you can already kick the old folks' home in Nanshan and punch the kindergarten in Beihai. One song, Koen Yu Tai Mei, and you're dominating the entire internet. Who else can compare?
Holy crap? Holy crap? Holy crap? 3 holy crap-s are enough to prove how shocked Ai Kuan was.
You son of a bitch. These are all glorious achievements he created in his mind.
How did this kid who suddenly appeared know all this? And know so much? Could it be that he installed surveillance cameras in his house? Ai Kuan's small, shifty eyes darted around. Who are you? What do you want? Let me tell you, don't think you can make me submit just because you've said all this. I will never fence with you. It concerns my dignity, my personality, my character. If you insist on fencing, you'll have to pay more.
Ai Kuan was also quite helpless. So much dirt on him had been exposed. What could he do?
Although he considered those things his glorious deeds, if they were truly exposed, wouldn't he be dead?
Lu Fan, hearing this, frowned.
I already said, I'm a real man, I'm not interested in you.
Oh, you're not interested in how I look now, you're interested in how thin I am, right?
Ai Kuan muttered under his breath. Lu Fan slapped his forehead, feeling utterly helpless with his good friend. Forget it, I can't explain it to this guy right now.
He'll understand when the apocalypse comes in 10 days.
I came to you because I need your help. What kind of help? No, I don't have time.
Ai Kuan felt this guy had ulterior motives and shook his head repeatedly in refusal. Lu Fan sneered at this and threatened. You don't want me to tell everyone you were home alone, wearing overalls and shaking your butt, do you?
Holy crap? You even know that?
The fat guy was stunned.
He's ruthless. Just say what it is, I can't guarantee I can help. Don't worry, it's just a small thing. Let's exchange contact information first. By the way, Brother Chicken, you don't know my name yet, do you? My name is Lu Fan. Having dealt with his good brother Ai Kuan, Lu Fan arrived at another neighborhood.
The person he was about to meet was the real purpose of his trip. She was also the person he most wanted to see. Sheen Fulling, deeply influenced by traditional culture in her family, developed a particular love for martial arts. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, she was virtually invincible, with 3 to 5 people unable to get close to her. After the apocalypse, her genetic evolution allowed her to take flight completely. Her swordsmanship was unparalleled, surpassing all others. When he was reborn, Qin Fuling was already the top of the world's 10 strongest warriors, standing at the pinnacle of power. Not only was she incredibly powerful, but she was also breathtakingly beautiful, hailed as the world's most beautiful woman. The world's strongest, the world's most beautiful, and with a good personality, countless accolades combined. She was practically a perfect being. Lu Fan had once seen Qin Fuling from afar, and from that one glance, he could never forget her.
One glimpse of Fuling, and your life is ruined.
This was a phrase countless men in his previous life often uttered, and it wasn't just empty talk. Lu Fan had regretted his actions more than once. Qin Fuling was from the same school as him, and she was the school beauty.
Why did he only know how to sleep and play games back then?
He didn't even want to be Qin Fuling's boyfriend. If he had just talked to her a little more back then, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state in the apocalypse. From the moment he was reborn, he had been thinking about how to persuade Qin Fuling. After the apocalypse arrives, with such a super expert by his side, wouldn't he just take off? Lu Fan was just about to enter the residential area to persuade Qin Fuling when he suddenly stopped. Just then, that stunning figure emerged from the residential area. Chapter 312. The protagonist predicts the future in the apocalypse. His love-hate relationship with the female lead. Seeing Qin Fuling emerge from the residential area, Lu Fan's eyes lit up with excitement. While Qin Fuling wasn't quite as stunningly beautiful as she had been in his previous life, she was still very pretty. The title of school beauty was well-deserved. Taking deep breaths to calm his excitement, Lu Fan walked towards her.
Good afternoon, school beauty Qin.
Looking at the unfamiliar young man before her, Qin Fuling asked in surprise.
You are? My name is Lu Fan, a freshman at Rongqing University. I've often heard of school beauty Qin's reputation at school.
Before trying to persuade her, Lu Fan introduced himself. He was attempting to build rapport to increase the credibility of his words.
Oh.
Qin Fuling responded with an "oh," her tone flat.
Is there something you need? There is something extremely important I need to tell you.
Thinking of the impending apocalypse, Lu Fan's expression turned serious, and he spoke solemnly. Qin Fuling looked puzzled, her eyes filled with inquiry.
Do you believe our world is about to end? Qin Fuling's curiosity vanished instantly. She thought it was something huge. But this is it? The end of the world? Why don't you just say tomorrow's blue star is going to explode? The doomsday prophecy happened so many years ago.
She never expected anyone to still believe this. Qin Fuling remained expressionless and continued walking forward. She had no time to waste talking to a lunatic.
Could you give me a minute? After 1 minute, you can do whatever you want, whether you think I'm mentally ill or not.
Having anticipated Qin Fuling's reaction, Lu Fan had already prepared his response and spoke up.
However, Qin Fuling showed no sign of stopping.
10 days later, a cosmic ray will sweep across Earth, bringing about the apocalypse.
Countless humans will mutate into zombies, and all living things will begin to evolve. The survivors who haven't mutated will not only have to contend with their own mutated zombies but also with other mutated creatures, struggling to survive in the cracks. How do I know all this? Because I'm a reincarnated person. Lu Fan followed closely behind Qin Fuling, talking rapidly as he walked. Step.
Suddenly, Qin Fuling stopped, looking at him with interest. It wasn't that she believed his words, but rather that she wanted to hear how he would finish his story.
That's right, she thought he was making it up.
She knew some people developed mental illnesses due to stress, but this was the first time she'd seen someone become mentally ill from reading novels.
So she was curious.
Seeing Qin Fuling stop and willing to listen, Lu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He then recounted some of the circumstances surrounding the apocalypse. On the first day of the apocalypse, your parents couldn't withstand the radiation from the cosmic rays and turned into zombies.
And you've undergone evolution.
Before I was reborn, you were already one of the world's top powerhouses.
Wait.
Lu Fan wanted to continue, but Qin Fuling interrupted him.
You said my parents turned into zombies.
Her face was extremely ugly, her gaze towards Lu Fan filled with hostility. A stranger suddenly appeared before him, spouting a bunch of incoherent nonsense, even cursing his parents to become monsters.
Anyone who heard that would be furious. Although it's unfortunate, what I said is true. Lu Fan's expression turned serious.
He paused, then continued.
Don't believe me yet.
I know 3 things are bound to happen in the 10 days before the apocalypse.
I'll make a prophecy here. You can believe me after they come true. First, 3 days from now, there will be a case of human trafficking. The trafficker will be apprehended, and the trafficking will be stopped.
It will be reported on the Rongqing Morning News. Second, 5 days from now, there will be a torrential rain in Rongqing, lasting from dawn to midnight, exactly 1 day. Third, a small earthquake of magnitude 4.5 will occur in the Beishan district, with its epicenter at a depth of 20 kilometers.
Only 1 person will be injured, and there will be no fatalities.
Because these 3 events were quite unusual and happened in his vicinity, he remembered them vividly. Finally, he finished speaking in one breath.
Lu Fan looked at Qin Fuling expectantly, trying to make his expression appear genuine and believable. I'll be watching these 3 things. If I find out you're lying to me, I won't let you off the hook.
With those cold words, Qin Fuling turned and left. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Fan smiled. He believed that after these 3 things happened, Qin Fuling would come looking for him.
But what he didn't know was.
After walking a short distance, Qin Fuling took out her phone and found a familiar contact in her address book.
She dialed the number.
Ring 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 ring.
On Su Liang's side.
Hearing the phone ring, seeing the contact, he smiled and pressed the answer button.
You scumbag, have you forgotten about me now that you have a new love? It's been so long since you called me.
As soon as the call connected, Qin Fuling complained, her tone full of resentment. If Lu Fan saw this scene. The goddess in his eyes, so stunningly beautiful, was actually showing this girlish side, acting coquettishly towards a man.
He might be so angry that he'd be reborn on the spot, returning to the apocalypse. How could I forget my little darling? Didn't you say you were going back to university?
And you said you'd come over during your senior year internship.
Wasn't it going to be short?
Su Liang feigned innocence.
That's right, she was one of his women.
According to the timeline of their relationship, Qin Fuling was even higher up in the list. A few months ago, he happened to see Qin Fuling when she came to Shanghai for tourism.
So he orchestrated a hero saves the damsel in distress scenario.
The hero saves the damsel in distress trope is old-fashioned, but it's always effective at picking up girls.
Unexpectedly. This time, the thugs he hired for the hero saves the damsel in distress rescue failed miserably. Qin Fuling easily defeated the thugs with a few kicks. No problem, this tactic can be used repeatedly.
The thugs, beaten up, naturally need help.
It was all thanks to his extensive reading of novels.
The minor villain is killed by the protagonist, the father comes for revenge, dead.
The father dies, the grandfather comes for revenge, dead. The grandfather dies. Basically, one dies and another appears.
In no time, dozens of people have gathered, each wielding weapons, looking fierce and menacing. Qin Fuling has practiced martial arts since childhood, but without a master's lineage or guidance. She has never even touched the threshold of ancient martial arts.
Just when she was filled with despair, Su Liang appeared like Ultraman. Knowing Qin Fuling knew martial arts, he didn't reveal his identity immediately.
Instead, he intentionally showed off his strength. The result was predictable.
Dozens of thugs couldn't even last a single round against him. Qin Fuling was thus rescued by Su Liang.
As their conversation deepened, the two gradually became acquainted. Qin Fuling curiously asked about Su Liang's strength, her face full of admiration.
Want to learn? I'll teach you.
Then, Su Liang taught her step by step. He taught her various power generation techniques, practically touching her every part of the body. No, it should be that he taught her the power generation techniques for every part of the body. Finally, after a thorough, hands-on demonstration, Su Liang successfully helped her enter the realm of Mingjin.
Qin Fuling was overjoyed. So that very night.
Love at first sight, mutual attraction, lust at first sight, love blossoming over time. Mistakes made, but we tried again. Love at first sight, mutual attraction, meeting at 4 in the morning.
5-star hotel, room 6, complete darkness, the world unfolding. 9 hours, incredibly intense. The truth can't be hidden forever.
After a period of intimacy, Qin Fuling finally discovered that Su Liang already had another woman.
Qin Fuling was somewhat unable to accept it.
Although she later calmed down under Su Liang's series of tactics, she still returned to Rongqing. She said she was already a junior in college and would finish her studies first, then come back to see him during her senior year internship. Anyway, with her female assassin under her command watching over her, she wasn't afraid of any danger, so Su Liang let her be.
Chapter 313: The Shameful and Indignant Heroine. The Peerless Sword Taie. Brother Liang, I have something to tell you. I just met a strange guy. He told me the world is going to end in 10 days. Isn't that ridiculous? Su Liang's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He remained calm and said, "It's really ridiculous." What did he tell you? He said he was reborn from the apocalypse. Qin Fuling immediately betrayed Lu Fan. She told Su Liang the story as if it were a tale. He even said I was the #1 expert in the apocalypse.
Seeing Lu Fan's serious expression earlier, Qin Fuling had actually begun to believe him.
Looking back now, it's simply impossible. She thinks she's the world's #1 expert with this little bit of strength? What about Su Liang, who's far stronger than her? So it's simply impossible. Su Liang is now certain.
Qin Fuling, the female lead, corresponds to Lu Fan, the protagonist of this apocalyptic world.
Great, he doesn't even need to try and win her over, he's already snatched the female lead away. What will Lu Fan's expression be when he finds out? Anyway, I have to go to Rongqing.
When Lu Fan discovers the apocalypse didn't happen and is devastated, I'll appear before him with Qin Fuling in my arms. Thinking about that scene, Su Liang feels a little excited. Regaining his composure, Su Liang thought for a moment and said to Qin Fuling on the other end of the phone,
"This kind of person is obviously a liar. What era are we living in?
If the world was going to end, it would have happened long ago. Use your brain, don't just believe other people's nonsense." He went to so much trouble to make up this story, he must have made some preparations.
So I guess those 3 things he predicted are very likely to happen. Su Liang gave Qin Fuling a heads up.
Although this apocalyptic worldview was just a random addition, it was unknown whether some things would actually happen. After all, the system only erased this worldview, preventing the apocalypse from occurring. Other things were uncertain.
It's okay, it won't have a big impact. Relax, I'm not stupid, I'm not that easy to fool. Hey, you are a little fool.
Thinking about how Qin Fuling had been so easily fooled, Su Liang chuckled.
Oof, don't you dare call me stupid. You haven't called me in so long, don't you miss me at all?
Qin Fuling huffed in dissatisfaction, starting to complain about Su Liang's lack of contact.
Of course I miss you. How could I not? I think about your splits every day, about your monkey, Chinese zodiac. Ugh, don't say that. Don't say that again, or I won't talk to you anymore.
Recalling those shameless days, Qin Fuling blushed and stomped her feet in anger. After a round of playful banter, Qin Fuling reluctantly hung up the phone.
Su Liang fiddled with his phone.
Beside him, the woman in red was reporting on the recent activities of Lu Fan, the protagonist of the apocalypse. When he heard that Lu Fan had secretly sold the family company,
Su Liang couldn't help but laugh. This was truly outrageous. He originally possessed $1 billion fortune, his future life couldn't have been more carefree.
But Lu Fan had ruined everything in 10 days, the whole family would be penniless. Heard that Lu Fan had spent a fortune building a safe house and was even going to build a 10-meter-high wall around his neighborhood.
Su Liang's eyes flashed, an idea forming in his head. Hey, didn't you want to tell the whole world about the apocalypse? Then I'll grant your wish. Get your story of defeating the apocalypse fortress trending, let them see your preparations for the end of the world. Let's see if they believe you. Su Liang immediately gave the order, instructing Hongyi to contact the news media. Rongqing. Lu Fan was unaware that he was about to become famous. At this moment, he was standing in front of a fencing club. This fencing is not that fencing. This club is like an ancient armory. It sells all kinds of ancient weapons, swords, spears, halberds, you name it. He knew from his past life. There was a very famous sword, capable of cutting through iron like mud, slicing hair in an instant. When encountering zombies or mutated creatures, it was practically a one-hit kill. Like slicing vegetables, a chaotic and ruthless slaughter. This sword eventually fell into Qin Fuling's hands, cementing her reputation as the world's strongest. Lu Fan didn't intend to steal the sword from Qin Fuling. He wanted to buy the sword and then give it to her when the apocalypse came. To gain a huge favor. Maybe Qin Fuling would be moved and Lu Fan couldn't help but think happily to himself. Brother, wake up. It's broad daylight, don't daydream. A voice suddenly rang out beside him, startling him. His eyes gradually regained focus. It was a young man standing in front of him, speaking to him. His right hand was still waving in front of his eyes. He thought the young man had fallen asleep standing up. Lu Fan snapped out of his daze, wiped the drool from his mouth, and walked into the fencing club. Excuse me, are you here to fencing, or? Business at the fencing club wasn't very good. That's understandable. What era are we living in? Everyone's into guns now. Ancient weapons are obsolete. The club owner, seeing a young man enter, assumed he was a sucker and quickly greeted him with a smile. Before the owner could finish speaking, Lu Fan waved his hand. I want to buy a sword here. The owner's eyes lit up instantly. Brother, you've come to the right place. I have all kinds of swords here. Which one are you looking to buy? Don't try to amuse me with these decorations. I heard the owner's family has passed down a sword, and I'm quite interested in it. Hearing this, the owner was startled. This guy came prepared. Then, with a serious expression, he said, Young man, please wait a moment. Leaving those words behind, the owner turned and disappeared behind the counter. He returned shortly after, carrying a long mahogany box. Young man, to tell you the truth, this sword was passed down from my great-great-great-great-grandfather. Brother, you must have heard of its name, Tai. You guessed right, it's that peerless sword. He was exaggerating, really exaggerating. In fact, the shopkeeper himself didn't know the sword's origin. He figured that exaggerating would make him a fortune. When Lu Fan saw the sword in the box, he clenched his fist, incredibly excited. Yes, it was that sword. The famous sword, Tai. Who would have thought that this peerless sword would appear in a small fencing club? Don't be fooled by its current ordinary appearance. It looks similar to other junk, just a little more antique. But that's before it's been unsealed. Once unsealed, it's absolutely amazing, isn't it? Suppressing his excitement, Lu Fan feigned curiosity and picked up the sword to examine it closely. Then, shaking his head in disappointment, he said, Although somewhat disappointed, it's still barely acceptable as a decoration. What price are you asking, sir? The shopkeeper, who had initially intended to ask for an exorbitant price, changed his mind upon seeing this. He didn't want to scare the customer away by offering a high price. 1 million. Gritting his teeth, the shopkeeper quoted the figure. This has been passed down through generations of my family. 1 million is my bottom line, I won't sell it for a penny less. Deal. To the shopkeeper's surprise, Lu Fan agreed immediately. This made him feel like he had lost 1 billion. However, he had quoted the price, so he could only swallow his pride. Lu Fan chuckled and sheathed the sword. Meanwhile,
Su Liang, on his side, received a message from Lu Fan, who was being monitored, and his brow furrowed. For the protagonist to be so interested, willing to spend $1 million to buy a sword, it must be a good item.
However, Su Liang's smile was somewhat enigmatic. The item will be temporarily stored with you. Let you show off for a few days.
I'll bring Qin Fuling to collect it later.
Chapter 314. The protagonist questions his existence. Who is the real fool? Another day passed.
Having recruited his former brothers and the strongest masters under his command, and now holding the peerless divine sword Taie in his hand,
Lu Fan was filled with boundless pride.
Although Qin Fuling ignored him, he was certain she would come looking for him. However, before he could even rejoice for long, Ikuan's round body appeared in front of him. Big brother, something terrible has happened.
Quick, look at the trending topics online.
Tempted by the promise of extra money, Ikuan had already acknowledged Lu Fan as his big brother.
Actually, he'd much rather offer his flower buds than be a subordinate.
But his big brother didn't like his current obese appearance.
Ikuan was considering whether he should lose weight for his big brother's sake. What are you panicking for? You've been practicing for 2.5 years, and you're still so unsteady.
Seeing the boisterous chicken bro, Lu Fan said with dissatisfaction.
He panics at the slightest thing. With this kind of mental fortitude, won't he be scared out of his wits on the day the apocalypse comes? Ikuan curled his lip. Big brother won't say anything to second brother, you'll see for yourself. Following brother Ke's instructions, Lu Fan took out his phone and opened the trending topics. What a joke! So-and-so developed a mental illness from reading novels, squandered his family fortune to build a doomsday fortress.
He had just opened the app when he saw the top trending topic with its rather sarcastic title.
Lu Fan's face immediately darkened. Seeing this, Ikuan muttered quietly. Is your resilience enough? You weren't able to handle it back then either.
A few black lines appeared on Lu Fan's forehead.
Click to open the news.
A residential community in Chengdu has built a 10-meter-high wall in preparation for a doomsday scenario. It has been confirmed that the person building the doomsday fortress is a college student. Not only that, he has also stockpiled a large amount of supplies, with a total cost of no less than 500 million yuan. Professor Gao, a renowned nucleic acid testing expert, analyzed that this is because the student has been reading doomsday novels for a long time, leading to doomsday paranoia. Attached are pictures of the community wall and large quantities of purchased supplies.
Below are the comments from netizens. I'm dying of laughter.
I've seen spendthrifts, but never one this extravagant. Are you trying to make me laugh to death so you can inherit my spending power?
What era are we living in? People still believe in the apocalypse? They're just plain stupid. At Qingshan Mental Hospital, hurry up and arrest this idiot. Letting him roam free, he might bite people.
The replies were all calling him a moron.
Lu Fan's face grew increasingly grim as he read.
Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed into his mind.
He immediately typed. I am the idiot you're all talking about. The world ends in 9 days. I advise everyone to prepare in advance. With a click, he sent the message. Ikuan, standing beside him, looked at Lu Fan with a strange expression.
Big brother, since these people don't believe in the apocalypse, why are you reminding them?
Could this newly recognized big brother have some kind of masochistic tendency? I'll make them regret it. Lu Fan sneered.
These people don't believe the apocalypse is coming now, but they'll realize how ignorant and foolish they were 9 days from now.
But will the world really end? Ikuan remained deeply skeptical. I say it will, and it will. Lu Fan's voice rose, his expression fierce. Ikuan immediately shut his mouth like a zipper being pulled up. Holy crap! You actually pulled a real person out of the picture?
Are you crazy for clicks?
OP, this kind of hype is amazing. I've never seen anything like it before.
It's novel, a real gimmick, but isn't it a bit too expensive? I've got my popcorn ready, waiting for the apocalypse to arrive.
If only it were a real apocalypse.
The whole world would be reshuffled, and I wouldn't have to be a slave anymore.
Haha, what if the apocalypse you predicted in 9 days doesn't come? How will you cope? Lu Fan looked at these comments and replies, not angry, but amused. Laugh all you want, I'm looking forward to the day you cry. Time passed quickly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days.
7 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and only 2 days remained until the apocalypse. Lu Fan sat at home, his brows furrowed. He had been preparing for the apocalypse these past few days. He spent $1 billion like water, acquiring a large amount of supplies in return. Now everything is ready, except for the final push.
The reason he frowned was because he hadn't received any news of Qin Fuling's arrival. Strange, all 3 things he predicted had actually happened. Didn't Qin Fuling believe him? No, I have to go see. Lu Fan got up and walked outside.
The world's most beautiful woman, and the world's strongest woman missing out would be an injustice.
Chicken, 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 you titanium beauty. Just outside, he saw AI Kuan holding a basketball, bouncing around, humming a catchy tune. Big brother, want to come dance with me? The world's ending anyway, let's get hyped. AI Kuan was completely convinced by this big brother.
Because the things his big brother predicted had all come true, he decided to follow him from now on.
He'd offer his ass if his older brother wanted to. You son of a bitch. Lu Fan was speechless. He knew deep down that AI Kuan was just venting his anxiety and fear about the impending apocalypse. He figured he'd let it go. Come with me for a bit.
Okay, I'll stick with you from now on, wherever you sleep, I'll sleep.
Qin, the school beauty, all 3 things I predicted have come true. Now you should believe me, right?
Lu Fan found Qin Fuling again, his tone somewhat smug. Every time he saw Qin Fuling, he was amazed. She truly was the perfect goddess in his eyes. Qin Fuling stared at him coldly, her face expressionless.
I haven't even come looking for you yet, and you've already come knocking on my door.
Tell me, after going to such lengths to fabricate a story and put on such a show to make me believe you, what exactly are you trying to do?
Lu Fan was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. You're saying I was acting? Those predictions were all prepared in advance. Isn't that right?
Qin Fuling's expression remained unchanged. In truth, she was genuinely shocked after the 3 events occurred.
Even with Su Liang's reminder, she was still uneasy. Because the first news item could be faked. A whole day of torrential rain and an earthquake. The accuracy of the predictions was simply unbelievable.
Qin Fuling immediately called Su Liang, and only after receiving his reply did she finally feel relieved.
You really don't believe me? Lu Fan's gaze was as if he were looking at a deity. He'd said all that, even correctly predicted the earthquake, and the other party still didn't believe him. Ding, Lu Fan is questioning his existence, villain value plus 666. Disappear from my sight immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Fuling's eyes turned cold, and an aura erupted from her. You'll regret this. Chapter 315, Fulfilling the 3-Day Agreement. To make a living. Manhwa Clothing Company, Ltd. Yan Ruyue was frantically dealing with company affairs. As the days passed, the company's predicament worsened. Before, it was just unsold products, no one willing to cooperate, and banks pressing for payments. Now, chaos had broken out within the company. Someone was maliciously spreading rumors that the company was about to go bankrupt, causing many employees to resign. Yan Ruyue knew that the mastermind behind her was finally snapping. But she was powerless to do anything. Su Liang could easily solve her problems. But she couldn't bring herself to beg him. The only hope for saving the company was Hua Jieyu. She sent her several messages, but she was always traveling. What Yan Ruyue didn't know was the reason Hua Jieyu hadn't responded for so long was actually on Su Liang's orders. He was fully aware of Yan Ruyue's current situation. The villain, Ji Bo, was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. They could have easily defeated her with a single blow, but instead, they insisted on playing a cat-and-mouse game.
After Su Liang learned about Xiao Qinglong and Yen Ruyue's 3-year agreement, everything became clear.
Damn it.
The reason Ji Buchan was slowly suppressing Yen Ruyue's company was actually waiting for the day the protagonist's 3-year agreement would arrive, to pave the way for the protagonist's grand entrance.
Su Liang knew without a doubt.
Ji Buchang would appear on the day of the 3-year agreement and drive Yen Ruyue into a corner.
At that moment, Xiao Qinglong would step forward, reveal his identity, and heroically rescue the female lead.
Then everyone would be shocked, the female lead would be incredulous, and her mother-in-law would be filled with endless regret.
What a pity.
The protagonist was waiting for that day to show off, and Su Liang was waiting for that day too. Without needing to arrange it himself, he would leverage the pressure the villain put on Yen Ruyue. Through the 3-day agreement, he would open a channel to the female lead's heart. When that day comes, I'll completely subdue this female lead,
Su Liang declared. You two can play around, I'm taking the female lead first. The protagonist wants to show off? You can't handle the show-off, you can take mine.
Therefore, Su Liang didn't interfere, just quietly watched the situation unfold. Ring 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 ring. Yen Ruyue casually picked up her phone from her desk. Seeing it was an unfamiliar number, she frowned slightly.
Considering it might be a chance to save the company, she answered anyway. This is Manhwa Clothing Company, Limited, who are you looking for? Of course, I'm looking for our CEO Yen. Hearing the familiar voice on the phone, Yen Ruyue's frown deepened. Su Liang, why are you calling me? What else could I be looking for? Of course, it's to fulfill our agreement. What agreement? Yen Ruyue asked instinctively.
Hem is Yen, you seem to have a short memory. Would you like me to help you recall our 3-day agreement? Su Liang chuckled, his tone laced with mockery. After being reminded, Yen Ruyue finally remembered that there was such a thing. She pursed her lips, glancing at the mountain of documents in front of her.
Could it be in a couple of days? I'm really busy at the company right now. Waiting 2 days is fine, but I can't wait even a day to deal with your mother's scheme against me. A threat. A blatant threat. If she didn't agree today, Su Liang would use this as an excuse to target the Yen family.
The Yen family was already on the verge of collapse. If Su Liang made a move, it would likely crumble instantly. Thinking of Su Liang's smug, self-satisfied attitude, Yen Ruyue gritted her teeth in anger. But no matter how angry she was, she couldn't change anything and could only reluctantly compromise.
Where, and when? The clock ticked away. It was 6:30 in the blink of an eye. Yen Ruyue gritted her teeth, reluctantly packed her things, and left the company. She had originally planned to stay at the company during the day and go to fulfill her promise in the evening, to save time. But Su Liang disagreed. He said there needed to be a ceremony before fulfilling the agreement, a meal together, a chance to connect emotionally, to achieve a spiritual connection. What kind of nonsense is this, connecting emotionally? It's just fulfilling the agreement. After the 3-day promise, they'll be strangers. Did he think having a relationship would make her reluctant to part? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just as she drove out of the company, a figure got into a taxi. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xiao Qinglong. Recently, he hadn't been working on the construction site. Instead, he'd been secretly watching Yen Ruyue every day, afraid that his wife would be bullied by Su Liang again. Driver, follow that car ahead. After getting in,
Xiao Qinglong locked onto the Audi ahead, fastening his seatbelt as he spoke to the driver.
Okay.
The driver readily agreed and stepped on the gas to catch up. He remarked as he drove. You young people these days, chasing girls like crazy, you even stalk them. Unlike us back in the day, sometimes we'd never even seen her, and we'd be married off in a daze.
What do you mean chasing girls? That's my wife.
Xiao Qinglong stared intently ahead, clearly dissatisfied with his driver's words. Your wife. The driver's eyes lit up instantly, his whole body brimming with excitement. So you're not going to pursue her, you're going to catch her cheating.
He knew this all too well.
He'd driven several passengers like this, stalking their wives to catch them cheating. His words hit the nail on the head. Xiao Qinglong remembered that night he'd searched desperately, only to find his wife and Su Liang in a hotel room.
His expression instantly contorted with pain.
Seeing this, the driver, as if speaking from experience, offered words of comfort.
Young man, try to think positively. If you want to make a living, you can't avoid a little bit of green, being cheated on. Damn, you're really good at comforting people. Xiao Qinglong, I really will thank you.
He really wanted to punch this guy, but considering he was helping him track her down, he held back. Xiao Qinglong said with dissatisfaction.
My wife isn't that kind of person.
The reason I'm tracking her is to protect her.
I understand. The driver wore an expression that said, I understand. Young people, they're all concerned with saving face.
Being caught like this is bound to make them embarrassed, so they make up excuses.
The taxi followed them all the way, finally arriving at the entrance of a Western restaurant.
They saw a very beautiful woman get out of an Audi ahead, walk up to a handsome man, put her arm around his waist, and enter the restaurant.
The driver's face showed an expression of unsurprised expectation. Xiao Qinglong in the passenger seat was dumbfounded. How could this be? He couldn't believe it. Given Yan Ruyue's personality and character, how could she possibly come to ask Su Liang out?
But the facts were right in front of him, leaving him no choice but to believe it. Seeing this, the driver sighed and patted him on the shoulder comfortingly.
Young man, listen to my advice. Be content with such a beautiful wife. Why expose her and cause unpleasantness for both of you? Just bear with it, it will pass.
Xiao Qinglong's face darkened, his agitated emotions calming down.
He still believed in Yan Ruyue. No, this can't be true. Ruyue must have been forced. Chapter 316 The Impatient Heroine.
The protagonist collapses. Just as Yan Ruyue got out of her car, Su Liang's car arrived. Seeing Su Liang, Yan Ruyue frowned and stormed over. I'm not hungry, so we don't need to eat.
Let's go get a room. She wanted to finish things quickly and get back to work. Don't be in such a hurry. It's not even dark yet. When did you become so open, Ms. Yan? Hearing Su Liang's teasing words, Yan Ruyue felt embarrassed and annoyed.
She just wanted to go back to work, as if she was in a rush for that thing.
And what kind of talk is that? Is she the kind of person who does that in broad daylight?
It's all this despicable guy's fault.
Actually, I don't really care. It's mainly for your sake. Su Liang smiled calmly, meeting Yan Ruyue's questioning gaze, and said,
Eating replenishes energy, and drinking water keeps you hydrated to prevent excessive loss.
Meow meow meow?
She recognized all the words, but she couldn't understand the combination.
Yan Ruyue was stunned. But Su Liang didn't give her time to react.
He reached out and put his arm around her waist, leading her into the restaurant.
Since we're keeping our promise, do as I say.
Ding Xiao Qinglong has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 888. Ding Xiao Qinglong has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999.
Watching their retreating figures, Xiao Qinglong clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. He believed Yan Ruyue was being forced.
But when he asked Yan Ruyue, she wouldn't tell him, leaving Xiao Qinglong with nowhere to vent his anger.
So he decided to hide and search for evidence.
The moment he discovered Su Liang was pressuring Yan Ruyue in the slightest, he would immediately jump out and teach him a lesson. At the dining table, Yan Ruyue looked at the large table of food in front of her, speechless. There were only 2 of them, yet they had ordered such a huge meal, worth at least hundreds of thousands.
It was too extravagant, too wasteful.
Even if she were the owner of a company worth hundreds of millions, she wouldn't dare spend so much money on a single meal. Now that the company was facing difficulties, she was even more frugal. But thinking of Su Liang's status, she felt relieved. Controlling a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, this amount of money was nothing to him.
This was also why Yan Ruyue disliked these rich young men.
They had no ability of their own, only knowing how to squander their family's money.
although Su Liang wasn't that kind of rich young man.
During his tenure as president, he increased the company's market value, which was enough to demonstrate his ability. However, his behavior towards her was even worse. Su Liang ate his meal as usual, and seeing Yen Ruyue standing there in a daze, he frowned.
"What are you standing there for? Hurry up and eat. Don't you want to keep your promise sooner?"
If it weren't for the fear of running out of energy, Su Liang wouldn't have bothered bringing her to eat.
Did he really think he was joking? Yen Ruyue was somewhat reluctant, not wanting to eat with Su Liang.
But hearing Su Liang say to keep their promise sooner, she immediately picked up her chopsticks.
"That's more like it."
Su Liang withdrew his gaze, a slight smile playing on his lips.
After finishing their meal, the two walked out of the restaurant together. Yen Ruyue looked at Su Liang and asked, "Is it all right now? Shall we go to a hotel or a motel?" "Mr. Yen, you're being way too eager, aren't you?" Seeing his eagerness, Su Liang became interested. Yen Ruyue was inwardly furious.
He was the one who invited her here, and not only did he delay getting to the point, he was also turning around and accusing her.
"Do you want me to keep my promise or not? If not, I'm leaving. I don't have time to waste here with you."
"I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush me." Su Liang deliberately teased her.
"It's not a good time to exercise right after eating. Let's take a walk to digest. Don't you think the night view here is beautiful?" By this time, it was already dark. The city lights, a riot of colors, illuminated the entire night sky.
They were currently near the riverbank. Lanterns hung everywhere, and the streets were bustling with people.
"I don't think so." Yen Ruyue glanced around and said coldly.
Her company was on the verge of bankruptcy, she had no mood to appreciate the night view. Su Liang ignored her thoughts and pulled her to the riverbank for a stroll. After walking for a while, as they passed a clothing store, Su Liang made a request.
Yen Ruyue looked at him questioningly. "Why do I want to go in and buy a dress? You're not going to change your clothes after keeping your promise."
Su Liang looked surprised, then glared at her a few times before speaking.
"Of course, if you're always this sloppy, then pretend I didn't say anything." "Sloppy?" Yen Ruyue immediately stopped looking. "She showers and dresses every day, okay?"
Then she thought about it, and realized it was true, if it got torn, she could always change.
So, the two went into a clothing store. Women all love shopping, and once inside, Yen Ruyue couldn't help but start browsing.
Su Liang was also helping her choose, but he was picking out some interesting clothes.
Lace, nylon, and the like.
Yen Ruyue quickly finished choosing her clothes, and while she was doing so, Su Liang also picked out something and came over.
"What's this?"
Yen Ruyue blushed, pointed at those things, and asked hesitantly.
"I was worried one outfit wouldn't be enough for you, so I picked out 2 more.
No, I won't wear them, take them away right now."
Yen Ruyue's face flushed with shame and anger, and she shook her head repeatedly. "That's not up to you."
And so, Yen Ruyue, who had only intended to buy one set of clothes, ended up taking several pieces to the counter to pay. Feeling the sales clerk's astonished gaze, she wished she could disappear into the ground.
Leaving the clothing store, Yen Ruyue said resentfully, "Is it okay now? Let's go to the hotel."
Now that everything was ready, Su Liang stopped teasing her.
Ding Xiao Qinglong's mind is unstable, villain value plus 1000. Xiao Qinglong secretly followed them, watching them finish their meal and then take a walk.
To his utter surprise, Yen Ruyue and Su Liang actually went to a clothing store and picked out a few interesting outfits.
A man and a woman buying interesting clothes. What were they going to do next? It was obvious.
At this moment, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot, his mind completely blank.
Xiao Qinglong simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Didn't Yen Ruyue used to dislike Su Liang? How could this be? Although he desperately wanted to see Su Liang menacingly confronting Yen Ruyue, or Yen Ruyue's anger or resistance, he didn't see it. Next, when he followed the two to the entrance of a hotel, Xiao Qinglong couldn't hold back any longer and jumped out. Chapter 317. He was as humble as a dog. The protagonist of the live-in son-in-law reveals his identity. What are you two doing?
Seeing his wife and Su Liang heading towards the hotel, Xiao Qinglong could no longer hide and rushed towards them.
Su Liang wasn't surprised by his appearance. He crossed his arms, a playful expression on his face, ready to watch the show. According to his investigation, this protagonist was incredibly patient. He was treated like a slave by his mother-in-law every day, yet he never complained, remaining unchanged. He clearly possessed great strength, but even when bullied, he wouldn't retaliate. Su Liang wanted to see just how far this protagonist's patience had gone. Last time, he wasn't present. This time, he saw him and Yan Ruyue checking into a hotel and was curious how he would handle it. What are you doing here? Yan Ruyue was somewhat surprised to see Xiao Qinglong here. I just got off work and saw you here. Xiao Qinglong's face was grim, but he still answered Yan Ruyue's question. But could Su Liang let him get away with this?
Su Liang chuckled, his tone mocking. You've been following me ever since Ruyue came to see me, and you just got off work. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinglong's face darkened further. Yan Ruyue noticed his gloomy expression and her pretty face instantly changed, her voice turning cold. You followed me. She felt no remorse for her actions. Because Xiao Qinglong was just a shield she had used. The contract she signed stipulated that she couldn't interfere with the other party's actions. What right did Xiao Qinglong have to follow her? He really considered her his wife, and then he tried to catch her in the act. Seeing Yan Ruyue's anger, Xiao Qinglong panicked and stammered an explanation. Ruyue, you mustn't misunderstand, I was just worried you might be in danger. His initial intention to question Yan Ruyue vanished instantly. From beginning to end, Yan Ruyue had absolutely nothing to do with him. It was all just wishful thinking on his part. The fault wasn't with Yan Ruyue, it was with himself. Thinking this, Xiao Qinglong felt incredibly guilty. His earlier confrontational attitude towards Yan Ruyue was utterly inappropriate. Seeing his expression clearly, Su Liang was astonished. Damn, this works? Your wife went to a hotel with someone else, and you're feeling guilty. Su Liang couldn't help but wonder. What exactly did this female lead do to make the protagonist, a top-tier powerhouse, so humble in her presence? He wanted to ask the female lead, but judging from Yan Ruyue's attitude, she definitely didn't know either. Forget it, why should I care about the protagonist's affairs? All he needs to do is snatch the female lead. I'll settle the score for stalking you later. Now, get out of my sight immediately. Yan Ruyue's face was frosty, her tone utterly impolite. She wants him to get lost again? This time, Xiao Qinglong wasn't going to slink away. He had to let Yan Ruyue know his true identity. Ruyue, why are you with this guy? Did he threaten you with something? Xiao Qinglong whirled around, glaring fiercely at Su Liang. This guy had tainted his white moonlight. Looking at Su Liang's upturned lips, his blatant mockery, he really wanted to slap him to death. Su Liang's expression remained unchanged, completely unfazed by Xiao Qinglong's fierce look. I want to see you hate me, but can't do anything about it. When have I ever needed your interference in my affairs? Xiao Qinglong had much more to say, but Yan Ruyue's words silenced him. Xiao Qinglong knew Yan Ruyue was still angry, and his heart sank. But he still forced himself to speak. Ruyue, I can't control your affairs, but I can't just stand by and do nothing when you're being bullied. Yan Ruyue's expression softened, it seemed this guy genuinely cared about her. She sighed. Go back. It's not what you think. Mr. Su and I were just going to play cards. She couldn't change her promise to Su Liang, but she didn't want anyone to know. So she came up with this excuse. This was her last act of defiance. Play cards. He looked at Yan Ruyue, then at Su Liang, and finally his gaze fell on the interesting clothes in Yan Ruyue's hand. You two are in this state, and you still come to a hotel, saying you're going to play cards. I'm not well educated, don't try to fool me. Or is there another meaning to playing cards? Ruyue, actually, I've never told you, but I'm the controller of the Longtong group. He figured Yen Ruyue wouldn't understand if he said he was the head of the Dragon Court, a top-tier force in the underworld. So he mentioned some of the Dragon Court's publicly known businesses.
The Longteng Group. Yen Ruyue was stunned.
Of course she knew about the Longtong group. The group's headquarters are located in Europe and America, encompassing dozens of industries with a market value of hundreds of billions.
Hearing Xiao Qinglong reveal his true identity, Yen Ruyue wasn't shocked.
Instead, she looked at him as if he were mentally challenged.
You control a group worth hundreds of billions? Would a billionaire be reduced to a beggar?
Yen Ruyue still remembered the pitiful way Xiao Qinglong begged when they first met.
Had he gone mad from working so hard? Everything I said is true.
Seeing Yen Ruyue's disbelief, Xiao Qinglong scratched his head. He was now very regretful. He had left too easily, without taking any identification.
Alright, I know what you're saying is true. Ruyue, you believe me.
Xiao Qinglong's eyes lit up, then he said arrogantly.
You know who I am now.
This is just a part of my business. The Su family is nothing to me. So you don't need to be afraid of this guy's threats at all.
Alright, so can you get lost now? Xiao Qinglong. Yen Ruyue was too lazy to listen to his nonsense anymore. She took Su Liang's hand and walked into the hotel.
She wanted to finish her business and go back to work as soon as possible. She didn't have time to listen to his stories.
Yen Ruyue checked into a room and went with Su Liang to a presidential suite.
Su Liang, noticing Xiao Qinglong still persistently following him, sent Yen Ruyue to take a shower and then opened the door.
He beckoned to Xiao Qinglong.
Xiao Qinglong walked over, puzzled.
What did this guy want?
Brother, do me a favor. I was in a rush today and forgot my raincoat.
Could you go buy me 1 inch? Don't worry, you'll get a generous tip. Xiao Qinglong was dumbfounded. Does the hell do you know what you're talking about? You and Yen Ruyue went to a hotel, and you want me to buy you a raincoat? This is intolerable. Does he really think he has no temper?
A violent aura surged within him, and Xiao Qinglong was about to strike. Just then, Su Liang's light voice came.
Sigh, if you don't want to go, fine. If you get pregnant, you'll just have to give birth.
Swish. A bucket of cold water was poured over his head.
Xiao Qinglong calmed down.
Seeing Su Liang about to close the door, he quickly said,
Wait a minute, I'll go buy it for you right away. Chapter 318. A river of sorrow flows backwards. Showing absolute no mercy for women.
Ding, Xiao Qinglong has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding, Xiao Qinglong has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 999.
Xiao Qinglong desperately wanted to stop the two, but Yen Ruyue was acting willingly. She even seemed somewhat proactive.
Thinking about his relationship with Yen Ruyue, they weren't really husband and wife. What reason did he have to stop them?
If he couldn't stop them, then he could only minimize the harm to Yen Ruyue.
Now that he had a chance to prevent Yen Ruyue from getting pregnant, he naturally wanted to seize it. After saying this, Xiao Qinglong rushed out of the hotel, moving at lightning speed.
He had to be fast. What if they had already started when he got back? What use would the raincoat be then?
He quickly bought a raincoat. On his way back, he passed a pharmacy, and his steps suddenly stopped.
Was he really going to just let that scumbag Su Liang ruin his beloved? No.
If he could, he'd kill Su Liang. The thought of him being with Ruyue, while he had to come and buy him a raincoat.
Xiao Qinglong felt utterly humiliated.
He couldn't change the fact that they were going to be together, but he had to do something. He went into a pharmacy and quickly bought a syringe and some medicine.
With 20 years of experience in the underworld, he could concoct poison from even simple medicines. Su Liang, you've humiliated me like this, I'll make you regret it. After preparing the poison, Xiao Qinglong rushed back to the hotel. Bang, bang, bang. He knocked on the door of the presidential suite.
Seeing that the door remained closed for a long time, his heart sank.
Had it already started?
Just as he was about to give up hope, the door clicked open.
Su Liang appeared in the doorway.
He wanted to peek inside, but the door blocked his view.
Here's what you wanted. He handed Su Liang a box.
But
Su Liang didn't even glance at it, saying with a playful expression, "Never mind, keep it for yourself. I just thought about it, and it's more enjoyable not wearing it. More enjoyable not wearing it. More enjoyable. A little bit. A little bit." As if struck by lightning, Xiao Qinglong was stunned, his mind blank. "Oh right, I almost forgot, this is your tip."
Su Liang flipped his hand, took out a dime, and casually tossed it to him like giving alms to a beggar. Then, he slammed the door shut. Back in his room, Su Liang called the hotel reception. "There's a disturbance here, are you going to do anything about it?" "Sir, I'm sorry, please wait a moment, we'll send security over immediately." The receptionist looked completely bewildered. This was a call from a guest in the presidential suite. If the other party was unhappy about this, she wouldn't be able to stay in the hotel any longer. So she quickly called security and rushed upstairs. She wanted to see who had offended the VIP guest in the presidential suite, breaking his legs in the process.
No.
Looking at the closed door, remembering what had happened inside, Xiao Qinglong collapsed to his knees with a thud. With his level of self-control, he shouldn't have lost his composure like this.
It was Su Liang.
He had given him a glimmer of hope, then plunged him into despair. Ding Xiao Qinglong's mental state is damaged, emotional value plus 1000.
Ding Xiao Qinglong's mentality collapses, emotional value plus 1000. Ding Xiao Qinglong is filled with despair, emotional value plus 1001.
Just then, a scrap metal tricycle passed by the hotel entrance. A loudspeaker sat on the front of the tricycle, blasting deafening music. The music drifted in through the window, reaching Xiao Qinglong's ears. "To whom does the warmth you gave belong?
Who cares who I am? Whenever I think of your choice, sadness flows like a river. Pain. It hurts so much."
Xiao Qinglong felt a sharp pain in his heart, a nameless sorrow welling up inside him.
It's him.
How dare he offend such an important guest? Beat him up first, then throw him out. The receptionist came upstairs and happened to see a man kneeling in front of the presidential suite. She immediately flew into a rage. Upon hearing this, the security guards didn't hesitate, grabbing their batons and charging forward menacingly.
Then, crack, crack, thump, thump, thump. A barrage of punches, kicks, and beatings ensued. Xiao Qinglong didn't resist, letting the punches, kicks, and batons rain down on him. He even felt they weren't hitting him hard enough. He really wanted them to hit harder, to hurt him, to distract himself from the pain. Hit harder. Have you all forgotten to eat? After being beaten for a while, Xiao Qinglong still felt no pain, and couldn't help but roar. Holy crap! That one sentence completely stunned the security guards. They rubbed their ears, making sure they hadn't misheard, and then started yelling. He told us to hit him hard, right? I've never heard such a shameless request in my life. Brothers, beat him to death. That's fucking arrogant. Beat him. I can't take it anymore. Beat the fuck up. Are you going to beat him, or beat his horse? You've made me so. The security guards' eyes were all red. They were showing absolutely no mercy. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were going easy on him. The young lady next to them was watching. If this got reported to their superiors, and they said they weren't putting in any real effort, what would happen then? They beat him extremely hard, using every ounce of strength they had. But his physique was too strong, these people hitting him was like tickling him. This was the first time Xiao Qinglong felt frustrated because he was too strong. Outside the room was a mess, but inside, it was a completely different scene. When Yen Ruyue came out, wearing her newly bought, fun clothes and drying her hair, she saw Su Liang sitting on the sofa, leisurely sipping tea from a tall wineglass. Elegance never goes out of style. The room was very soundproof,
but Yen Ruyue could still vaguely hear sounds. She couldn't help but look at Su Liang and ask, "What's that sound?" "The sound of a dog being beaten." Seeing Yen Ruyue approach, Su Liang raised his hand to indicate the red wine in his hand. "Would you like a glass?" Yen Ruyue was still thinking about company matters and planned to finish her appointment early so she could go back to work. "All right." Su Liang didn't insist. He put down his wine glass, and then. That night, the rain fell silently. The next day, as Su Liang and Yen Ruyue walked out of the hotel, they saw a figure in a corner, constantly smoking. Judging from the cigarette butts in front of him, there were at least a dozen packs. Xiao Qinglong also saw them, his bloodshot eyes blazing as he rushed over. Seeing Yen Ruyue struggling to walk, his heart broke. "Ruyue, are you all right?" Then he glared at Su Liang and questioned him angrily. "How could you be so cruel? You have no mercy on a woman. Is it my fault?" Su Liang shrugged, feigning innocence. "She's too strong. What could I do? I was helpless too." Chapter 319, The Protagonist's Mysterious Confidence. Father Lu returns home. The rebellious son. Big brother told me to patrol the mountain. Rongqing. Lu family residential area. A fat man swaggered around with an air of superiority, humming a nonsensical song. Lu Fan followed behind him, his face dark. "Damn it, who's the boss here?" As time passed, only one day remained until the apocalypse. Lu Fan, along with his underling Ai Kuan, patrolled the territory, checking for any shortcomings to address. Under his constant urging, the construction team finished the work today. The entire residential area was now surrounded by a 10-meter-high wall. Safety was assured in the early stages of the apocalypse. Level 1 and 2 zombies couldn't get in. Enough time for him to develop stealthily for a while. By the time the zombies evolved to level 3, he would have grown stronger and wouldn't be afraid of those zombies and mutated creatures. After inspecting the city walls, the two arrived at the Lu family's basement. Several basement levels had been converted into warehouses, the entire space filled with supplies. Looking at these supplies, Lu Fan felt a surge of fulfillment. Anyone who has experienced the apocalypse knows. Food is damn important. Sometimes, people would kill for a bite to eat, willing to do anything. Those high-profile celebrities, in the apocalypse, could live a carefree life with just a loaf of bread. This warehouse full of supplies was enough for him to eat for several lifetimes. Wait. The apocalypse has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is, of course, the activation of human evolution. Immortality is impossible, but living for hundreds or thousands of years is no problem. Even so, this food would be enough for him to live comfortably for a long time. After exploring the warehouse, the two entered the Lu family villa. The villa appeared unchanged on the surface, but the interior had undergone a complete transformation. Thickened steel plates everywhere, fireproof, theft-proof, even against best friends oh no earthquake-proof. It employs a world-class security system. This is the doomsday safe house he built. Once he hides inside, even level 3 or 4 zombies can't touch him. Just being inside, he's enveloped in a strong sense of security, it's practically perfect. After thoroughly inspecting the entire place and finding nothing unusual, Lu Fan was extremely satisfied. But he still had one regret. That was not recruiting Qin Fuling, the most beautiful and strongest woman in his previous life. If she were here, coupled with his Taiye sword, he would be unstoppable. Thinking of something, a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. He had already so clearly reminded Qin Fuling, yet she still didn't believe him. When the apocalypse arrives, she'll regret it. Then it won't be him recruiting her, she'll be begging him to team up. The thought of the perfect goddess coming to him for help filled Lu Fan with excitement. Why is he suddenly looking forward to the apocalypse? Big brother, your dad's coming back today. Won't he be angry? Ai Kuan asked worriedly from the side. Since following Lu Fan, he had learned about his older brother's actions. There was only one word to describe it: insane. It was fucking insane. First, he took out all sorts of online loans, practically bankrupting himself. Then, he went to loan companies, mortgaging his property. Finally, he even tricked his father out, and relying on his father's trust, he opened the safe and sold the company. That's how awesome he was. But if he had sold it for a reasonable price, it wouldn't be so bad. But a company worth 1.5 billion was sold for 1 billion. That's incredibly wasteful. AI Cohen was actually being conservative. If he had a son like that, he'd probably die of anger on the spot. No, he wouldn't have a son like that. Before the baby even fully formed, he would ejaculate on the wall. He'll definitely be angry. Lu Fan said calmly, but with a confident tone. When he learns that the apocalypse is coming, he won't be angry, he'll be proud of me. What is money in the apocalypse? Just worthless paper. Walls, safe houses, and supplies are their future security. At this moment, a car stopped at the entrance of the residential area. Brother, did you come to the wrong place? Where did you bring me? A middle-aged man with a square face, sitting in the passenger seat, looked at the driver with dissatisfaction. Lu's father had just returned from out of town. After getting off the plane, he opened the unreliable map app. He hailed a Didi ride-hailing service to go home. The navigation showed that he had arrived at his destination, but where was the familiar residential area? A high wall stood there. This unreliable map app couldn't be this unreliable, could it? Does it think he's an idiot? You're not going the wrong way, are you going to Sunshine Residential Area? Father Lu nodded. Then this is the right place. What the hell do you mean, right place? Is this Sunshine Residential Area? It looks like something out of a horror movie. Who knows what's wrong with the residents? The driver pursed his lips, then looked at him with some curiosity. That shouldn't be the case, didn't you see the news? What news? I just got back from out of town. Father Lu looked completely bewildered. According to his son, he had gone out of town for a business trip more than 10 days ago and had been busy with work, rarely checking his phone. Even people from out of town should know, this has gone viral worldwide, there are hardly any who don't know. I thought you were a tourist, here to check out some online celebrities. Alright, if you don't know, I'll tell you. Immediately. The driver then recounted the story of a college student who fantasized about the apocalypse, then squandered his family's fortune to build a doomsday fortress. The master spoke with great enthusiasm, while Mr. Lu listened in stunned silence. Finally, he couldn't help but speak up. Are there really people this stupid in the world? Who says otherwise? The driver nodded in deep agreement, a sigh on his face. I don't know how his family raised him. If I were his father, I'd be driven to my death by that spendthrift son. That's true. Speaking of which, I live in this neighborhood too. Maybe I'll meet that genius. Knowing the location was correct, Mr. Lu got out of the car. Looking at the high wall in front of him, he felt uneasy. Such a genius had emerged from this neighborhood, he had to go back and move immediately. Stupidity is contagious. Mr. Lu arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood and was about to enter when he was stopped by the security guards. I'm a resident here. Why can't I go in? Please show your resident information. Several security guards had serious expressions, as if they wouldn't let you in unless you could produce proof of residence. We're just following orders. Our young master has taken over the entire complex now. No one who isn't a resident is allowed in. Father Lu was instantly furious. Going home was like going to a military camp. Fine, you need my ID, right? Father Lu immediately shoved a card at him. Open your eyes and take a good look. Everyone here is crazy, seriously crazy. We have to move out immediately. But after seeing his ID, the security guards all bowed deeply to him. Welcome home, sir. Holy crap? What the hell? Even with his experience in the political arena and his strong will, he was stunned by this reversal. He mentally cursed. Sir? What the hell?
It's like something out of feudal times.
Lu Fan is our young master, and you are his father, so naturally you are the master.
Whoosh. As if realizing something, Lu's father's pupils dilated.
This was a bolt from the blue, making his entire mind explode, his brain shut down. The neighborhood was under their young master's control, while he was the master, and that other person was.
Holy crap! Chapter 320. The female lead is so angry with her rebellious son that she vomits blood and faints. Her expectations. Father Lu couldn't believe his son was the world's undisputed idiot. Suddenly a question occurred to him. The internet said that idiot built a wall, bought supplies, and constructed a safe house. The total cost was no less than 1 billion. Where did that unfilial son get so much money? Boom! A bolt of lightning struck his mind. He couldn't help but recall his son's behavior before his business trip. Scenes flashed before his eyes, his son mentioning a mineral vein that could benefit the company's development. After investigation, it was confirmed to be true. He was very pleased, his son had finally grown up. He knew how to consider his father's feelings. However, now, thinking about it, his son's actions all seemed strange. Curiously checking the safe, even offering to join the company and share his burdens. How could his son not know? A fat otaku who plays games all day, how could he manage a company? The thought was terrifying. The more he thought about it, the paler Mr. Lu's face became. He staggered and involuntarily fell backward. "Sir, what's wrong? Are you all right?" A security guard reacted quickly, reaching out to catch him. "Let go of me." Mr. Lu flung the guard's hand away, his face flushed, and with a burst of strength, he frantically ran towards the interior of the residential complex. Mr. Lu ran all the way home, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. But his heart was ice cold. To outsiders, the villa was still the same villa, unchanged from before. But Mr. Lu had lived here for so many years, intimately familiar with every blade of grass and every tree. He immediately noticed the many alterations to the house. This was the rumored safe house. It was confirmed. His son was that idiot. The last glimmer of hope vanished, and his heart sank to the bottom. Inside the villa, Ikuan was playing basketball, singing, and dancing. Seeing a disheveled figure standing in front of the villa, he was puzzled and hurriedly went to inform his older brother, Lu Fan. Lu Fan, seeing that it was his father, quickly opened the door and went out to greet him. "Dad, when did you get back? You didn't even tell me to come pick you up." Ignoring his son's words, Lu's father's eyes reddened, and he was trembling with anger. He raised his hand and slapped Lu Fan across the face, making a sharp smack sound. "You still have the nerve to call me dad? What have you been doing at home? You unfilial son." Lu Fan was stunned by the slap. He knew his father would be angry, but he didn't expect him to be this angry. "Dad, I know you're angry, but please don't. Let me finish. There's a reason I'm doing all this. Tomorrow is the end of the world. Global order will collapse. Everything I'm doing is preparation for that end. You." Father Lu's hand trembled as he pointed at him, too angry to speak. Just a moment ago, he didn't believe the online rumors that his son had read too many apocalyptic novels and gone insane. Because a person couldn't, at least shouldn't, be this stupid. Now, hearing his son say it himself, he had no choice but to believe it. "Where did you get the money for all this nonsense?" Mr. Lu took several deep breaths, trying to calm himself. Gathering his breath, he asked the question that concerned him most. "I sold our family company and raised 1 billion. Put. Mr. Lu couldn't catch his breath, a sweet taste rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was about to go crazy with anger. Not only was he angry that this idiot son had sold the company, he was also angry that a company worth 1.5 billion had only sold for 1 billion. What sins had he committed in his past life? Why would he send such an idiot son to harm him in this life? "Dad, calm down. I told you not to be angry. Didn't I tell you why? Tomorrow is the apocalypse. Money is just a pile of worthless paper.
It's better to use it to exchange for useful supplies. This wall I had built is enough to allow us to peacefully survive the early stages of the apocalypse.
This safe house is enough to withstand the mutated creatures of the mid-apocalypse.
And the supplies I've collected are enough for us to live comfortably for a long time, without having to fight and kill for a meal like everyone else.
Spending $1 billion to build and collect these things is worthwhile. Tomorrow you'll see how brilliant I am. You unfilial son.
Listening to his spendthrift son's boastful words, showing not a trace of regret but rather an air of pride,
Father Lu was furious.
He wanted to say something more, but then he felt dizzy, and then his head lolled to the side, and he lost consciousness.
Dad, wake up, Dad.
Brother Chicken, stop clutching your basketball, come with me to take Dad to the hospital.
On the other side. Brother Liang, are you serious? You're coming to Rongqing to see me tomorrow. Su Lian lay on the sofa, holding a tablet.
On the tablet was a girl with an exceptionally beautiful face and elegant demeanor. The girl was dressed in a martial arts outfit, seemingly having just finished practicing martial arts, with beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. There was a heroic air about her, her hair casually tied back, giving her an air of female strength that rivaled any man.
It turned out Su Liang was video chatting with Qin Fuling.
Hearing Su Liang say he was coming to see her, Qin Fuling's lips curled up, her smile impossible to hide.
What? Not welcoming me? Su Liang raised an eyebrow. A big scumbag, what's there to welcome? Qin Fuling snorted, denying it outright. Since that's the case, then let's just forget about it.
I came to Rongqing specifically to find you.
If you don't welcome me, what's the point of me going? Su Liang's tone immediately fell. Me?
Qin Fuling panicked upon hearing this and hurriedly said. When I typed that question mark, it wasn't me who had the problem, it was you.
Who said you weren't welcome? Can't you see I can't hide my happiness? Qin Fuling finished speaking and realized Su Liang was looking at her with amusement. She immediately realized she'd been tricked. You just like to bully me, I'm ignoring you.
Qin Fuling pouted, her dimples appearing and disappearing.
Su Liang was deliberately teasing her.
It's been a long time since I've seen your splits, show me something. Qin Fuling blushed instantly, wondering why Su Liang was interested in her splits.
Ha, that's it for now, I need to go to the bathroom.
Qin Fuling chuckled and quickly made her way out.
You're going to show me this? Then I won't be sleepy anymore. Su Liang's eyes lit up.
Qin Fuling was completely defeated, her face flushed with embarrassment. She made an excuse and turned off the video. Before turning it off, she quickly whispered.
You big bad guy, come over tomorrow, and I'll let you watch as much as you want. Chapter 321 The Mischievous Heroine.
The search for the protagonist has results. Ring 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 ring. Su Liang had just hung up the video call when a phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID.
Xia Qingqiu. The current queen of Shanghai's underworld, and also one of his women. Su Liang answered curiously.
A seductive and alluring voice came through.
Master.
Having been disciplined by Su Liang for a while, Xia Qingqiu had gotten used to this form of address. If those people in the underworld knew that their queen, the inviolable goddess, was acting like a docile little maid in front of Su Liang,
what kind of expression would they have? Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Itching for a beating again, huh? More than just a beating.
As expected of the boss, she's not shy at all.
You're playing with fire. If master wants, just say the word, and the little maid will arrive immediately.
You said it yourself. No, I was just joking.
I've run into some things and can't leave right now. Xia Qingqiu immediately stopped joking.
If Su Liang took it seriously, she'd be in trouble.
I thought you were missing a radical from Ouyang. Speak, what do you want? Master, it's like this, I think I've found the person you asked me to search for. Su Liang's heart skipped a beat.
He had Xia Qingqiu search for the whereabouts of the main characters, excluding those surnamed Tang. The Star Moon Society was the overlord of the underworld, with extensive information channels. Once a main character showed their face, they would be discovered.
It was originally just a casual order he issued. Unexpectedly, Xia Qingqiu actually found them. Tell me.
After this period of development, the Star Moon Society's position in Shanghai's underworld is unshakable, so I expanded into the surrounding areas.
Xia Qingqiu slowly began, recounting the events.
The Star Moon Society initially expanded smoothly, almost sweeping through everything in its path, until it encountered resistance in Rongqing. Tianmen is the largest underground force in Rongqing, but compared to our Star Moon Society, they are still somewhat inferior. Furthermore, Tianmen's strongest member, their leader, was betrayed and killed, and his daughter, a recent college graduate, took over. She couldn't stop our Star Moon Society's advance at all.
But just when I sent men to subdue Tianmen, an unexpected event occurred.
Suddenly, a pretty boy appeared, repelling my men the first time.
The second time, I sent more men and severely injured him, but he escaped.
The third time, he returned with a vengeance, driving back all my men. Until the last time I intervened, that person had already reached the early stage of the transformation realm, surprisingly not weaker than a mid-stage transformation realm expert. I remember the first time I sent men, he was only at the early stage of the Dark Force realm.
His strength has increased far too quickly.
At this moment, he remembered the master's orders, fulfilling one of them, and his strength increased rapidly. My investigation into that guy, which aligns with master's orders, revealed his surname is Lin, and his given name is Xin. Orphaned at a young age, he grew up in an orphanage. A month ago, he was just a small-time hoodlum in Tianmen.
In a month, he went from an ordinary person to a transformation realm expert. It's simply unbelievable.
Xia Qingqiu's heart remained unsettled as she recounted this.
This speed of advancement, even a prodigy couldn't achieve it.
After listening to Xia Qingqiu's account, Su Liang seemed thoughtful. He was almost certain that the person was the protagonist.
Slaying enemies far above their level few, but the protagonist could do that.
It must have been a cheat system he awakened a month ago, either a system or some kind of fortuitous encounter.
Interesting. Looks like I'll be staying in Rongqing for a while this time.
Originally, he only planned to visit the protagonist of the apocalypse in Rongqing, to deliver a fatal blow.
He'd return after taking him down.
Xia Qingqiu's phone call forced him to change his plans.
What kind of cheat system did that protagonist awaken?
If it's something else, that's one thing, but if it's a system, he has to eliminate it as soon as possible. His strength increased so rapidly, posing a threat to him, he was already on the verge of death.
Su Liang was speechless at Xia Qingqiu's suicidal actions. What kind of being is a protagonist?
As long as they have a breath left, they can turn the tide. But you, instead of going all out to kill him, you send your henchmen to help the protagonist grow stronger.
What's the difference between you and a stupid villain?
I'm going to Rongqing tomorrow. I'll take care of that guy for you while I'm there.
Really? Master's coming tomorrow. Xia Qingqiu's eyes lit up. Master, what time are you coming tomorrow? I'll pick you up. No need to pick me up. I have other business in Rongqing. I'll come find you then. Su Liang thought of Qin Fuling.
He hadn't seen her for months and did miss her splits. Master, you're not coming to Rongqing to see your lover, are you?
Xia Qingqiu knew Su Liang's personality well and couldn't help but be suspicious.
Before Su Liang could reply, she became certain and started to whine to him.
Is the little maid no longer charming, or is she already tired of you?
Or is she not hot enough?
Have you had enough?
Su Liang stopped her. The dignified and aloof queen was acting like a spoiled little girl.
It was infuriating. Just wait and see how I deal with you then. Alright, then I'll prepare some uniform sets and await Master's arrival. What a vixen! 3 fellow disciples from the same sect. Senior sister Chen Jianjia is dignified and virtuous, junior sister Dongfang Xianyan is obedient and adorable.
Why is she so hot-tempered? Even when she says she's hot-tempered, it's only towards him.
In front of outsiders, she remains as aloof as a queen.
Su Liang guessed that she must have let her true nature shine through in front of him.
It's probably related to the education she received recently. Make sure you're fully prepared. Su Liang reminded her.
Just as he was about to hang up, Xia Qingqiu spoke again.
Master, don't linger too long at that glamorous place. Come find your little maid soon. That new sect leader of Tianmen, although a bit green, is quite a beauty.
She was even called the school beauty before graduation.
That's all, master, bye. Hanging up, Su Liang began to plan in his mind.
He was going to Rongqing tomorrow and would likely stay for a while.
He couldn't ignore things in Shanghai. He wasn't worried about things here.
With his Skynet assassins keeping an eye on things, he didn't need to worry about anything happening. He checked the date Xiao Qinglong and Yan Ruyue had registered their marriage. There was still some time before the 3-year mark. Xiao Qinglong would behave himself during this time. He wouldn't cause any trouble. Therefore, Su Liang ordered Hongyi to prepare for their trip to Rongqing tomorrow.
He eagerly awaited the moment he would meet the protagonist of the apocalypse. Chapter 322: The Doomsday Promise Broken. So filial. The protagonist's madness begins. Rongqing. The First People's Hospital. Lu Fan and his good friend Ai Kuan rushed Lu's father to the hospital for emergency treatment. After emergency treatment, he was out of danger.
However, he remained unconscious and required oxygen.
The doctor advised hospitalization for observation and treatment to prevent any unforeseen complications.
But Lu Fan refused.
What a joke! Tomorrow is the end of the world, staying in the hospital is a certain death. It's safer to return to his own fortress.
And so Lu Fan forcibly discharged his father. The doctor was puzzled. After several unsuccessful attempts to persuade him, he let him go.
Good heavens! Your father is currently unconscious, his life hanging in the balance. You insist on forcibly discharging him? A real-life version of pulling the oxygen tube? That's incredibly filial. Time flew by. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye.
The sun was rising, nearing 8 o'clock. Lu Fan stood in front of the villa, gazing at the sunrise on the horizon. He remembered it clearly.
8 o'clock was the time the apocalypse would arrive. Cosmic rays would sweep across the blue planet, and at that moment, an extremely dazzling aurora would appear.
Then the entire world would change.
Most of humanity would turn into zombies, and plants and animals would begin to mutate.
Lu Fan's eyes were filled with complex emotions, his heart surging.
He glanced at the time, then at the horizon.
He looked down, looked up, looked down, looked up. His neck was about to give him a sore throat.
Beside him, Ai Kuan also looked uneasy.
Although he didn't believe that this peaceful world could suddenly undergo such a drastic change.
After Lu Fan's previous predictions, he couldn't help but believe it.
He thought of the future life his older brother had described to him. Not enough to eat, not enough to wear, constantly on guard against attacks from zombies and mutated creatures. Living worse than a dog in a peaceful world. He couldn't believe that his body, weighing over 200 pounds, had drastically slimmed down to 100 pounds in just a few months. He'd heard that when his older brother Lu Fan met him in his past life, he weighed around 100 pounds, and the two became best friends.
Damn, big brother really does want my body. Ai Kuan's lips curled into a smug smile. They say fat people have great potential, and it seems that's true. Why was he suddenly so excited? Tick-tock. 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 The Rolex's hands slowly circled. It was almost 8 o'clock. Lu Fan suddenly looked up and whispered. It's here. Ai Kuan's chubby body trembled slightly. He also nervously looked up at the sky, holding his breath. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 10 seconds, 30 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Caw, caw, caw. A flock of crows flew overhead. 2 blobs of bird droppings landed, right on their faces. Ai Kuan hurriedly wiped them off, turned around, and looked at Lu Fan with suspicion. Where were the cosmic rays? Where were the dazzling aurora borealis? Where are the zombies we were promised?
A few old men in the neighborhood were still working out.
Lu Fan was dumbfounded.
He looked at his Rolex. It was past 8 o'clock, no doubt.
Could there be something wrong with his watch? He took out his phone. 8:03. Impossible.
He remembered the apocalypse breaking out at this exact time in his past life. Many experts in his past life had explained and analyzed that it broke out precisely at 8 o'clock.
But what's going on? It's been over 3 minutes, and the apocalypse hasn't come.
Noticing his underling's suspicious gaze, Lu Fan shook his head, his eyes filled with resentment. Damn it, some so-called experts just spout nonsense.
There are even people like that when it comes to the apocalypse. Let's wait a bit longer. It'll definitely be between 8 and 8:30, I'm sure of it.
He remembered it very clearly. The night before the apocalypse in his past life, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He woke up groggily, feeling unwell all over.
So he rewarded himself by applying glue in 3 seconds.
He remembered it clearly, it was almost 8 o'clock. While cleaning up the mess, he glanced outside.
A dazzling aurora borealis shone brightly.
Then, zombie attacks were happening everywhere. He was terrified. When he came to his senses and tried to seek help online, it was already 8:30.
Hearing Lu Fan's explanation, AI Kuan thought it made sense.
So he continued to stand there like a statue, gazing at the sky.
8:10. 8:20. 8:30.
The world was calm. AI Kuan looked at Lu Fan again, his suspicion deepening. Meanwhile, Lu Fan began to panic.
He kept checking his phone, refreshing the time.
The timing was correct, the apocalypse happened today.
How could this be? Finally, he considered this possibility.
That night in his previous life, he was already half asleep, perhaps the injection of glue knocked him out. Plus, being terrified by the apocalyptic scene, it's normal to misread the time. I must have misremembered the time, but it's definitely before 9 o'clock.
Let's wait and see.
The world was quiet, and time flowed slowly.
Lu Fan's hands were almost sweating as he gripped his phone.
Never before had he felt such an eternity. A sense of dread inexplicably rose within Lu Fan.
He couldn't imagine what would have happened if the apocalypse hadn't come. He had taken out numerous online loans and high-interest loans, squandering his family's 1 billion yuan fortune. And this had even made it to the internet, everyone knew. Wouldn't that mean he had become the biggest clown? But if it's all fake, an illusion, how do you explain his 3 prophecies? His father's investigation revealed a genuine mineral vein.
The most beautiful and strongest woman, Qin Fuling, and the peerless divine weapon the Tai sword also exist. Lu Fan refused to accept the fact that the apocalypse hadn't materialized.
Until 9 o'clock. Still calm. Wait, the wind is a bit noisy today. AI Kuan's gaze towards Lu Fan was now full of suspicion. No, impossible, where's the aurora?
Lu Fan stammered, incredulous.
Meanwhile, at the entrance of Rongqing Airport, a girl stood beside a luxury Porsche. The girl was beautifully dressed, with a delicate, exquisite oval face, wearing a snow-white dress. Her legs were clad in pure white stockings and white canvas shoes, exuding youthful vibrancy. A beautiful woman in a luxury car always inevitably attracts the attention of those around her. What a beautiful young lady, driving a Porsche, definitely a rich and beautiful woman. Brothers, I'm going first.
If I can hook up with a rich woman, I'll definitely avoid 40 years of detours.
Hey, you should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You think you're worthy of pursuing a rich woman? Want to avoid 40 years of detours? Go be a security guard. This kind of stunning beauty, are we even worthy of her? It's broad daylight, let's go back to sleep. Dreaming is more practical than this. Don't think about those things. Didn't you see she's picking someone up?
Maybe she's waiting for her boyfriend.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even I'm not worthy of a rich and beautiful woman of this caliber. Nobody is worthy of her.
Jean Fulling was staring intently at the airport entrance, glancing down at the time every now and then quickly looking up again. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She saw the figure she had been longing for day and night, the figure that often appeared in her dreams, emerging from the airport entrance.
Who else could it be but Su Liang? Jean Fulling cheered and ran over, throwing herself into Su Liang's arms.